be bothered. Today I'm feeling like $1 million. Damn, where all these haters come from? Too bad, I'ma just pop my collar, okay? You can't rain on my parade. I'm blowing up like grenades. If life is giving me lemons, I'm selling some lemonade. And keep on smiling. Check out the sun, look at the silver lining. The sun's always shining somewhere behind the clouds. That silver lining, so you can't stop it now when it's hiding, and you can't find it. That silver lining, silver lining, shining. feel so bright, explosion of light everywhere. Tell me, how did you do what you're doing? You're gonna bring me to ruin, but I got some love I can share, 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 share. I'm gonna love you day after night. I'll always be after
With the final GSC of the set right around the corner, it's time to break down the latest changes brought to the game with patch 14.12 and what they mean for our competitive players. With a dominance of 3-cost reroll comps such as Bard and Yone at the start of Inkborn Fables, large-scale system changes were made to the shop odds to make these 3-stars harder to hit consistently. With patch 14.12, these changes will be reverted, and 3-cost odds will be back to 40% at level 7. Will this be enough to bring Yone reroll back? Maybe with the help of a few more changes. Patch 14.12 gives us a few reasons to fear the Reapers once more, including an attack speed buff to Yone, an AD buff to Kayn, as well as a small rework to 4 Reapers bleed mechanic, concentrating the same amount of bleed damage in 2 seconds instead of 3. Will that be enough for our Reapers to, well, reap? Sizable buffs to multiple 2-cost units, including carries like Janna, Lux, Riven, and Senna. We've seen these units all have a relevant impact on the meta throughout different patches in Inkborn Fables, and these small changes could be just what our reroll friends needed to elevate the comps back to meta viability over their more typical 4-cost carry counterparts. With recent buffs to Qiyana and the duelist trait as a whole, this comp has been incredibly dominant in the meta, sporting several different variants including reroll, a 4-cost centric Lee Sin carry, as well as more specific versions such as fine vintage duelists. Patch 14.12 crashes down on that trait with an impactful nerf on the attack speed per duelist stack at 4 and 6. Will this be enough to slow them down? Ashe has been a force to be reckoned with throughout all of last month, but several small nerfs might add up to a fairly impactful hit on the sniper comp as a whole. Both Sniper 4 and 6 see slightly less damage increase per hex. Nautilus receives a small HP nerf that will see him casting a little less often on average, and the Longshot augment grants just a smidge less attack speed to our deadly sharpshooters. All in all, patch 40.12 is a relatively small patch that aims to polish all areas of the meta and hopefully create harmony between the different strategies players prefer, including 2 and 3-cost reroll, standard 4-cost game plans, and the ever-risky Fast 9 strategies. Tune in on June 21st at 4 p.m. CEST for day 1 of Inkborn Fables EMEA GSC number 3. And prepare yourself for a riveting display of high-level TFT action.
You wanna be with me. Everything you see is your deepest fantasy. Maybe I'm your woman meant to be. Make it so your dreams will become reality. Come take me now, I'm upside down. Just turn me on and inside out. Get in me, all I see. Make me part of your fantasy. Your transgression, your obsession, that is
Welcome back to Rising Legends, our Golden Spatula Cup number 3, the last one, and it feels a bit bittersweet to be at the end of this set already, but I'm so glad to be here with both of you guys. Memo, first time on the pre-show, how are you feeling?
Yeah, hello guys. I'm very honored to be here for the last GC of the set. I'm very excited to watch our competitors perform today.
And what about you, Panda? You're obviously, all of that experience over the years, but how are you feeling about being at the 3rd Golden Spatula Cup in this set already?
Really pumped. The last GSC is always, I think, the most important, with the most at stake, with so many players knowing roughly what they need to do to try and continue this set on to finals, on to maybe even worlds as well. So just can't wait for the matches to start, really.
Well, there's another person here that can't wait for the matches to start as we talk. I don't know, she just always comes up whenever we do TFT broadcasts. Let's have a look at today's journey and what we have in store for you guys, because of course we mapped it out. First of all, we have a little bit of a recap from our Golden Spatula Cup number 2 with Taplast, who won the whole thing. Then we're going to talk about all the ways of qualification. We have an amazing player view with Tabzz coming up. And then we'll tell you a little bit more about the players to watch, as well as the meta and how it shakes out right now. But, Memo, we said it already a couple of times, Golden Spatula Cup number 3. Would you mind giving us an overview of where we are in the set right now?
Yeah, as we look at our competitive roadmap, we are now approaching an exciting end. Today marks the final GC of the set, and in just 2 weeks we will witness the Rising Legends final, and that will lead us to the World Championship, the Tactician's crown.
Thank you so much. Looking forward to that. Lots and lots of action coming up very soon. But we also need to talk about the ways to qualify, Panda. Why don't you break that down for everybody that might not be familiar?
Sure thing, makes. At the end of the day, for most of our most veteran players, the real goal in every single set is to make it to finals, and these are the way you can do it. Some spots already locked in. Previous GSC winners like Coco and Taplast, for example, and the one we'll find out this weekend. We have the Leipzig winner, Clemu, and then still a lot up in the air in terms of the qualifier point earners and how different players performing well can open up ladder spots as well. So still so much interesting stuff to happen throughout this tournament.
Yeah, I'm looking forward for sure, but we do have a recap ready to talk about all the glorious things that happened in Golden Spatula Cup number 2. We've been talking about Taplast. Why don't we see how he claimed the throne? Recap. Welcome back to the Golden Spatula Cup number 2 here in Inkborn Fables. We are going to be going into games shortly. Is there any specific predictions you have?
There's only been a few different countries that have ever won a GSC, and I'm predicting by the end of this 3-day event, we will have a new one.
Hi, I'm Taplast from Hungary. I am 22 years old, and I am gonna be the Set 11 Golden Spatula Cup 2 winner, probably.
You said, I will be the Set 11 Golden Spatula Cup number 2 winner. And here you are. How did you know?
I didn't even expect to be first place. I think there are just too many good players that I respect.
What do you feel like you did that was so different from the last time? What does that extra work look like for you in the prep?
Like, actually do the homework and study the game, other than not just play the game.
You always and only take cold showers.
I have heard about taking like cold showers or ice baths. I'm not sure about the science behind it, but for me, it really helps me with anxiety. So I have been taking it since then, and it's really been working out for me. For certain, I'm gonna keep that habit.
So there you have it. Yesterday, Sologesang told us only sleep 4 hours a night. Now I'm hearing only take cold showers. I'm gonna change my routine, and I'll be a good TFT player one day as well.
We're back from the analyst desk, joined here by the wonderful Counterfeit. Counterfeit, welcome.
I mean, it's wonderful to be here with the Banner boys. I'm not quite sure what that makes me, though.
The band's a boomer, probably?
I think that works. It's important to have a boomer for the perspective, that wisdom and experience that comes with time. It's time to roll up the sleeves. It's time to get serious. Oh, you've already got your sleeves rolled up.
We have 3 players in this lobby who, if they win, will have won the GSC for their country or region for the very first time.
Last game of the final day, I was extremely nervous because I just missed my fortune. So my game just became from an instantly top 1 to a game that I have to really focus on.
Love the in real life antics for Taplast. He's just vibing to hopefully music and not just to his own future plans with his fortune cash out.
When I sing, I get less nervous, so I can focus on the game. So I was just blasting music and singing.
What has been, do you think, what's made your decision so strong? Not only am I going to go for fortune, but I'm going to spend all of my gold just to get that fortune. Like, that is such a called shot. That is so brave.
So I picked Tiny as Titan, and I started rolling for a Kobuku to hit my fortune 2-1, and then I missed. Went to 0, but I missed. Then 2-2, I rolled again, I missed again, and then 2-3, I didn't hit Kobuku again.
Looking at it right here, I'm struggling to see how this board is gonna make it out of stage 4.
I was dooming and already thinking I'm not gonna win this GSC. I just ruined my game. I can't come back from this. And then I hit the Zoe.
Yeah, keep in mind here, the Chuso will win the tournament as long as he finishes above Taplast.
Yeah, I got the fortune on 2-3, and then I managed to get the top 2.
This round again, he's face to face with Taplast in overall tournament standings.
Looking grim.
He's looking like the Lee Sin has punched through.
Which was just enough to make the win happen.
And Taplast will take the crown of first ever Hungarian GSC champion.
Just wanted to first visit the restroom because I just drank like 4 liters of water during the games. I have a lot of friends watching the tournament, so I was bombarded with messages after I won, and everyone seemed really happy, including me, of course.
Taplast, congratulations again. We're so happy for you. It's so cool to see the first Hungarian Golden Spatula Cup winner.
I think the biggest conclusion for me this tournament is as long as I keep putting in the work, I can keep up with the best of the region, even though I don't consider myself one of the best players. But with some preparation, I can actually make up for it.
I feel like we always learn so much, Mix, and I feel like we're maybe coming away with conflicting information, because so far we have take breaks and self-care, but also only sleep 4 hours, 20-minute nap before the show, long shower, and argue with Alanzq.
Thank you so much for watching. We're going to be seeing you at the next one. Hopefully get there safely and have a good night.
Yeah, and I actually just talked to Taplast this morning, and he was telling me that he will actually be the first player to win back-to-back GCs. And not only that, but also win the World Championship, so...
Anything else, Memo, did he mention?
No.
Just that, okay, got it.
No.
Maybe some magic 8-ball that's in presence of Taplast. He did predict his win last time around, so I'm a little bit shy of dismissing his argument straight out the gate. But of course, something that is going to matter for everybody that isn't Taplast in this tournament are the qualifier points. We mentioned them already in ways to qualify before, but why don't we break that down just a little bit more, Panda?
Sure thing. For the first time ever in this set, we have qualifier points for open qualifier performance as well. GSC, as we know, for depending on if you finish, day 1, day 2, day 3, and your different positioning as well. Different brackets, you get different amount of points. And for finals as well. The two key things to keep track of is the fact that the top 14 qualifier point earners across the entire set qualify to Rising Legends Finals. And also, after finals, the top 3 qualifier point earners in the entire set have a spot at Worlds as well, at Tactician's Crown. So incredibly important this set specifically. And one more thing to know, Memo, with ladder placements in particular, if a player qualifies through both ladder and qualifier points, the qualifier points takes precedent. That can open up slots for maybe the 11th, 12th, 13th, even 14th player in the US to still make it to finals.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and with that, we are going to be talking about our ranked ladder spots as well, because we always mention the snapshots, Memo, but what does it really mean?
Yeah, we also have the ranked ladder spots where you can earn points based on your rank during a snapshot. This system allows our top performing players in ladder to secure their place in the Rising Legends final directly. So if your goal is to be in the finals and make it to the World Championship, climbing the ranked ladder is a great way to boost your chances of making it.
It is, and we have a lot in store as well today. We are going to be talking about everybody that qualified and how they got there in just a little bit. But before that, we do want to get to our amazing interview. As always, you know, we're always so excited to have players here on the pre-show. And this time around, we actually have a very special guest because Tabzz is going to be joining us. And Tabzz has a history not only in competitive TFT, but also in competitive League of Legends. Welcome, Tabzz. How are you feeling today?
Hi, yeah, no, it's nice to be here. It was a little unexpected, like a last-minute entrance to the whole tournament thing. But yeah, I'm excited to play.
We're excited to have you here as well. I already mentioned it just before we started this interview. You have that experience coming from EU LCS as well. How would you say do the two square up? So competitive League of Legends, competitive teamfight tactics, one is team-based, one is individual. How do you differentiate between the two of them?
I think they're like two entirely different beasts. Like League of Legends, of course, being team-based, but also very individual. Like if you're very good at League, you could carry your team on your own, and you could basically climb very easily. I think that's also one of the main things about like competitive League that really pulled me. Like being able to just outplay my enemies like in the heat of the moment and keep getting better every day mechanically on different champions was always really motivating. I think for TFT, I think I approach it like a little differently. I think what pulls me to TFT is like it's really fun to play all these different combinations every game, and I'm always excited. Like every new game, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna play some fun or overpowered combination, and every game is different from the last. So I think that's what keeps TFT interesting. Like I, for example, also like roguelike games, like single player games, like also kind of similar to TFT, right? It's a little different every single game, but like for purely competition, the difference is also that TFT is a game where I think your skill emerges more like over like a longer time, like more games. Like it's more like a statistics based game. Less like in League, I said you can outplay your enemy in the heat of the moment, but in TFT it's more like your skill like is emerging over a long subset of games, like trying to get the best average placements for every spot you get, and it's a very different, but I think it's also quite fun.
Yeah, and as such a veteran competitive player, what would your advice be for like aspiring competitive players in gaming in general?
Yeah, I would say first and foremost, just have fun. Like just try to play only if you're having fun, because I don't think you can improve if you're not having fun playing. So don't try to hard force yourself to become competitive at a game you don't even like, or if you're not having a good time, just take a step back and wait till you're motivated to play again. Also, I would say don't drop out of high school. I've seen some people do that in League of Legends, right? And they're like 16, 17-year-old, like, man, I really want to go competitive in League. I have nothing going for me, but I'm just going to drop out of high school. And then they just have nothing if it doesn't work out. So yeah, that's second advice.
I would say that's generally good advice.
Yeah, probably.
I wanted to ask you, Tabzz, around your relationships in the scene. I know back in set 1 to 3, you were around as a top competitor on ladder among players like Alanzq, for example. I know I see you in his chat a lot. You're watching him a lot. Are there any other players that you discuss about the game with that you were able to maybe learn sets faster because you have these discussions? Anyone outside of Alanzq specifically?
Maybe not in such like a study group-ish way, but like maybe I don't know if you remember Curb as well from LCS. Like he plays TFT and we play together a lot on the EU server, and it's fun to play. And like in terms of people I watch on Twitch, it's mostly like some English-speaking EU like streamers from either EU or NA. So I watch like Alan because he's on during EU times, and I just shitpost in his chat, or I know. Sometimes I watch some Kurum or Dish Soap as well. Once in a while, Setsuko. Yeah.
Yeah, and how would you describe your own playstyle in TFT? Like, how does it translate maybe with your personality or like past experiences with gaming?
My playstyle? Well, one thing I personally don't really like it when the meta is like about rerolling. I think it's more fun to play the game a bit more like flexibly to level up, play for high cost units rather than sit there with a pre-planned team in your team planner, just pressing D for the shining units. I think that's a bit boring. So yeah, anything defining my playstyle would probably be like, I don't really like rerolling. That's about it. Play everything else. I mostly prefer to play like AP usually, because I think AP champs tend to be more fun than the AD champs, because they're more explosive maybe. That's about it.
I mean, it's good in the current meta. I would say we're going to be talking about the meta a little bit later on. But with all that experience, I'm going to ignore that you said you don't like reroll. It hurts me a little bit. But TFT is turning 5 years old this time around. We have the bash, we have the Pengu party and everything going on. Now, we mentioned already, you're one of the players that has been part of the game for a very, very long time at a very high level. Out of all of the history of TFT, what kind of features did you like the most, or maybe the least, if you want to say?
Okay, yeah, so TFT 5 years. When it first released, it was kind of just like a hack job, I feel like. It was like infinite bugs and broken combinations, and Declaw made you immune to magic damage and stuff like that. Acel wiping your board with one cast. It was hilarious in its own way, maybe not very good for competitive, but I think that was pretty fun. What I look for in a set mechanic in general is maybe something that is not too game warping, but like keeps every game different and fresh in its own way. So for example, like a good example for this set, like I think some encounters can be really fun. But some encounters can be too game warping. I don't like seeing like Kayn or Zoe at the start of my game and then like, oh yeah, Riot just wants me to play this one way this entire game and I can't do anything else. And I think that's not very fun. Same for like set 10. I think the chosen mechanic was very bad. I did not enjoy that. But I think the current set is really quite good. I think set 9.0 was really good as well. I really enjoyed that. I'm kind of sad I never got to play set 6. I just didn't play a single game on that set because I quit at the time. But I hear from other people it's very good as well. So, yeah.
Looking at this set, we've seen the introduction of a lot more LAN events in EMEA. We just saw one in Leipzig at the start of this set. We're going to have one at Meet at Rift in Poland in August. Do you have any plans to attend any of these LANs? Do you look forward to that kind of community aspect of meeting players in person, of trying to develop these new relationships?
I mean, I've been to infinite LANs in the past, also for like League and stuff. I think it was always really quite fun. So yeah, I do like going there. So if I would qualify for some events that's worth going to, yeah, I would definitely like to go to a LAN event, yeah.
That's awesome to hear. We hope to see you there. But of course, before we let you go and focus on the games, we do want to ask you, is there anyone you want to shout out here on broadcast before we let you go focus?
I would shout out my cat. He's very cute. He's sleeping right next to me. Like I love him unless he's scratching up my chair. Yeah.
I love that. That's one of the best answers I ever heard to this question. So thank you so much, Tabzz.
Yeah.
We loved having you here, and good luck today out there on the conversions.
Thank you.
Good luck, Tabzz.
Bye-bye.
It's the first time somebody called out their cat, and I'm going to start flaming players for not doing it more often, man. That's genius.
Not every player has a cat mix. It is, part one of being able to shout out your cat.
We should change that. We should change that.
All right, is that
Get
part
on
of the rule set for set 12? Just give everyone a cat?
If I had something to say, it would be. But we need to talk about all of our other amazing players as well, Panda. Here are all the qualified players from ladder. Anybody that stands out?
A lot of the usual names, these players are very consistent across the entire set, but a few standouts. Flask, Spanish player, really happy to see him so far up in the ladder. Tabzz, of course, who we just saw on the interview, just barely made it through in the last slot. And I also want to highlight a player, Renekton, someone that I've seen a lot in high GM, low challenger, but he broke 1.7 KLP this last week. He's from Saudi Arabia as well, which is not a country we see as represented in TFT. So really excited to see what he does in this tournament this weekend.
Yeah, me too. Memo, why don't you talk to us about the TRC? Because obviously that's also going to be a lot of players coming through there from the regionals.
Yeah, and we have also the TRC, where you can qualify for GC. And obviously we see some notable names like Alanzq made it. Obviously Zaza, who also won already 2 GCs in his career, make it. And yeah, if you have strong performances in your TRC, you get a GC slot.
I'm personally happy to see Corona in there again, made it through the OQ last time and now fighting in those regional TRCs as well. Very cool to see that development. We're also going to be looking at our open qualified player list because of course that happened last weekend, and often these are the players that already have a little bit of a competitive edge due to knowing what the competitive meta looks like. They just came out of this tournament, so that's always something to look forward to. And speaking of looking forward to, we do have 3 players singled out that we did want to talk to you guys about. Quick mention here, Lelouch on that list is not the same as this Lelouch because we have 2 Lelouches. Yes, you heard right. One is from Germany, one is from Poland. Both of them are apparently weebs, and the one that we are going to be talking about is the Lelouch that has been part of every single Golden Spatula Cup for the history of Rising Legends, which truly is a massive, massive feat. And he's of course also a former EMEA champion. Might do it again. We're definitely looking out for this one.
Yeah, also a new name in the competitive scene is Aloha, I believe from Germany. He made a very strong first impression in his open qualifier, performing really, really well, and now is also playing his first ever GC. So I'm always excited watching these newer players come into the competitive scene and play against these veterans that have been here for so long, like Lelouch.
And last, maybe Danish player Hubens, one that I think has had one of the breakout performances in this set. Won the Northern Legends qualifier that we just had recently as well. Has been performing pretty well in tournaments overall this set, and I think can be one of these players that can start to cement themselves as a regular from that Northern Legends region.
And speaking of LANs, we just talked to Tabzz about it. We do have yet another LAN announced that is coming to you guys this year, and it is going to be part of that Northern realm. It's not UK, but it is Stockholm instead. DreamHack on November 22 to 25 for all of our Nordic players. Maybe something that's a little bit closer than, you know, Leipzig or Poland, but we hope to catch you guys there. I'm personally looking forward to it, and I'm also looking forward to our meta talks, which are coming up next. Now, in the meta talks, as per usual, we talk about all the buffs and nerfs, how that changes and what comms we are going to expect in today's tournament. Panda, why don't you start us off with the impetuous Panda patch notes?
Sure thing, makes one of the biggest changes for this patch is the changes to the 3-cost odds, trying to introduce a bit more 3-cost reroll into the meta and kind of have more variance between the different game plans players might have. Specifically, Yone and Reapers are back on the menu after a month and a bit since they were completely dominating the meta at the very beginning of the set. We also have changes to Duelists and Snipers, the 2 best performing comps last GSC, took a big nerf to their traits, so they won't be played as often, they won't have as much success. And also a few bug fixes to things like Behemoth, for example, that make playing things like Shen Hero Augment even stronger in this tournament.
Yeah, and with the AD comps and Duelists falling out of the meta, the AD comps have been struggling a lot, but look no further, we have a new replacement for the melee carries, with the Reapers being a very strong substitute for that. And really, this comp has been performing so well, since Kindred is also such a strong carry in that comp, but also some vertical story reverse, since a lot of the 2 costs in that comp got buffed, so the early game of story reverse got even stronger than it already was. And mentioning 2 costs, we have seen some Senna reroll come out a lot more, with also all the 2 costs being buffed in that comp, which makes this comp really easy to stabilize on in stage 3 and then potentially being really strong in stage 4. And lastly, we have a bit more of a spicier take. The different got buffed now twice in a row, and since there's no more default Ashe players, this unit is very uncontested, which makes it easy for you to hit that Ashe 2 and then maybe even go for a 4-cost 3-star.
Yeah, maybe even hit that Ashe 3, which would be quite good if you can find it now that less and less players are on it. But be aware, because there's a lot of Porcelain players in your lobbies looking at the current state of Lux. Lux and Teemo Reroll are back on the menu. The last Golden Spatula Cup, we heard dark rumors. This time around, it is real. We've been seeing it. It is good. It's the Warden line in there, and you just go for those 2-cost rerolls, similar to the Ghostly Syra that has been a big staple in the past weeks and metas. But the 2 4-cost AP carries are of course also in there. We do have Lilia and Syndra in there. lot of comms that we are expecting to see, and I believe, Panda, you said we will see the Syndra in at least every lobby once, maybe even twice per lobby?
Oh, I think Syndra will very likely be what Ashe and Duelist were in the last tournament, where it's the default game plan for most players. If they find a hero augment 2-1, if they find a viable game plan to not contest the same forecast as everyone else, they'll take it gladly. But if they don't have that option, if they're they don't have really a clear game plan to alternate from that, it will be mostly Syndra because it has so many different ways to roll down and still find success with.
Well, speaking of finding success, that is something that we always ask you guys at home to do. We have our socials contest back up and running again. This time we're asking you, which of these 3 units would you buy, force, and delete? And we are also asking you to be very creative with your answer. I know there's somebody on this desk that is just, itching to answer this question, Panda, so I'll let you have the stage. Which are you buying, forcing, and deleting?
How could you tell, Makes? As always, the most exciting part of the top of the show, for me at least, personally. And looking at this, I think it's pretty clear. A Mumu, he's crying all the time anyway. He's alone, doesn't have friends. I'll just delete him, just end the suffering right there and then. And looking at the other 2, Galio has been a good staple of my climbs and of my general game plans throughout this entire set. So I'll buy him anytime I find him. I have a good option for him. Bruiser's very strong this set as well. And Kabuko, I'm forcing him if I have the hero augment, so Kabuko's a force.
See, I can already hear the sirens come through complaining about those answers, Panda, but surely our viewers are going to do better than you on Twitter. You can head on over there and win some rewards. We have lots of eggs in store for you. And what we also have in store are our amazing co-streamers, Memo.
Yes, guys, if you'd like to hear about the Golden Spatula Cup in another language, our fantastic co-streamers like You Better Know Me and many others have you covered. They will provide excellent coverage of the tournament for you. So go check them out.
Definitely looking forward to this. I think it was Niberia who said we're always, kind of widening our scope of how many people you can select to watch co-streams in here, which is really cool. Looks a little bit like a fighting game. And with that, we do have the 2 legends ready here for you guys for game number 1 here in Niberia and Counterfeit.
Thank you so much, Mace. We are super smashing through the intro and getting ready for the first day of the final Golden Spatula Cup of the set. I'm Niberia, as you mentioned, and in case you're having trouble reading, this guy over here is the wonderful Counterfeit Cass. Oh, I put the S there, Peter. There's no S in your Twitter.
There's no S. There's not enough room in a Twitter tag for that much magnificence. But yeah, I mean, absolutely. With it changing to the Tacticians, brand over the next season, for this to be the very last Golden Spatula Cup that will ever be, means it's going to be the chance for our last Golden Spatula Cup champion there will ever be, getting that guaranteed spot at EMEA Regionals in an incredibly competitive field.
And I mean, look, for one player in particular, this is feeling pretty good. Sasa, I believe the only player still who's won 2 Golden Spatula Cups, could walk away from the history of Rising Legends being the only player to have done so.
Well, that would be pretty wild, but fortunately, there's a few people who'll be able to get the crack at closing that particular part of the history book in its way. Of course, for our players, looking forward to them for the future, getting to the EMEA Finals, potentially getting to play, for the Tactician's crown as well. The big thing, of course, for them is if they do make it that far through the process, they will get to play in front of a crowd, Matt, in Madrid.
That's right, we've previously had it on the LEC stage. Now we are moving to La Arena in Spain. And unlike what I read it the first time, it is not Los Angeles Arena. It's Spanish, the language our entire production team speaks. Oops, my bad. But it's going to be very exciting for those players. We've seen how much this LAN experience affects them. And so especially doing the power JoJo walk down the stage, just mean mugging the camera. It's always a great time.
Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, with LANs becoming a bigger part of the TFT professional player experience, I think it makes all the sense in the world to be there, to have your friends coming along, supporting you, to have the crowd potentially behind you. And when you're playing on the stage, you imagine times back to the Las Vegas Open with Kevin Parker and similar people with just crowds cheering and roaring around them as they try to perform at their very best. It's a pretty big task we're asking for our players, but even to get close to that point, they need to get through the Golden Spatula Cup with as many qualifier points as possible, or ideally win the entire thing.
Yeah, we've got a couple people who are on that threshold to make it into the finals as it stands. But of course, like you mentioned, this is going to be what decides it. Those couple people who are on the cusp are going to have to use this tournament to defend their title. And there were a couple people we were looking at earlier, Peter, where it was just like, all they needed to do was get here and get into day one, and they weren't able to. And it's just so heartbreaking to see.
Oh yeah, well I mean, we're getting very specific there with some of our players, but we'll come back to that in a minute because we've got our first lobby coming up. As you mentioned, we've got a lot of players coming in who've been playing strongly across the season, but of course, Taplast, our GSC champion from the previous GSC, our first ever Hungarian champion. We do know from talking a little bit to Memo before the show started, and he'll expand this a little bit later on as well, the Taplast is feeling confident. As I mentioned before, he put the time in and it got the big reward.
I am going to call him out though, because in that interview we had with him before Golden Spatula Cup 2, he's like, I'm going to be the Golden Spatula Cup 2 winner. And Phoenix Wright style, I'm going to throw an objection, because in the interview that I did after the game, he was like, I never expected to make it that far. J'accuse, Taplast, j'accuse. You knew you were going to do it.
Have you never heard of manifesting your reality? In this case, it worked pretty well for Taplast. Maybe Taplast didn't believe it at the time.
Man. You called it. You called it. You got it right. You got to own it. So I'm hoping we get a repeat, and then I'm going to ask it again. And if he tries to minimize it, counterfeit, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Well, it's high stakes for the players. It's high stakes for the commentators as well. Tabzz, of course, we heard from a little bit earlier on, returning to the competitive scene and enjoying the field here. It really does set the tone, of course, for players who've got this big history, particularly so early on in the scene. Their first tournament back in the mix to be the last tournament of a set in particular. It's a pretty rarefied environment for Tabzz to be dropping himself into.
Well, there seems to have been an agreement on which portal everyone wanted to start with. Given a couple of high variance options, they're like, gold first, the gentleman's portal.
Well, absolutely. We do know that, as was mentioned in the pre-show, AP is absolutely where most of our players are going to work towards. I think having the gold augments in first, maximizing our chances of seeing some transition or transformative augments rather, like those hero augments and such, that open up more lines for our players, gives them a nice smooth start to the tournament.
I think it's worth noting as well, like we kind of touched on it with the forcing Kabuko earlier in the pre-show, but those hero augments that we were kind of afraid of last Golden Spatula Cup, they're still scary. Like, obviously they're not very common because they require a gold augment. They require, I think there's 4 of them out of however many gold augments are in the game. So pretty infinitesimal chances, but I would not be surprised to see them picked up throughout this tournament at all.
No, I wouldn't be either. And I do like the kind of place that the hero augments are at the moment where, they're kind of more of a way just to give yourself a solid game you're unlikely to be contested, rather than being massively powerful, as we've seen a few times coming through, and being kind of guaranteed as an auto-win. So I think we're in a good space there. We can see on the right-hand side some of our players are building towards some strong early starts, well, hopefully they'll find an appropriate augment.
Oh, Taplast, he's doing it again. We saw it in the preview where he was going for that fortune. He rolled down all the way to 2-3, just absolutely donkey rolling stage 2 to get that fortune. I think maybe this time has to hold off because he'd be donkey rolling for a 3 cost, but I see fortune, I see Taplast, I'm excited.
We'd see a Midnight Cypher drop in immediately. I mean, I imagine that if he's got an inclination to go towards us, we can see the itemization. We can peek on just on the left side. Looks like it's okay for the setup. Might reroll the others to see if we can perhaps find a cheeky Fortune emblem to get the Fortune 3 in place, but apparently doesn't feel like he wants us to run this line.
I can kind of see why, based on my experience playing it. Yorick is probably one of the weaker hero augments. It does require a very strong front line, and he on his, learning to spell is huge.
Ooh.
This is an incredible augment. It's going to give you base AP, I believe 18 AP at the start, and for every 2 takedowns you get, your entire team gains 1 AP. So you get this massive board strength early on from pretty much no investment.
Yeah, and finding the Teemo incredibly early means that he'll be able to keep that AP stacking very nicely. You did note coming into this one, I believe it was noted at least on the desk, that we will be seeing a fair amount of Lux today. So we'll look between Ara and Tabzz. We've got 3 of them on the board.
Yep. And I was talking about this on the desk before. I am no challenger player. I readily admit this to you, chat. But in my games, I have seen so many Luxes played. Every single game has a Lux 3. There's at least 3 people contesting it. It's a miserable time. But I expect it to be pretty different here. And as I mentioned earlier, I do want to flag Sacred Norris going for that storied champion augment. One of, if not the strongest hero augment options.
Oh boy, yes. So I mean, we'll get to see. Certainly, in our previous patches, it was just off the charts, crazy strong. I think it's much more in line with what we'd expect. Sacred Norris has the 2-star in place already. Across the rest of the field, some of our players have snuck a few extra ones into their compositions, but overall, I think we're seeing a few players finding their lines early on, but a decent amount of flexibility being held by the board overall.
We're going to see how this evolves in the later stages of the game. We can see Sergen investing here pretty heavily. Not really expecting the early static Shiv. This is an augment that I pretty much never pick up. But it has decent stats, 2-1, like 4.4 placement. So Shiv has always been one of those items that's a pretty strong early power source because of the flat damage it gives. So I would expect him to be able to streak pretty nicely through these stages, running up, unfortunately, against Taplast Zyra.
It's interesting we've got the Shiv and the Ionic Spark on the same composition from Sergi there, but I presume that there is some method to the madness, and it's certainly allowing for some strong early play. Across the rest of the field, hopefully we'll see in a little bit, there are a few interesting augments we'll be seeing cropping up. We've already noted the learning to spell in place. I believe that's going to be Taplast, who switched across from the Teemo to the Zyra we just saw. For the storied champion, we've got a good start here for Sacred Norris. While we don't have a ton of our Garens in terms of units, the itemization is very good indeed.
Yeah, strong slams for him. He's going for a loss streak early on, it looks like, to guarantee those item pickups. Garen 1, pretty scary. You're looking for that Garen 3, of course, so I can see him going for that weaker early board, just to try and make the econ is able to hit up that 20 and should be able to get first or second pick on the carousel because of it.
I go up against Ben Sack in this one. I think it might have a little bit of trouble here with it still seemed like, as you said, we're running into the problem of multiple players playing on the weaker side. Talking to Memo a couple of days ago, certainly, you mentioned players wanting to try and pick up the item priority. A lot of our competitions really do thrive with the best items possible, so getting that carousel priority, making sure you get the first pick in there, feels very important.
Now heading into this first carousel, we're going to have Tabzz and Marius going for the first options. 3-crossed Yone with the BF sword. If anyone is looking towards that Reaper line, they're going to be real happy, but a little early to commit. So we'll see where everyone's standing as I look over to Tabz's board, who has picked up that Lux, committed to it, Crown Guard on the Amumu as well. Quite a bit of power in his hands.
No, this is a very, very strong start here. So we're looking at the field overall, because of course we see Arap and Sergi, both undefeated so far. And as we said, a lobby where people are playing towards the weaker side. Tabzz going in for a little bit more on the aggressive side. Has made some very strong early slams, but Ara over here, she said, the Lux is absolutely everywhere. We've got the Arcanist in for the early play, early static Shiv and Rabadons as well. It's interesting because we are seeing, some players who are a little bit lower down the scoreboard slamming it in some items as well. But for Ara here, hoping to keep hold of the streak to the end of stage.
This could be dangerous if he stays committed to this Lux. He's spent down pretty significantly. If he loses here, it's going to absolutely kill his tempo. And I feel a little vindicated, Peter. Looking at this early game, we have at least 3 people going for Lux and have committed to rolling for at the very least the 2-star. So far, my prediction has held up. I kind of hoped I was wrong, but alas, here we are. And Arat does take that loss. That is absolutely brutal. No streak going to be going into Krugs. 10 gold in his pocket.
No streak for Sergi either. So everybody loses out here. I think we're seeing much more of a mixed mid-table. You can see, of course, Marius Bro from Spain down the bottom, the only one to hold on to the major loss streak along with Taplast, but across the rest of the field, things are starting to get a little bit more messy. Bansak, of course, remember back from GSC 1, a player who was very close to claiming the GSC title for himself, currently streaking ahead in the lobby, having moved into the ghostly Dryad style board, and perhaps what we're seeing, as we expected today, a lot of players going down that kind of line.
And Arat, I think very smartly deciding, hey, this is too many Luxus, guys. I'm going to tap out here. I'm just going to put stuff on my Kindred and see what happens. So she's going to be able to be used for that carry in the early stages. Of course, getting that 3 faded is going to give quite a bit of board strength. With the early damage and power from that Shiv, is going to at least be able to save HP, if nothing else. Kaylin almost ending the entire team there. Arat will take the 2 loss, which, honestly, if I'm Arat, I'm absolutely losing my mind if I think I'm about to win that game, because I just got my streak broken, about to get it broken again, but luckily, no such result as we go over to Sacred Norris's board, who has started turning around that streak.
Yeah, I mean, Sacred Norris is going to be one of those players that will help a few others on their road towards keeping those lost streaks intact. We noted, one thing we are still missing from Sacred Norris is very many Garens at all, but we do have the 4 Warden in place relatively early on, so he's about as strong as he could be. I do worry for Sacred Norris, longer term if he can't put together that 3-star Garen quickly.
I mean, 3-1 is the term we got to watch for Sacred Norris, because that's just before you hit the level 5. The level 4 hyper roll is the very, very common way to play these 1-cost rerolls since the inception of TFT. Time immemorial. So it's kind of down to that round to see how Sacred Norris is going to do for the rest of the game.
All right, we'll see. Well, particularly thing, of course, we're looking for here is to get the last item in. Very commonly, we see something like a Bloodthirster for our friend Garen here. So we do finally manage to find some of them in the shop. There's a big question here, and it seems to be exactly as you said, Matt. We're committing in our money while we can rather than slow rolling. Apparently wanted to try and grab hold of as many Garens as possible while the odds are the best they can be.
And it didn't go great, Peter. You generally do want to stop around this 30 mark, because if you roll below that and you're not close to your Garen 3, you're basically killing your econ for the rest of the game. So if he had something like 7 Garens at this point, we could see him roll all the way to 10. But no dice here so far. And coming out of this with the Reforger, I'm not sure how thrilled he is about his items either.
No, I mean, if you wanted to have 2 Last Whispers, I suppose you could be okay. I mean, looking forward to red buff perhaps for a future Aurelia, but for the time being, it's not all coming together the way we would have liked for here, and we're starting to see some of the places where this board will fall down if we can't move past this Garen rerolling part of it, because you get the Garen stuck in a tank, he takes a very long time to chunk through them, and even relatively low damage to this will still be able to put him down.
Maybe the augment's going to save him, because there are some pretty powerful augments you can come out of this with. Unified Resistance in a composition that is all Warden is insane value if you have a single backline carry, which at the moment Sacred Norris doesn't have, admittedly. So he is going to roll over that one, try and find something he feels comfortable picking up. Will be that support item. Pretty good options, frankly, for this composition.
Well, I mean, Randuin's certainly performing very much a similar kind of situation that we're talking about with the United Resistance before. Virtue of the Martyr, certainly going to be pretty tempting for the long term. I mean, of course, we're going to have some sort of backline carry to be able to carry Eternal Flame. So I think we've ended up with decent options here for Sacred Norris. I was really thinking he might actually go for the Pandoras, just because his items are so awkward at the moment, but probably not going to be tempted away as we check around the rest of the field. Bensak here, going to be picking up some very strong frontline to go with already some pretty slammed in backline items. I mean, if I wasn't, second guessing myself here, Matt, I think we were looking at last patch and a Warden board coming together.
Yeah, this is screaming Ash to me. The composition isn't like dead. We definitely don't see it as much as we normally do, but if you're able to get those items early, if you're able to get those rolls in, it's pretty valuable. And Bensak has been having a pretty strong early game, so getting into those later stages of the game, theoretically, won't be too much of a problem, and that's how you can get that Ash to start shining.
Yeah, I mean, the items are still pretty good, even if the win was not fully there. Taking a look at the far right-hand side of the screen, we can see some of our players have committed in heavily. Motive from Turkey, we're doubling down on the porcelain, as you might expect. The boiling point and the porcelain emblem coming into play as well to keep him up towards the top of the table and that win streak in place. Arat, his countryman from Turkey as well, also finding an emblem that will help lock him into a line. The Fated emblem online means that we've definitely got at least one Fated Dryad board in this lobby, if not more.
And I'm kind of curious looking down at Marius Bros on that 7-loss streak, only one to be able to continue that econ, as well as picking up, it's going to be Epic, which is a mythic augment that is going to give him 2 HP and 3 gold every time a mythic champion turns into an epic. So that's going to give you pretty decent value. You'll probably end up with like at least 10 extra HP, which at this point he's going to need given that loss streak.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like another way to turn it into a little bit of a metabolic accelerator, married to a bit of an econ augment as well. I'll be interested to see how Marius does, because Marius has taken the trade sector alongside that, so no board strength at all from his augment so far. He'll need to come back big, but hopefully he's got the long term in play. So coming onto our carousel, again, Motive maintains the win streak, but across the rest of the table, everybody else is on minimal streaks, if any.
Yeah, we're going to see Marius pick up that bow. I half expected it to be the Nautilus, but clearly going for something with his items. We aren't able to see it right now, but we are able to see his build. Looks like he's going for Kog'Maw reroll, kind of a blast from the past. It is a little bit better than it's been recently. Golden Spatula Cup 2, it was absolute garbage. But we'll see how it goes for Marius. He's hit that Kog'Maw 3, so is hopefully strong enough to make it through this stage.
Oh, I'm feeling a little bit iffy about the economy situation for Marius. As you mentioned, yeah, the Epic augment will give a little bit of gold back, but I think there has been a significant spend to bring Marius's board online. So while the itemization is good, the Kog'Maw 3 is good as well. This is a board that needs to do really well at this point of the game to recover Marius's economy.
Because you're really looking at this Cho'Gath as well. Like, Kog'Maw's great and all, but if he doesn't have a front line, he's an absolute waste of space. So being stuck on this Cho'Gath 2, depending on how long he's stuck on it, is going to kill the momentum of this composition. He's one off, admittedly, has trade sector like you mentioned before, but if you're coming into this, like you also mentioned, with 0 combat augments, you can't really afford to wait that long, because you've got to get the tempo going in order to survive the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, we look above on the table. I mean, at least, you know, Marius isn't too far behind the pack in terms of HP. We've actually got, you know, very similar HP all the way from 3rd down to last place at the moment, from 70 down to 60. Most of our friends here are keeping hold of their money for a little bit longer term. And right now, I mean, in terms of overall lobby, we've got Motive and Arat, the 2 Turkish players. They're both streaking up towards the top. They've both got a bunch of money in the bank and a very good position to get a strong finish to game 1 with.
Motive going for what looks like the baby parts of a Lux composition, that porcelain emblem on the Zyra. Oh, this is plus boiling point. Oh my god. Peter, I think I might have figured out why he's streaking.
I mean,
a crackpot theory.
We need more data, I think. It's worth noting that we do have in the lobby, I'm just looking through our secret supplies here, that Tabzz, who's currently dropped into last place, is also running a Lux composition with 2 healthy. So Motive, while he's strong right now, I don't think he's going to be able to rely on hitting a 3-star Lux to bring this board into the long term.
If I'm Tabzz with 2 healthy, honestly, you might have to look at Teemo, because you're not winning this. Like Motive has this massive streak, boiling point plus porcelain crest. Porcelain Zyra is disgusting because it's just a free Nashor's Tooth for her. Like, and he's 97 HP. You're 53 HP. You've got to find something else to play because you're not going to be able to win this game.
I'm really curious to see how things work out for Tabzz long term, because he's definitely taking the road less traveled. Notable, Arat lost a streak in the previous round, which leaves, again, Motive up at the top of the table. 7-round win streak. He's only lost a single time so far this game. And Porcelain 4, once it kicks in, is going to be a big step up in power. The rest of the lobby needs to be concerned. And Sacred Norris, the where's your Garens, not here apparently.
Oh, God. This is painful to watch, Peter.
We got the Jeep.
We're
it's
good.
fine. Everything's fine forever.
No more pain. Surely all of our problems are solved forever, and everyone goes home happy, right?
Okay. Well, let's recap where we were. So Sacred Norris got great items to start with. He's now got really good third item coming as well. We've got a third Garen online. We've not got very much money in the bank is the big problem here, because we want to be moving up towards the high levels. We want to be getting Aurelia online longer term to use that red buff. But, I mean, the money is presumably got to be coming from wins, because Sacred Norris has already taken about, probably about the 2/3 to half of the amount of losses he can afford to.
Yeah, and he's got to work towards this late game. He's already building up the items for that Aurelia, which is a good sign. This is where he needs to be headed. But 54 HP, 10 gold on 4-2. Storyweaver Crest, all right, he's not going to go for it. I would absolutely be baited by that. I'd be like, excellent, I can get my 7 in early. But given that it is going to be that shred kill, not what you're going to be looking for if you want to kind of roll into the vertical Storyweaver purely.
No, absolutely. The going towards the vertical Warden makes a lot of sense just because it gives you so much power, and you kind of are a one-unit board for quite a long time. Look on the right-hand side, though, we're just seeing some of our players putting the final pieces in place. It does look like we're seeing mostly fairly generic augments, though we do have the big hitters coming in for Marius. We talked about how with that mythic reroll board, he didn't have a lot of combat strength. At least in the final augment, he'll do some course correction.
I'm going to call a shot here, Peter.
Ooh.
Motive is going to be first or second. Unified Resistance is one of the strongest, flexible gold augments in the game. You already have that insane porcelain backline, so just buying time for them to pop off is going to be incredible. Tabzz we see going for... He's going for more duplicators, so I guess he's just fully committed to this Lux. I am not as optimistic about this, but I think he feels like it's his only shot forward is to just beat Motive to the punch.
Yeah, we expected today we would be seeing a lot of players playing in a more contested way. But Bensak, of course, seeming to want to stick with the Warden Ash kind of board from before, does fall victim to the Garen. So we've got, at least we have got Sacred Norris pushing his way up the table. For Tabzz here, you said, we're seeing... the flavor of the month, the flavor of the moment. We do have an extremely early Hui and those two duplicators. So Lux 3 and potentially Janna 3 are still on the table, even if we had to spend a lot of gold to get here.
This makes more sense now, Peter. I was like, why isn't Tabzz going off of this composition? Surely there's no way. Yeah, if you have a Hui on 4-3, you can absolutely go for that 2-cost reroll composition, no matter how contested you are. You're gonna hit.
Yeah, I mean, Janna 3 is shortly coming as well, so... I mean, I kind of like this. Yeah, we've got a lot of tankiness in there. We've got the Spirit Gardens in place, the Warden enhanced the augments, which means that the whole team's going to get a little bit of damage reduction as a bonus, and your backline's even get a little bit of damage share as well. So, looking forward to the rest of the game. For Tabzz in particular, I think we're going to be relying on some pretty nice positioning to get the most out of our Lux, since that's where most of our damage is going to be coming from.
And we're seeing Marius Bros on the other side of it. We were talking about this composition. We were talking about, hey, you're going for a Cogwall reroll. You need that front line, and you need to find a way to the late game because you have no combat augments. Unfortunately, still the case. Is in second place for now, so is at least doing okay in the HP game. But if you've only got a 1-cost carry at the moment who's contributing positively, you're going to be looking for another option very soon.
I'm really curious to see how Marius goes because, despite everything, has managed to claw his way up the table tremendously. Of course, coming in today, we heard a little bit before about the Spanish players who had a decent season so far, but in terms of the overall Rising Legends scenes, they've never managed to make the big and massive impact. Marius, certainly in this game, is looking like he might have the chance to have a strong finish to the early game. Remember, we're only reseeding every 2 games, but you have got tough opponents. Motive hitting the 2-star Syndra with the porcelain emblem in place.
I really like this here from Motive. You now know that you're going to be contested on that Lux 3. You've probably scouted around and seen the Hui, so you've got to make your own shot. And it looks like using that Syndra as potentially the primary carry by the end of the game and just getting that extra damage is going to go a long way with that 4 porcelain.
And I'm particularly impressed that Motiv's managed to get hold of the 2-star Syndra, even if we won't necessarily win this round here, because we've got a lot of people going down that line, as we expected. Multiple Fated Dryad boards in the mix, who are all, of course, incredibly reliant on hitting that 2-star Syndra as far as possible. But checking back in with Sacred Norris, he is got the question here that some of these boards just don't have the answer to. The Garen that grows tremendously, and if you don't have massive single target damage, you can't take him down.
And this game is kind of what I was afraid of happening, as we see Tabzz picking up that Janna 3, potentially selling off the way. You have so many people going for these early game compositions, namely the Lux-based compositions, that anyone who plays something else with board strength is going to pull away by the time we hit that end game. This stage 5 is where I'm looking to see those other compositions pull ahead, because Tabzz has kind of won the Lux reroll game. Everyone else is holding hands.
Oh boy, well, I mean, there are definitely certain boards that Tabzz is going to do well against. In this case, you can see the Lux going straight after the Ashe in the corner. Unfortunately, we don't actually have a much of a boost, sort of damage boost for the Lux. We're really based heavily on casting as frequently as is humanly possible. We don't have a Rabadance or similar, but eventually you get rid of the Ashe on the tail end, but it still gets a little spicy towards the tail end. This is a little closer than Tabzz maybe would have liked.
Yeah, able to make it out. I'm kind of curious what's happening over on one of the boards we were looking at earlier on. Taplast goes for that Learning Dispel, commits pretty early to that Zyra. But we haven't seen him in a while. He's about the middle of the table. So I'm curious what he's been up to while we've been away.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see him in a second, because we are getting a few upgrades creeping in for our players. Again, this has not been a streak-heavy game. Motiv, who was on that, only player who managed to maintain a streak for a good amount of time, has now turned to a lost streak instead. And Sacred Norris with that Garen board has taken his position. Everybody else has had to marshal their resources very carefully. I think that's maybe why we're seeing some of these boards take a little bit longer to get online than they might otherwise.
Tabzz now deciding what he's going to do with the items. Looks like a red buff Janna. She's going to be ulting pretty quick. For the best, as we head over to Sergen's board, going for the full roll down, looking for a Syndra 2. Very much not alone on that front, Peter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as we talked about before, this is not I don't like the idea of trying to roll down for it for Sergen here, because you know that it's going to be hard to hit the 2-star. We have got already 2 sets, though, which is certainly above what we would be expecting, so at least he can scale up. But against boards like this, I'm really curious about to see how this one goes, because certainly we'd expect Syndra usually to be the answer to these big single units, but Garen just walks onto her this time round, and I can't see this doing well at all.
Yeah, no, she's down for the count. Sacred Norris has very much gotten this board online. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, there's so many AP lines available on this patch. We kind of talked about it on desk. There's a lot of options. All of them are pretty strong. Everyone, however, went for the Syndra. I'm kind of wondering what happened to the Lilias. We've seen her be pretty decent. She's on all those tier lists. But the only Lilia we see is coming up from Marius Bros. And I'm curious what he's going to do about it, because potentially you could sell off that Kog'Maw if you get a spare and just put those items on the Lilia and have yourself an AP carry completely uncontested for the late game.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there as well. It's certainly, I think that we'll see that across the entirety of the competition are players who are able to keep themselves flexible and find the lines that are not being contested in the lobby will do well. Sergen, though, gets a get out jail free card of a sort, managing to find the Syndra 2 is, as we talked about already, a hugely contested lobby for Syndras. So this is hopefully something that will keep his head above water. He could be going up against Tabzz in the next round, though, and Tabzz, like Sergen, needs to get the wins in now.
Now heading back, we are going to see what Taplast has been up to in the meantime, looking at that Zoe carry. Decent items, but only a Zoe 2 at the moment, so I wonder if he's just going to be looking towards that late game, looking for some other AP options for those carries, because he's not very far along if he wants to go for that 3-star, but he will be able to take down Serginho for the first 8th of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that was tough. I think, certainly there's been the discussions before of when we have got a meta and the bag sizes we do, you can test the composition. If it takes too long to get online, even if you do hit your units, you're still too weak compared to other players who have played uncontested. So I don't think that's going to be the last Syndra Dryad board we see go 8th in the competition.
Now we see Tabzz slotting in that Story Weaver, getting rid of the Diana in order to do so, believing that the power from that Kayle is going to outdo. Sorry, I was kind of on pause for a second because that Kayle is giving AP to a training dummy.
What? Training dummies
sure
would love to.
Yeah. Gonna have a ton of AP for all of that attacking it does.
Well, but in this next round coming up, we get to see Marius against Bensak, the two throwback compositions up against each other. I'm like you here. I'm really curious to see how the Kog'Maw does in the long term because he really needs to be hitting that Ashe. But the Cho'Gath 3, who took a while to come online, I think isn't quite good enough. And no, Marius is in a major trouble. Tabzz losing in the previous round as well. We're starting to see multiple players in the teens, multiple players in the 20s of HP, and only Sacred Norris with a Garen board keeping himself up towards the upper part of the table and the upper part of the HPs.
I will note here, Marius Bros, I was worried about his spot, but you see there on the bench, he's got an item remover, he's got a Hui, he's trying to print out a brand new Lilia. So there is the option for him, pick up whatever AP items you can, pop them off the Kog'Maw, and give the spares back to the Kog'Maw, and fully itemize your Lilia.
No, I would absolutely be with you there as well.
Oh,
I mean,
brutal.
We know the itemization is very similar. As we're seeing a little bit of scrapping over there. A lot of Story Weaver emblems coming through. So Taplast picking up one for himself, I presume as a way just to squeeze out maybe a little bit of extra board strength while keeping that Kayle in play.
It allows him to swap out one of those less desirable units, as we're going to see a second Last Whisper here for Bensak, going to be itemizing that Aphelios on the bench.
Yeah, okay, so we've got the 4 sniper in place for Taplast. I mean, certainly doing... oh no, sorry, not for Taplast. But onto Tabzz anyway, of course, towards the bottom. We noted before, of course, the Turkish players were doing very well. They have now dropped down considerably from where they were before. They were rocking the top 2 spaces. Now they're towards the bottom of 4. Tabzz is, of course, fighting for his life in this round. As we will see Marius, it looks like as it stands, Marius is going to be building out the Lilia with a new set of items rather than transferring.
Looks like it. You know, Lilia does have that generation from the Invoker, same as Kog'Maw, so it's not the worst. So we see this Lux is just struggling to chew through this front line and not in a position to hit the Kog'Maw, more notably. She's going to ult as much as she can, but just does not have the power, and unfortunately, Tabzz is going to go down in 7th place.
Yeah, I think just chasing the current hot composition of the moment really betrayed him in this game. But I think what you pointed out before with Marius' composition has come true. We've now got the secondary damage source along with that Kog'Maw, and I think that's making all the difference.
And just to hit a comment on Sacred Norris's board, in the earlier stages of the game, the concern was that there wasn't enough single target damage to take it down. Now the concern is that the single target damage is there, but it takes a damn long time to get going. So still in trouble for the rest of the lobby. Hasn't hit that Aurelia, but on 50 gold, a 9 win streak. He's going to push 9, he's going to find that Aurelia, and he's going to do a damn good job by the end of the game.
Well, the problem here for everybody else is, with 6 Warden in place, all of these Wardens are pretty decent damage sponges to give time for Garen to scale up. Of course, he's scaling with his spell, he's scaling with the Archangels as well. If he doesn't get taken down pretty early on into proceedings, he does move beyond the point, as you're saying there, that even the techniques which are supposed to bring him down can still struggle to do so.
And you're seeing just like this, he is starting to stack up. He's got the ults going, but he is currently 6 versus 1, if I'm doing my math correctly.
5. 4? Oh no, wait, no, it's still 5. We can't count.
Oh, okay.
I don't think. No, this was Sacred Norris actually taking the L there. So, we were talking before about the Aurelia still being missing for this board. I think that's the big thing here is that Garen, much like he was early on in the game, he can't kill a whole board by himself. He does need to have some kind of backup, much like we've seen Marius pick up for his Kog'Maw here.
We've got the Hui 2. We've got 7 Mythic online. This is about as strong as this board gets. I'm interested in Marius's choice to keep it on the Kog'Maw, considering it's a 1-cost carry, but I'm in no place to judge, given that he is somehow going to pull out a top 4 by the looks of it with this Kog'Maw composition. So really good piloting from him, especially when we were really worried in those earlier stages.
And it's the elephant in the room, Matt. Marius is, at least for the time being, going to try and duplicate the anvil, which is the secret forbidden technique, which, of course, you know, we don't see too often.
It'd be really funny if it worked. Unfortunately for him, I don't think so. Gnasher's Tooth on offer. It will be picked up.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a great second item for the Lilia. But Arab is next up on the chopping block. Motive is out alongside Tabzz as well. Arab could be going out in this round.
Yep, another one of those Syndra boards has picked up 7 Faded and 4 Dryad, though, so lots of power coming out of this Azir. He's going to get his first ultimate off, but against Sacred Norris, who just jumps into the back line with that Garen. Goodbye, Syndra. Azir, send a postcard home, because you're headed back right away. That second ult will take him down to half, and Garen will, in short order, clean up the rest of the board.
What a disappointing end for our Turkish players. For anyone who wasn't here for the Golden Spatula Cup #1, we did see Darkest almost manage to win the entire thing and win the first Golden Spatula crown for Turkey themselves. But in this case, you know, both Arab and Motive, they started off so well. It's got to be really, really gutting to end out that one in bottom 4.
And I'm really impressed by Bensek here, able to call that shot early, knowing that Ashkamp's going to be uncontested, but piloting it to the point that he's able to make it to this level 9, to this top 4, in a lobby that had some really strong compositions going into it. Like, you've survived the Sacred Norris test for 6 whole stages.
Well, I mean, the test seems to be here for a lot of our compositions is, can you stay away from the Garen low enough? You can see the way Sacred Norris is positioning the Garen right now, it's on the extreme flank. Hopefully, I've imagined that if the Alawi moves in, this forces the Garen into the corner there, directly onto the Ashe.
Yeah, unfortunately, if you had to sacrifice a carry on the side, it'd be the Aphelios, not the Ashe. But we can see the Aphelios doing his best to chew through the rest of this board, but the Garen, just unstoppable. This is not the composition with the single target damage to take it down.
All right, well, Bensek, of course, we'll be expecting big things from him this competition based on what we saw from him in GSC #1. Goes out in 4th place. It's a decent way to start off the competition. But for me, Sacred Norris, of course, you know, one of the lower profile players behind, you know, Taplast, of course, won the previous GSC. I'm particularly gratified to see Taplast coming into this one. We were told he was very confident coming into this event. To finish out his first lobby strongly really helps back up that kind of level of confidence.
It's all about momentum, the mental game. You know that if you come in strong, you don't have to start worrying yet. So he's got plenty of time as we see him, Marius going against Sacred Norris's board, who still has not found an Aurelia, interestingly, but it doesn't seem to matter, frankly, because Sacred Norris is still just ripping through these boards. Kog'Maw, in theory, has single target damage, but he's going to target that Garen last of all of anyone on the board. So that Garen will have plenty of time to stack up against this comp.
I suppose the only good news for this competition is you can see it's slowly chewing its way through the other units, and as we've already established, Garen by himself isn't fantastic, but when you've got 2 tanks left over, yeah, eventually the dam is going to break there, and Marius losing out to the Ghost has got to really sting, as Taplast off stream will lose a round, presumably against Sacred Norris as well.
And I am completely unsurprised by this result. I think Sacred Norris is in about as good a spot as you can be from this game. Just incredible piloting. Their story champion still as terrifying as an augment as we all expected it to be.
I was honestly not fully prepared for how nuts it was going to be, though. I thought with the nerfs to this line that it wouldn't be as strong as we've seen it in previous GSCs, but I think it's been really well piloted by Sacred Norris as well. I mean, he saw that he had the spot, as we talked about before, he had the great dice from the beginning, even if he didn't have access to all the guarantees he wanted for. He played this very patiently, and I think he's getting rewarded fully for it.
And I think it's important to look at how this composition stacks up against the meta right now. If everyone's going for those compositions centered around Lux, who does a lot of spread damage but not a lot of single target, then even if you're positioning the Garen a little bit off, you're still not getting your main threat nullified until the very late stages of the fight, or never at all.
Well, one thing which is interesting though from Taplast is he's got 6 Ghostly in place. If there is a way to bring down a Titan like the Garen, it's getting all of the ghosts onto him. And in this case, we see the Garen doesn't actually wrap onto the backline until fairly late into the fight. I think he's got enough units surrounding him, yes, that with all the ghosts, that's enough to bring the Titan down.
I thought this might have been a done deal, but it looks like Taplast may have found the way out of this with that 6 Ghostly, as you mentioned. Sitting on a pair of Udyrs, wondering if he's just gonna try and roll for it. Instead, sitting with that 9 gold. Both players pretty much completely out of money, but Sacred Norris has finally found an Aurelia.
Yes, it's very late into the game. We have got a Duelist Emblem to enable her for a little bit more power and Lysandra as well, but Matt, you pointed out right back at the beginning of this game, Taplast with the learning to spell means that this board is getting that little bit stronger every single round. We're going up to face with Sacred Norris. I don't think this will kill Norris if he loses this round, but every time it's still very close.
Yep, the Aurelia having that backline access that Norris was missing previously might be the key to winning this round. The Zoe firing away as best she can, but she's already down to a quarter of HP. There goes the Aurelia ultimate into the backline. It's down to just the Garen, just the Aurelia. The Zyra in the backline, still able to put out some damage, but just not enough. Taplast survives to PvE, if nothing else. There's still 1 round left to go.
I think you call that really well, Matt. Just the ability to get in there and delete those backline units is absolutely crucial. We don't have any kind of, healing effect for Taplast, so that damage when it lands, it will stick. And it's always going to take a certain amount of time to kill off the extraneous units on Sacred Norris's board to get all those ghosts together onto the onto the Garen and make him killable.
And this is a great situation here for Taplast. Yes, he's stuck on the Zoe 3, but he's got a pretty good version of this board. There's not a ton he can do to make it better. He's got 30 gold to work with. Probably going to abandon the Zoe 3 at this point, try and get some 2-star versions of the units already on the board. We'll find that Kayn upgrade. Not sure how much that matters, frankly, at this stage, given how strong Sacred Norris's board is looking, but he's going to try and eke out every opportunity, denying the Aurelia 2 as best he can as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Aurelia 2 would be the instant death now. Sacred Norris has still got enough HP in the bank to, I believe, soak a loss. Last item coming in. It's going to be crucial. I'd imagine it's going to be something for our friend Morgana. The Static Shiv. We do already have Magic Shred, or Magic Resist Shred, but it's on a frontline unit, so it could disappear. Keep your eye out close on the Garen. This time, Matt, the change has been made. Taplast has moved the carriers to the opposite corner from the Garen.
It's going to work for the time being. It's going to give that Zoe a little bit more time to ult, and that's going to be the pivots coming out. Look at all those ricochets, but it's down to just the Garen left. Zoe in there, gets ulted down, and one more is all it will take. Sacred Norris will take the first game of Golden Spatula Cup 3.
Yeah, incredible win there for Sacred Norris. I think Taplast, honestly, pretty happy with how things played there. I like that even in the very first game of the competition, we got players fighting tooth and nail for that 1 extra point, because of course, our players today, we're looking to try and maintain their position in the top half and make it through to day 2 primarily.
And in case anyone wants to know, we did get an update from our production team. If you're wondering exactly how beefy was that Garen, 16,000 HP. So, very, I guess is my answer.
Oh boy, I think I might even be in a number from earlier on, but either way around it was a very large lad and he got the job done. Gentle friends, we'll be headed to break. When we return, our analysts will break down game 1 and hopefully with the use of their hands indicate just how big that Garen was. We'll see you in a few minutes' time.
Hi, I'm Taplast from Hungary. I am 22 years old and I am gonna be the set 11 Golden Spatula Cup 2 winner. Inkborn Fables has been my favorite set probably. Close second is set 6 and 6.5. Encounters have been pretty fun for most of it, but some of it should be deleted in my opinion. Yes, I am down to play in TFT offline events. I am maybe going to the one in Poland this year as well. I was actually planning to go to the Cactus Land this year, but I couldn't make it unfortunately. For people who want to qualify for GSCs, I would recommend to participate in all the open qualifiers, including the TRCs, and don't get too nervous about qualifying from the ladder. My goal in competitive TFT is to win everything, to win GSC, win Rising Legends Finals, and then win Worlds as well. Thanks for all the support I get from the Hungarian community and from my family and from Twitch chatters. I would like to shout out Brazila and Stylat for making the Hungarian community happen. And I would also like to shout out to Sven, the guy I'm kind of practicing with, but it's usually just exchanging ideas on Discord.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk after our very first game of the Golden Spatula Cup number 3 here. And I feel like there was a lot in this game that was a little bit expected, but also a little bit unexpected. So why don't we run through it, starting us off with that winning comp there from Sacred Norris. And of course, an old familiar, the Garen hero augment coming back.
It feels like we're back in GSC number 2. Similar strategy we saw all throughout that GSC, having Garen on the side of the board, taking damage. I love the Archangel, identifying that pretty much every player in this lobby has a scaling comp, and you, in the other day, want this Garen to outscale these other AP comps that we saw all throughout this lobby. I think not too much more to talk about because Sacred Norris played it by the book, the way he played this Garen, but still a very, very scary comp to face. And the big picture is, if you have a chance to play an alternate game plan that isn't, as we saw, rolling and missing for Syndra, try and take it at 2-1. We saw it with Sacred Norris's story champion hero augment. We saw it with Taplast picking up Learning to Spell. I think going to be one of the most important augments to pick up in stage 2. So many different comps can play for this. And also Marius, who didn't have a clear augment to play for Kog'Maw, but with the extra item components and overall no one else contesting him, found a great way to get a 3rd place in this lobby.
Yeah, and Alanzq playing also an alternative line with the Ashe, something that we don't see as much anymore, with snipers being not really in the meta right now, getting an easy top 4 still, even though it's not really getting much playtime.
I personally was really a little bit surprised to see that coming into this, we were expecting the Syndra to come out to be a comp that was very dominating, and we did see 3 Syndra players, and all of them went bottom 4. Of course, a little bit is that hand-holding, knowing you'll maybe have to invest more than the other players to try and stabilize ahead of them, and in the end, it kind of bit all of them in the back there to not be able to turn it around. I did like the approach on the porcelain specifically to kind of pivot out of that Lux that we saw so contested and then try to go for the Syndra, but it's just too much hand holding.
I think it was a case of maybe just Garen coming in, and we saw so many different fights. Garen killing off one frontline unit and then coming into Syndra before she has enough burst to actually take him down, especially with the declaw. So that could have been just a matchup dependent read on this first lobby, where so many players had a really tough time trying to find those matchups and win them, basically.
Yeah, I want to mention that Taplast did something really great at the end there, going for the 6 Ghostly to swing that matchup in his favor. He won a fight right after that, but in the end was just not enough, and Sacred North found the Irelia and the Duelist Spat. Was just not able to quite beat him in the end, but he made a really good run.
Yeah, there was a great effort, and I think in that penultimate game, it was really, really close between the Garen and maybe a success for Taplast here. But still, as a former Golden Spatula Cup winner in the last cup, coming back, getting that second place in the very first game, that has to be a motivational high, something you can capitalize on. So definitely, I think Taplast in good shape this weekend. Looking forward to what everybody else brings to the table. I personally, I'd like to see a little bit of Teemo. We saw a lot of Lux this time around, but maybe the Teemo can come play too. I'm just saying.
I do want to mention with Tabzz, a player we haven't touched on yet, he finished 7th in this game. Prio'd items on Lux over Janna, which I'm not sure is entirely correct. It really depends, I guess, maybe on what you two start first early on. But the biggest thing is the fact that there was no Mumu 3, which I think is the cornerstone of finding stability on that comp in stage 4 especially. And that's because there were many Syndra players who weren't playing kind of the standard Syndra Dryad version. They were playing a vertical Syndra, they were playing a porcelain Syndra, taking up these Amumus, and Bensec as well, playing the Ashboard with Wardens, also taking up some of those Amumus. So without the Amumu 3, Tabzz could not find any way to stabilize, and the Lux with Rageblade, especially not ideal, couldn't do enough to get better than a 7th in this case.
Yeah, I agree. I was a little bit surprised to see him sell off to Hue after, being able to get that Janna, get that Lux, and then just neglecting that Amumu. You could have been printing more options there, but he was a little bit low on total economy and HP as well. So I think it was a little bit of weighing off what he wanted to go for. This time around, maybe a 7th, but I'm sure with all that competitive history he has, that's something he'll be able to shrug off and just move on as we are heading into our game number 2. Here are once again Niberia and Counterfeit.
What's good, gamers? We're back. And Peter, you and I have had some discussions in the back room about that first game. And it was mentioned on desk, but I don't feel like we can hit this enough times. Almost all of the players went for a very contested early comp in the Lux. And all of them pivoted into the same composition in the Syndra. It was like you shot yourselves in the foot in the early game and then continued. You were like, I still have bones left in my foot. I can fix that. And just kept firing away.
That's a honestly terrifying metaphor. Fortunately, we've got another topic to move on to very swiftly, as we're going to be bringing in some new faces to the field here. We're actually going to rush ourselves into lobby 2. So bear in mind, of course, our players getting reseeded every 2 rounds with snake seeding. In this case, we are going to be seeing the portals straight away not be a choice for our players, it's an encounter. So an extra reroll on their augments means they'll get a lot more agency in this game as to what they end up playing.
And I'm expecting more hero augments as a result. I'm expecting someone will end up with a story champion, someone will end up with a lucky pause, just because you have the opportunity to reroll it, and because they can be so game warping early and get you off that contested line that I have been whinging about since minute 1.
Well, let's start getting into talking a little bit about our players since we kind of rush into this one a little bit. Of course, we've got some very familiar names. Of course, Suelatayo, from, a much beloved player, just of course from Spain, one of the front runners in the Spanish field. But I want to particularly bring our focus onto Aloha, who is a very new player from Germany. I think it was mentioned on the desk earlier on, was playing in his first ever open qualifier, came first place in that event, and this will be his first ever Golden Spatula Cup.
Curious to see how it goes. We've had a couple of these players throughout the history just kind of come in and wreck shop. I remember Og was one such player. Saru as well, just kind of came out of nowhere, won a Golden Spatula Cup, and was barely seen from again. So I'm hoping we get another one. I'm hoping we get someone who's just going to come in, take no names, and head on out as we see Lozuk's very early story weaver here.
Yeah, we've managed to find an incredibly early Zoe there. Of course, we saw in the previous game how powerful it can be. I think you were kind of raising the topic in general, that in our previous game, we're seeing our players being a little bit too focused towards playing, just the one AP line at different points in the game. It's worth noting, though, that Lozux isn't the only person to find an early Zoe, as we'll get our gold augments coming in. Remember, these can be rerolled an additional time.
Gargantuan Resolve might not be too bad. That 4 Reaper composition that was mentioned at top of show is an AD line that's fairly uncontested. Doesn't look like the option here. Midnight Siphon, one of those hero augments. Speaking of Aloha, and speaking of hero augments, we've got a nice dovetail in Aloha, who has picked up Story Champion. And Peepo Glad has picked up Ethereal Blaze. Come on, do it. Do it.
It's forbidden. Okay. To be fair, we have got the Call to Adventure we've functionally got the Kale hero augment in place as well, so we do kind of have a 3 hero augment game. But yeah, exactly as we expected, we're seeing our players making some very, very direct choices, including the Exalted Piggy Bank Juso here, the path to a potentially massive amount of money.
Yeah, really strong econ early. Hopefully he'll be able to turn it into something. We kind of rarely see this one in competitive. I can't remember the last time it was actually featured on stream, so I'm interested in seeing how well it's piloted. So we see Grushika well with Slammin', which is an augment that I really like to see. You just keep down your components as much as possible and get rewarded for it.
Yeah, I mean, in a lobby which is full of very spicy choices for our first ones in, it's good to see someone picking up the generically strong ones as well, but the Sage Emblem coming in for Sweller is really fascinating here. Not something we see much at all, but of course we saw in our previous game, the Sage Lux composition or Sage Janna composition is very popular at the moment, and this is another way to pump more power into it. Notable as well, Juso has hit Exalted on this line already.
Yeah, able to pick that up pretty easily. Going to try and sell out for gold, it looks like. But Chuso going to be able to start stacking up that econ. And I'm really hoping that we are going to see Sweller go for like a Lilia line later rather than going for that contested porcelain line, because we have seen some compositions with Sage, with Lilia pretty consistently over the past couple of patches. Maybe not SSS tier, but pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, we've certainly got some interesting options longer term to do so here. The Ash being exalted as well is going to be pretty tempting, but we've got a Nasha slammed in already, so presumably we are staying in the more AP line. Something we haven't talked about yet, though, is Left Overture, one of our Polish players in this lobby, picking up the Duelist emblem, a line which has dropped out of popularity a lot in this patch after taking a global general nerf.
I haven't played it exactly one time. I feel like I can say with 100% confidence and 0% chance of being wrong, it sucks. I'm hoping Left Overture will prove me wrong. I just thought it was very funny to have that long prelude. But I think the Duelist crest might actually be one of the solutions, because you have some still strong units. You can use Kiana for the Heavenly, a pretty decent unit in her own right, as well as that Lee Sin, of course, has always been the premier carry of this composition. But you can add in another Duelist possibility to support that Lee Sin, to support that Lake Morelia. So I'm interested in seeing where Left Overture takes this.
I'm kind of curious to see if we will see any kind of return back to more towards the rerolled style for Left Overture, given that we've certainly always got that as an option. But I mean, 8 duelists potentially on the horizon very later on, although you can just cut one of the weaker duelists and run 6 and more strong units instead. I think going forward, you mentioned that we've got the story champion in place for Aloha. I think for all of our players, they've got to have it in back of mind, especially if they did catch the previous game on stream in any way, that this is potentially a game-winning board. They need to have some sort of tool to deal with.
And I do want to call out a positive change from last game. Despite there being a couple contests of that Dryad line potentially coming out, I feel like the comp variety is higher. Maybe it's just because we have 2 hero augments, but I'm hoping I won't have to eat my words.
I mean, this is exactly what we're talking about right at the beginning of the day. Having the hero augments in play lets the players spread out in a lobby a lot more and find their own path, because it's not like anybody else is going to be rushing to grab as many Garens as possible. What we do see Aloha doing here is, I think we can use this as a comparison point with what we saw before in our previous lobby, where in this case we've not got a ton of Garens in place already, and Aloha is definitely trying to maintain the loss streak, because it doesn't seem like he's remotely ready to start bringing this board online in a major way.
Which is fair. We saw this last game with the storied champion for Sacred Norris, having to go for that loss streak, not able to hit, and you're relying on that 3-1 roll down, the hyper roll on level 4 to try and get you the bulk majority of your Garens. So I like Aloha going for the absolute maximum amount of econ possible. So we see People Glad. BT on Shen, we very rarely see. But I'm interested. Normally you'd go for a Gunblade there, but I assume it's just trying to take as few losses as possible.
Well, I guess, I'm interested to see what the itemization ends up looking like there for People Glad's Shen, because, the Bloodthirst is definitely a more, selfish choice is the word I was looking for there, where if the Shen gets all the way to the end of the round and can scale up, then he can keep himself alive the strongest, but he's definitely not helping his team out before that happens. So I'll be fascinated to see how it goes. Wojtek, who we've got, of course, here with the story champion. Interesting to see that... the call to adventure, rather. Interesting to see, as we know in a previous game, we've gone for the green Kale, the Shred Kale, rather than going into the pure blue, which would be for maximal damage.
Which is interesting to me, given that this augment is all about pumping up Kale specifically. So I'm interested in following this. I've generally seen the triple blue for that more recently, but I'm sure that Wojtek has a plan for that line as we see Sweller, unfortunately, ending that streak with a loss on this vertical Sage composition. It's already found 2 of them plus that crest. So very strong stats coming out of that in the early game.
Well, for sure. I mean, just, Sage is not one of those kind of traits that's really supposed to be accessed very, very early on in the game. So just the raw AP it gives you, I think it's going to be very impactful. But from our overall field, Lozux from Kuwait is our only player to maintain the full win streak. We call out from very early on how powerful that Zoe can be, and apparently, with the Hullbreaker frontline, she's doing a lot of work.
Free TG is going to come in handy. And I do want to point out as well, a couple of these players we saw in the last Golden Spatula Cup find a lot of success. When I was doing my prep, I was looking at Sweller, I was looking at Chuso as players that did very well in the last Golden Spatula Cup, but as of late, their results just have not been matching up. It was more of an outlier, the success, and I'm hoping that we see the opposite become true. I'm hoping that starts a trend for them, to see them getting stronger throughout this game. As we see Garen's being picked up, but notably a Lilia being held here by Aloha.
Okay. Well, it looks like Aloha's trying to play this one out interestingly, because, we've, certainly we traditionally expect to need a lot of cloaks for our friend Garen. We've already got the ability to put down a Dragon's Claw if we want to, but it looks like, despite the fact that Aloha is existing in the same lobby with Juso, who is also putting together a massive loss streak, Aloha somehow managed to keep his board weak enough to run the loss streak alongside him.
And I think at this point, you don't really care whether you win or lose this particular round. If you do win, that means you got to keep the tempo rolling. If you do lose, you sacrifice a little bit of HP, but keep that econ up, because did not hit a ton of Garens for Aloha. Only was able to find, I think, 1 additional Garen, but still being at 50 or 40 gold does compensate ever so slightly for it.
Yeah, and I think this time around we aren't going to see the big roll down to 30 or any lower. I think it's just because Aloha's quite happy to run out this game in a more slow fashion. People Glad on the other side winning out the round, as we will go into Prismatic for a second. So hopefully some of our players' boards will come together a little bit more strongly now, especially if they pick up some of these item-based Prismatic augments.
Yeah, I'm going to keep my eyes on the right-hand side of the screen. Aloha, oof. Okay. couple of solid items. Pandora's items, not what you're looking for. Pretty difficult. Prismatic, we see Sweller going for, I believe that's Tiny But Deadly. Chuso, we were talking about the faded line earlier about how common it is in the later stages of the game. Wojciech just with a new recruit.
So Yuso we know now is definitely married into the Fated line, which makes sense. Exalted being heavily, integrated with the Fated in this game. We can see Fated Exalted Dryad online here. I mean, we know across the entirety of this event, if Exalted allows you to play one of these more meta compositions, then you'd imagine usually at least one player, if not more players, would be all over that.
And a lot of our late game, going back to Golden Spatula Cup 2, was kind of defined by, okay, I've hit my late game composition, I've hit level 9. How do I get Exalted back into this composition without absolutely murdering my board? Because it does give so much power. Once you hit level 9, once you hit level 10, it suddenly becomes so worth it if you can even remotely make it synergistic to go for it.
Yeah, and I think that's where we'll see the difference here towards the end of this lobby. Remember, again, the reseed comes after this game. 4 more games plus this one to try and for our players to get into the top half, which will make it into day 2. Ari will be giving the blessing across. So our players will all get themselves a little bit of an extra push of power, but notable map towards the bottom of the table. Juso, who has been a loss streak so far, is starting to build up a little bit of power. We might see our 2 loss streakers collide with each other in this round and really define who gets to keep that streak going.
He's on the Exalted as well. He's hit that level 7, so this is a player that you expect to be able to go like for a slingshot on 4-1, push to 8, and roll down. Because he should have an economic advantage with this full loss streak, with the Exalted piggy bank since 2-1. You very much expect this to be a quick turnaround. It's just a matter of if he can hit that all-important Syndra on that roll down in stage 4.
We've certainly seen some players be lucky with it so far, as Juso goes up against Lozark. So remember from before, we did see, of course, the Call to Adventure board in play. Lozark's also going to be bringing Story Reaver into play. So while we have seen our players spread out a little bit more in terms of what compositions they're playing, we will see at least a bit of contestation in this lobby.
Ultimate Arcana also being an interesting pickup. I very rarely see players go for this or the AD equivalent because yes, it's combat power, and yes, items are important, but a lot of prismatics just give you so much more direct of a buff that they can often be considered like even more important. So I guess because you're relying on multiple AP carries, having them both itemized just gives you such an advantage with those items that are so close to best in slot.
I mean, I think that's where we are at the moment, that our players definitely want to get ideally multiple carries online and as soon as is possible. Taking a look down at the bottom, we can see a few of the bits and pieces of the players we've put together. Aloha, we noted from before, was struggling a little bit with finding the right items for the Garen, so the Pandoras, as you noted before, not perfect, but it does allow for a Radiant item to be put onto the Garen, which is something. The Grudge here, we haven't talked too much about as of yet. Also, somewhat in the Fated line, though not necessarily married to it as of yet. We have got a Spatula to perhaps stake our claim somewhere else later on.
Curious where that's going to go. Of course, still getting the advantages from Slammin by putting all of these individual components on the board, which kind of tells us what he's not going for. Like, he's probably not going to go for a Lowy and a Mumu, given that he's probably going to have to sell them. Like a Mumu with the bow, not great. The Alawi has a defensive component, so she could keep her. So I just want to keep my eyes on this as it progresses. But Peter, earlier you were asking, Left Overture has gone for this Duelist crest. We know that the previous form of the Duelist with the primary Lee Sin has not been as good recently. Will he go for the old reroll? And we see an itemized Kiana. That could signal, yes, absolutely.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm fascinated to see where things go longer term for Left Overture, because that was an end of a 7-round win streak that he had in place. I think the Edge of Night being in the mix does suggest that maybe we will be headed towards, well, something of a throwback to the previous patch, but I think, Matt, coming into this one, I think, from looking at how things are playing out on ladder, things were more different than the previous GSC. When it comes to actually playing these games, it seemed like we're seeing more throwback compositions than we would have expected.
And heading over here on the People Glad's board, I'm almost surprised that he's on a 4-win streak, given that the only items he has for the Shen is the BT and the bow. I would have expected it to be much weaker without that Ginsu's Rage Blade, that all-important core item, but I guess we're going to see exactly how this composition has been succeeding. And it smells like the answer is that Ornn.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very slow round, isn't it? Because you've got the 6 Behemoth in place, which, of course, as David mentioned right back at the beginning of the show, recently bug fixed to be more reliable and spread their bonus resistances around the place. But they are an absolute wall, even if the Shen's taking forever to stack up his ultimate and get those true damage shots in. He's getting there. I mean, in this case, he's not going to get the win in, but I'm still impressed he's gotten this far. The Bloodthirst you pointed out before, Matt, I think is one of the difference makers in making sure that when it comes to the end of round, Shen can do cleanup duty very well.
Yeah, which is why that item can be beneficial. Having that shield is nice. As we head over to Aloha's board, we mentioned this before, able to pick up that Radiant BT plus Dragon's Claw and Archangel's, very, very similar to the itemization we saw from Sacred Norris the previous round. So this is a great looking Garen. Just kind of hoping for one more copy so that he can get the real power on the board with the Garen 3.
I kind of held my breath a little bit because I didn't actually check in which one I got initially from the Radiant Pandoras, but having the Radiant Bloodthirst is amazing. The 3-star, you call for it, it appears just like that. I do think in this case we're building out what looks to be an AP backline rather than an AD backline. But, I mean, you know, because we've got most of the composition just 6 Wardens, we do have that flexibility of approach.
Well, they're sitting here on this Sage board, keeping that Lux as the itemized carry. This does not necessarily signal that he's going to stick with it. I don't see any help on the bench, so probably just using this as a transitory unit. Curious where he goes in the later stage. Are we going to see that, like, 17-way Syndra contest again? Hopefully not.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some items slammed already, certainly pushing us towards the AP side of things, but I mean, Sweller's in an interesting spot. No streak right in the middle of the table right now. But we can see the board is, I think, just about strong enough, maybe, to take down the Duelist. No, by a small margin.
Gross.
It's not quite enough.
And this board from Leftoverture is very interesting to me. The itemization on the Lee Sin is pure tank. It seems like this Qiyana is temporarily or permanently, we'll have to see, the damage source for this composition with that red buff Tristana in the backline as well. Interesting line, to say the least.
Well, we know do you remember people on Reddit talking about the idea of trying to, you know, push more in towards your early carries, make them work, make them carry for you as long as is humanly possible. But we'll see how things go a long time. Do remember, of course, we're in a lobby with 2 Story Weaver players, so Leftoverture's chances of hitting the full cap with the Aurelia 2 may be a little harder than it would be otherwise.
There goes the Ascension pickup for that Story Champion. A perfect pickup to finish off that composition. As Chuso, spoiled for choice with 4 costs, able to pick up the Syndra. That looked like... Wasn't that supposed to be a Syndra too?
Yeah,
it is now, but I swear that Syndra was flashing with the 2-star icon.
I didn't spot it myself, but what I do spot here is we've got one Fated Emblem and another on the cards in the future. If Yuso is able to just grab hold of a little bit of extra luck on the carousel. Up against Gruzchik on the other side. So we are seeing some elements of what we saw here before. We've got the 2 Fated Dryad boards online, with Gruzchik actually going heavily in towards the Kindred, maybe hoping to find a way to not contest with the other Fated boards.
I was really excited for that board, Peter, and then Syndra targeted Kindred for literally half a second, and she just exploded. It was rough, dude.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping it would do a little bit more than that, but for people, there is some good news. The Ginsu's is a line that we've been calling for all the way through, so I think Peepo's in a really good spot. He's still, let's see, so Peepo, I think ideally would like to have another Ginsu's on our friend Shen here, but I think given there's very little time left for him to find the requisite components, he may have to settle for something else.
And he's got some interesting options. Edge of Night, probably not the best, given that Shen's always going to be the last one anyways, but you could see something like a Titans, which does give that stacking advantage, synergizes very well with the Bloodthirster, because you'll have more resists once that shield is popped, making it go the extra mile. So it's not like he's hurting for choice, especially given the long-distance pals and pseudo AD Ornn in the front line there.
Yeah, he's an absolute beast. So I'm really curious to see how this matchup goes, particularly because we know that Fated Dryad is a major presence in this lobby, and whether Shen will do well against it. But at least on paper, you've got the problem that, yeah, if Shen's the last unit standing, that Bloodthirst is not going to keep Sindri from killing him.
No, not at all. As we can see on the other side, it does look like this is going to continue to be a Sage-based board a Lulia-based board for Lozix over there, as we see Stage 4 Carousel coming out. Okay, I thought I saw a Spatula for a second, Peter, and I was like, oh boy, it's about to get spicy.
Let's see, so Juso has found the Fated Emblem, as well as the last one. Let's see, Wojtek was the Call to Adventure player from before, so finding that Aurelia is pretty huge for him as well.
And 3 items on that Kaisa that are best in slot for the Aurelia as well.
Oh yeah, no, that's a really good point. I think our players who are towards the lower end now, particularly Yuso, who needs the win, did find what he needed from that carousel to turn things around.
Okay. Sweller's in maybe a rough spot. Does have the Wukong to put in when he levels up, but not a super strong board compared to what we're seeing come out after that carousel. We're seeing a lot of upgrades come out on the right side of the screen. That is going to be the Yorick 3. Actually selling out the Ornn in favor of itemizing this Yorick, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, I think People Glad's starting to get a little bit frustrated here. Knows, as we've been talking about, the itemization is not going to be perfect. This is another matchup, though, that should be really interesting. Shen at full power versus Garen at full power. We can see he has got massive single target damage that only builds up as the round goes on. This might be one of the very few tools in the entire lobby who've got a good chance of nailing the Garen down.
Well, you say that, and you're right, until it gets down to the point where it's just the Shen left, and the entire backline hasn't been touched here from Aloha. Because the damage threat is the Shen, and he is solely single target. The man is a one-track mind. It means that when you have a composition that has so many secondary carries in the backline, the rest of your board's dead, and then your Shen has to 1v6. And that is not a good that is not a good situation for a Shen 2.
No, I mean, at least the good news for Peepo is he's got a bow on the bench, so a second Ginsu's isn't out of the question. We are still further away from the Shen 3 than we might have liked. If you go check in Wojtek, of course, who found the Aurelia. In fact, has the Aurelia 2 already with this Call to Adventure. It's a slightly more unusual path, but she's fully itemized. The Kale is, of course, up at full strength as well. This is a board with a lot of threat.
And I thought the Aurelia 1 was a huge pickup for Wojtek, not realizing that it was going to be an Aurelia 2 very shortly. And we can see the exact same thing happening to Peepo Glad's board that we saw last time. Yes, the Shen is doing great in that single target, but only taking down one unit at a time. And then the entirety of Wojtek's board ults at the same time and just eviscerates him.
Yeah, I mean, you really get into discussion of, like, thresholds there. The Shen can soak through a certain amount of damage, but you're absolutely right. When it comes to the whole board levering down on him, it just becomes a nightmare. I'm kind of hoping that the Ethereal Blades board will do well, but People Glad slipping into last place here. A very, very lobby country-wise. Of course, People Glad and Leftover are the only 2 players from a single country. Of course, the Polish scene doing pretty well across the recent GSCs. We did see, of course, on the Don't Talk If You Don't Know, the players coming in. And of course, Matt, you talked about the idea of trying to find a second 2 times GSC champion. Of course, Lush playing in today's event, one of those GSC champions you could manage to pull off again.
Regional champion as well, no less. So lots riding on the line there. People Glad doing this final roll down. Able to get every 3-star except the one he needs. Finally will be able to get not only a Shen 3, but finally a second Rageblade. So this is a power spike, and it's a significant one. But I'm not sure if it's enough.
I mean, it's as good as we're going to get for the time being, up against the duelist board from before, who've picked up keepers as well. We spent enough time with the keepers mat to know that this is a very, very powerful augment, which will make sure the duelists get enough time to scale up their duelist stacks. At least we've got a little bit of time being acquired for by the Lissandra, but the Edge of Night on the Kiana soaks a lot of that extra space. But the scaling, it might have actually kicked through.
Yeah, all of the health on these behemoths is so hard to take down for this board. One thing I did want to flag that was very interesting for me, Leftovers are obviously level 9, still using the Kiana 2 carry, and at stage 5, it still looks good. Like, it was really ripping through a lot of those units in that early stage until the Shen was able to take it down.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those compositions that's really hard to read the rounds against, because the amount of burst that comes through when the Shen's ultimate is active is just absolutely massive. Bear in mind as well, we have got the long distance pals in here as well for a little bit of extra. And Peepo, I think, is positioning very carefully, because exactly as you said, when you've got only single target damage, you need to make sure it goes exactly where it needs to. But for Aloha up against Yuzo here, we have got the same thing as was pointed out in the previous round. The Garen being put on the extreme flank. In this round, though, he's a million miles away from the Syndra.
Yeah, Faded 7 as well, the strongest version of this composition, because everyone gets the Faded bonus. And 300% as well. So it is enough single target. You've got a Syndra who is just absolutely firing away at that Garen the entire time. So we head back over to this board with Shen nearly being taken down by that stun. One of the weaknesses of this composition is that Shen doesn't usually carry a QSS because, you know, you want him to do damage. And stuns can just stop him in his place. He is a solely carry.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nightmare. You know, I think that's why we've seen Lux become more popular, is just for her ability to do that to backline carries. If you can stun out the backline carry, you're taking out a massive amount of what the board does. For Peepo Glad, I think it's just particularly, you know, so exemplified that nearly all of our damage is in a single unit. If it gets CC'd, then, you know, you've lost a ludicrous amount of DPS.
Peepo Glad no longer at the absolute bottom of the board, but sniffing around it, to say the least, as we head on to Lozux's Sage board that we mentioned earlier, having picked up the Unleashed Arcana as well. Seeming to be doing all right with it, but running into this Shen 3. Doesn't really have the damage to take down these behemoths so far. Lilia's got plenty of time, though.
Well, I think the problem here we're going to run into is that with the Bloodthirster, the Shen can completely shrug off the incidental damage. We do have the Eternal Winter to buy a little bit more time, but at this point, there's just not any tools that can burst through that amount of healing. And eventually, the Shen just kills everything.
Close, but no cigar there for Lozux, and I think this board is going to very quickly start to fall away, as you were implying earlier on. So we see the last items come out. I know one player who would be very excited to get that Dryad emblem. We'll see if it manifests.
Oh, there's a lot of people passing up on it, as it turns out. We have got Dryad players towards the bottom. As we noted before, we've seen the fated Dryad players contesting each other and going out en masse in the bottom four before, but the Dryad emblem goes the whole way through. Everyone says, no, this is not what I need right now.
I would have expected Chuso to maybe want to swap out one of those Dryads and get the emblem instead to get a little bit stronger of a frontline carry. Not opting to do so, trying to get that Azir 2 instead. See how that goes as we head over. Back on the Sweller's board. You see this Sage composition coming in. Will be the Lux 3 finally, but see if it's too little too late. Chuso not able to roll into that Azir 2 either. Really gambled on hitting that and wasn't able to find it.
We've got the Exalted, we've got the 7 Fated. In this case, I think we've got enough on the right-hand side of the screen, enough of a strong front line to hold for a decent while. I think Set removing himself from the equation makes things a little bit spicy, but Kiana doesn't manage to fully wrap on the back line. The Edge of Night means that the Syndra walks up right next to her. The Duelist actually goes out there. That's astonishing. Leftover was doing so well.
Now, I'm of two minds. If you tell me that a Kiana 2 solo carry got knocked out at stage 5, I'm like, yeah, of course, obviously. Having seen it, however, I am maybe more shocked than I would have expected before this game. So Leftovers are just not really able to do anything with that level 9. The rest of the lobby as well has pushed towards the level 9, if not already hit it. So just not finding the extra strength from the extra level.
And I was fully prepared to start subscribing back to the Doodleists are good again school of thought if this had gone a little bit better for Leftover. Lozix dropping out there, of course, one of our players who was, of course, making use of the Lilia line we were hoping to see a little bit more of in our previous game. But as we settle in now, we can see up at the top, and I'm almost certainly going to mispronounce this, Wojciech from the Czech Republic on a 6-round win streak, 41 HP, way ahead of most of the rest of the lobby.
Well, they're one of the stronger performers in that Golden Spatula Cup 2, taking the 12th place, as down on a dire amount of HP, just 3. But runs into People Glad, who's also not having the greatest time. The question is, will that Shen get targeted down? It sure will get stunned quite a bit, slowing down the DPS from this board. But that Lux is the majority of the damage composition as well. And you can see this frontline from Sweller just not sufficient against the Behemoths, that Bloodthirster from earlier keeping Shen topped up. And Lux just does not do enough damage with enough speed. That Wukong fighting rather valiantly, if I do say so myself, but Shen still shielded up, still healed up, will take down Sweller Tiger in a 6th place.
It was really fascinating to see how that did play out how we thought, which, hitting the CC onto the backline reduced a lot of the damage, but I think there just wasn't enough else there. Juso going out in 5th place as well. We've seen some very, very decorated players with very good boards not making it into the top 4 at all. So we've got the chance to really step forward. Wojciech from the Czech Republic, of course, we're hoping to see big things from him going forward. This maintains the win streak into PvE and is the only player to keep a good amount of money in the bank.
Yeah, he's looking incredibly strong. We were wondering earlier, is this going to be an okay composition? Because we were like, oh, we haven't really seen Green Kale much. She's doing just fine. I'm going to call the shot here, Peter. She's looking great. Tons of damage coming out. That early Aurelia 2 really, really just paying dividends for the last several rounds here for Wojciech.
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic. We can see we've got the 4 Bruiser in place as well. There's a lot of frontline to give the Kale and the Aurelia time to work. I'm really curious to see how it goes longer term against some of these boards. People Glad has been on the edge of a knife for a while, but we wanted to see what the full strength version of the Shen would look like against the full strength version of the Garen. I'm going to make a call here too, Matt. I think the Shen actually might be stronger than the Garen now.
Yeah, because the problem is you need Burst to take it down. You need that Garen to stay up. That's really the only 1v1 you can hope for. And Garen is stuck on those Behemoths. He's going to find his way into the backline, but Shen's going to get another ultimate off. It's really just hero augment versus hero augment not happening, and there's no single target damage left on the side of Aloha. So that board will go down, but he will survive, making his way to, at worst, a top 3.
Grozczyk being taken out in the previous round, a Lithuanian player from the lobby. We're down to our final 3. Czech, Polish, and Aloha coming in for the first tournament he's ever played at the GSC level. He's doing pretty damn well, managing to make it into the top 3. Barely alive. Wojtek looks like he's going to clean up the rest of the lobby if things stay as they are right now.
Barely alive is still alive, though. We take that in stride. People Glad as well. One of our newer competitors, able to eke out at least a 3rd from the Shen composition that at least I thought was not looking hot for a while.
I think you were right. It wasn't looking hot for a while, but now it absolutely is on the left-hand side. Right-hand side, I believe we're seeing the full versions of the board up against each other. This should be one of the ones where the Garen should do okay, but the key here is whether or not the backline carriers can stay alive. The Aurelia removes the Lilia, and that leaves, exactly as you detailed that before, the Garen by himself. He cannot stand. So that will be the elimination. The Shen board, I think it's going to be okay here as well. The Aurelia, again, doesn't have the single target damage to put him down.
Yeah, just not able to find that angle, but there's plenty of turns left here. People Glad, of course, going to be kind of stuck on the current power level, really only looking for that Lissandra 2 that will contribute significantly to the board power, selling off that Azir as a potential secondary option. But Wojciech's got health to play with. A carousel's coming up next round, which might turn things around for him.
Oh boy. I'm really fascinated to see how Poland do overall in day number 1, because they've had a pretty decent season so far. Chicane getting top 4 in GSC 1, Travis top 4 in GSC 2. So just as far as the regional players go, just very, very solid performances overall. You said Pipo Glad being one of the newer additions to the scene would be huge for him if he can make this one work.
Ultraliga does have a long storied history of turning out champions, so we'll see how it goes. This first day of Golden Spatula Cup number 3, Aurelia firing away with her ultimate, still getting stuck on that frontliner. Kale blows her ult into a low health behemoth, and that's going to perhaps spell danger. So we see Shen popping up with another ultimate. There goes the ultimate from Kale. If she can get off one more, that's Shen down. Finally does it. Wojciech will take first place, taking down Pipo Glad.
Wow, I was honestly a little surprised. I was fully prepared to see Ethereal Blade Shen go the whole way through that game, but I think you're right. Like some of the other boards, we just didn't maybe see quite as much support behind it as we would have maybe hoped to see under other circumstances, to give the Shen not the full responsibility of deleting everything on the board.
And I feel like this is a nice departure from the previous game where we kind of had just like, all right, let's throw stuff in there. And everyone contesting on that Syndra line, on that Lux line. But this time we got to see a kind of fun rock, paper, scissors of like, okay, Shen's really good into that storied champion because it's kind of the 1v1 once you take down that Garen. We'll see what's left. But doesn't have any AoE damage. So if the entire board survives in the backline, they full target him and he dies a very unceremonious death. So really fun game for me. I'm really enjoying how the tournament's shaping up so far.
Yeah, I'm so happy to see that so many of our hero augments or hero augment adjacent compositions did very well there. But we have to go to break because we have to get ourselves ready for game number 3. During that break, you'll hear from one of the most exciting players playing here today, Gluteus Maximus, who's having a hell of a season so far. Stick with us, we'll be back in a few minutes' time.
Hello, my name is Gluteus. I'm from Germany and I'm currently playing for High Rollers. I've been enjoying set 11 so far, not necessarily because of encounters, but I just like the synergies and the unit. And even though the encounters usually influence your playstyle a lot, I mean, it's hard to say who's going to win the next GSC because there's so many good players, so we will see. Hopefully I will perform well again and make it to the finals. I mean, it's hard to say exactly one player. Let me guess. I don't know. Let's say Kubikson, because he's rank 1 right now. I mean, I did win in set 5, the regional final, but I guess this wasn't in the Rising Legends circuit. So for the Rising Legends tournaments, I think previous GC was my best performance where I went 10th. I don't think he's that underrated, but I feel like a lot of people who recently joined TFT or played TFT don't really know about Salvi. So yeah, I would say Salvi because since the beginning of TFT, he was always the top player, and just recently he found the big success. So yeah, so Salvi. Yeah, I also wanted to shout out my family and friends and all the people who supported me so far, the German community and High Rollers, of course.
Welcome back to the analyst desk here after game number 2. And I feel like in this game, we saw a lot of variety right out of the gates with those golden augments, a lot of direction being forced into the game there, Panna. And our winning comp, of course, with that call to adventure, your path was pretty clear cut and it worked out.
What an adventure indeed from the Czech player, all things considered. Had, I'm going to say, a lot of luck going his way, both in the stage 3 carousel, finding an emblem to get that 5 and 7 story weaver much earlier on, but then also finding an Aurelia 2, sitting on 30 gold on level 8, made the game an absolute breeze. We saw he checked out at the very end with 90 gold still in the bank. He was deciding if he wanted to go 10 or try and roll for a Galio 3 in the process. So overall played it really well, but I think everything fell into place at the right moment for him to completely dominate this game from end of stage 3 until the very, very end.
Yeah, and I want to talk about the hero arguments we have been seeing dominating kind of throughout these first 2 games. Last game with the Garen, now seeing the Garen again with Aloha, finding the story champion in this game. And we saw how strong he got, hits the Hui 2 and his Lilia 2 as his backliners, but had a really rough time against the Shen hero arguments. It's just a bad matchup. We saw People Glad do incredible comeback this game with the Shen 3 hitting all the Behemoth 3-star and just tearing through the lobby after especially finding his second Rage Blade and just stabilizing off of that. And sadly could not win against the Aurelia, but did a very strong performance.
Yeah, I personally, I was laughing a little bit because we did see People Glad find that Yorick 3 before actually finding the Shen 3. But then at the same time that the Shen came around, we also had that Thresh come together. So really that board was just upgraded all together all at once. Now I do want to talk about one player in this game that I thought was really impressive. Yeah, interesting and impressive both. And that is going to be Chuso. He loaded into the game. He instantly saw, okay, in the Exalted, we have the Gnar, we have the Ahri. I can make it work with whatever goes for the Bard in the end to choose as third unit, and picks up Venerable Piggy Bank. So really playing around those Exalted. They've been buffed in a recent patch, so that is a valid strategy. Unfortunately, though, for Chuso, he got more docked, for lack of better terms. He had so much spent up, he had so much prepared for this round to go well, and just didn't.
I'll just say, if I speak, I am in big trouble. Chuso plays his entire early game around a 10-loss streak, still relatively healthy, 40 HP. Rolls 80 gold on Wolves, making sure he's rolling ahead of the other Syndra player, only 2 players contesting it. Ends up with 1 Syndra, 1 Ornn, and is forced to pick Reinforcement as his third augment. Obviously, really reducing the cap he's able to play for and still manage a fist. So all in all, I think variance was a big part of this game. Players have to know how to play for that variance and really capitalize off of it, like we saw with Wojciech and that story river board. But Chuso made the best of what he was given and still managed a fifth. I think that's really impressive.
Yeah, I agree. I really loved seeing that. Obviously, also, we kind of have to mention Krustik here, going for slamming, then capitalizing on the back of that Kindred 3. You see it every now and then. Players generally like to go for the Syndra as main carry more often, but if you get a lot of Kindreds, that's super fine and viable, and she will do, specifically in those early and mid stages, a lot of heavy lifting. So a good outcome there together with that extra Faded emblem. I think a lot of players benefited off of extra emblems specifically in this game.
The only player we haven't mentioned yet is Left Overture, a player who right off the gates said, I believe in duelists. I was doubtful, but he somehow knew he was getting keepers as his last augment. I think is one of the conditions you need to have to be able to play a decent game of duelists. And all in all, it was a very high tempo start, dominated the lobby in stage 2 and 3, but then just completely bled out. As you mentioned, Memo, didn't find Aurelia early on enough, kind of in contrary to Wojciech, who found an Aurelia 2 very early on. And without Aurelia 2 in stage 4 and 5, especially after the nerfs of duelists, I think you're not going to be able to keep up with the strength of the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, also I want to talk a bit about the Swallow Tiger board. He picked Sage Emblem really early on into the game and decided to go for that luxury roll that we have seen today already. Again, only a 6th place. These comps just struggle a lot without the 3-star frontliners, like you already mentioned, Panda. And it's just so contested, the Ilaoi. Everyone likes to play her in the mid game, on their Fated boards, in the Arcanist boards. AP is just so strong right now, and it's really just a staple frontliner for a lot of comps.
Well, I will say, I had a game yesterday where I was on a very similar board and I was like, okay, you know, Fated 5, it's an option, we're gonna go for it. And in my humble opinion, I think Fated 5 is not as strong as it should be compared to some of the other traits that are enabled by those emblems. So I think maybe got a little bit baited by that emblem, despite having that Wukong 2 there. Just didn't do too much for him in the end.
Yeah, I think he just struggled with capping out his board. Another interesting thing there was Lozux going 8th place, sadly, just not finding enough of the forecast upgrades as early as possible, and then just struggling with the lobby tempo. Everyone had such a good spot, and in the mid game, everyone's HP was so close. So heads up to him still. Obviously can still have a good showing today.
Yeah, we're going to be looking forward to that as well. We are trying to prepare the standings in a timely manner because, of course, we do want to check in with all of our players and see how they're doing after the first 2 games. Of course, there's going to be a reshuffle, a caster switchery-do, lots of fancy things coming up in just a couple of minutes. But maybe from those first 2 games, guys, Panna, starting off with you here, has the meta shaped out to be what you thought it would be going into the day?
I would say yes in terms of representation, but not so much in case of results. Not just yet, I think. I think the Syndra boards, for one reason or another, just couldn't find success in the first 2 games. I think we will be seeing a lot more Syndras in the top 4 going forward. On the flip side, hero augments, we expected a lot of them, and we expected them to do well, and that has been the case. With the Shen hero augment with Garen, I think it's almost always going to be an insta-pick with Kabuko as well for the most part, so that trend I think should continue. We have seen kind of the fringe, you know, Ashe pick, Duelist pick, doing okay to maybe not so well, but that's expected as well, and only kind of one player max on either of these lines in most of these games.
Well, you know, if you can find the angle of no one else is playing this, that can be very good, and we might even see a 3-star forecast eventually come through throughout the day. For now, we're going to be seeing an interview with Iamtlt, and then after that, game number 3, so stay tuned, we'll be right back.
Hello, my name is Iamtlt. I'm from France and I'm 26 years old and I play TFT since the beginning of the game, set 1. The first time I played TFT was in set 1. Actually, a friend of mine told me about it. I never played League of Legends, but a friend that played League told me about TFT and I tried it and I love it right away. I think I'm gonna win. I need the win to get to the EMEA Finals, so I'm gonna predict myself. I don't want to curse myself, but I'm feeling good in the meta. I won the tier League of France, so I'm gonna predict myself. I love to win, so each time I play a game, whatever it is, I wanna be like one of the best. So yeah, it doesn't matter what game I play. I always want to be on top. So yeah, that's why I compete in TFT. Well, I talk a lot with I have a training group, like a well-known French players. We help each other to train for the meta. We review games. We also scrim sometime, and yeah, so we prepare together and. Each tournament, we hope that one of us will win. Yeah, so I give a shout out to first of all my team, Lausanne Esports. I thank them for supporting me through my TFT journey, and also I shout out the French community to always be there in chat, Twitch chats, supporting all French players, and also shout out to my training group. I hope one of us will win the GC.
You know, in the last break, I personally got permission from our production to reference the Euro in our tournament as much as I want to, which is great news, particularly for my British co-caster Counterfeit here, whose nation is doing not so hot thus far at the Euros. Somehow, he still wants to make comments about the German team. So we'll see how this cast goes. I personally am looking forward to it. Now, Counterfeit, let's talk about something you actually know about. Game 1, Game 2. What was your favorite comp we've seen so far?
Gosh, we'll return to this Euros point. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I think for me, it was be able to see so much of kind of more than we'd kind of expect to come with this one, because the discussion was so heavily around, we've kind of got our two big AP comps, the Lilia, the Syndra Dryad board, and that's basically what we're going to be seeing in the main. We're seeing so much more variety than we'd expect, including compositions that I thought weren't really in meta anymore. So I'm hoping these games to come will have that same level of variety as well.
Now, Memo, you were saying that particularly the Faded line is something that interested you, and we saw it in that last game. I was kind of briefly mentioning it on Gruschik, going for that Kindred 3, and you were arguing that people should do that more often. Do you want to expand on that?
Yeah, I feel like right now we have seen a lot of Fated contested, like 2 ways or even 3 ways already. And I feel like a lot of people don't abuse the tempo that the early game provides you with the Fated units, since Powery 2, a Kindred 2 do similar damage to a Syndra at times. So I think what could be an angle is to upgrade your units really early on with the Fated, use the tempo, try to get to level 9, maybe the other Fated player die before you, and then roll for the Syndra, and also the set 2, which is a really huge part of the comp.
Yeah, I think that's something that we've been seeing in the Lux comps as well, where kind of people are holding on to just a Lux 2 and then trying to go for Vertical Porcelain if they have the options there. So really kind of trying to outlift some of your contestants if you are on similar lines is, I think, a trend that we'll see in more games today.
Well, I think just in terms of where we are in the competition right now as well, as much as all of our players, of course, would love to take first places and have the ultimate board that would destroy everything, in day one, you just need to get into the top half of players, and therefore, in the broad sense, you just need to get into the top half of your lobbies. So even if you don't have, the full power version of your board, the slightly less powerful version, but the tempo version that keeps your HP up and makes sure that you stay alive, I think can be very viable today, particularly.
Yeah, and I feel like we saw this so much in the last game as well. Everyone was so low HP, everyone was trying to go for that high risk, high reward kind of playstyle. For example, we saw Xuzo not doing so well. You could argue that was a bit unfortunate with that roll down, because he had so much gold with the vulnerable piggy bank. But still, I think a lot of people should maybe consider more so saving HP, pushing level, playing a bit more aggressive, and then maybe bleeding out into still a top 4 or a top 3.
Well, you guys are making it sound like it's so easy to top 4 in your games. I personally have not made that experience, so maybe it's just player diff right now, but sometimes you're just in a position where your back is against the wall and you just try to get as many points as possible, and that's exactly what our players are doing. We're going to have a look at our top 64 right now. Of course, those are the players that are currently in a decent spot, and we're just going to go through these points here right now. 47th is a little bit of a mystery, but Zaza coming through there in the graphic.
Yes, he's playing this one on stealth mode. Do bear in mind, every player we're seeing here is currently above that halfway line. And I do note as well, in good news for our dark players, is we are seeing a lot of the German players here on the second page from top. So apparently, overall, it's going pretty well for them. But up at the very top, we can see there's a lot of French players. Lococo, our GSC1 champion, is currently undefeated, as is Sologesang.
Yeah, a lot of German.
I checked, Sologesang was German, yes? Lots of French players and Sologesang out here.
I tried to sneak him in there. I was trying to take you guys' players away.
Yeah, I can tell. You're on the cast with 2 Germans, Peter. Try harder.
We don't have any players from the UK in this competition. I'm going to try and take away as many players as possible. But, I mean, I do want to kind of bring in like the larger things here. Is I know that in GSC1, I know you guys obviously can speak to this very well. It's the German side, the dark side of things. It wasn't looking so good, but in GSC2, I believe Germany had 7 players overall start the event and got 5 of them into day number 3. So it really feels like here in GSC3, this is a great proving ground to show that while the season didn't start necessarily well for the dark side of things, it can still end well.
Yeah, exactly. I think the German scene is very, very top-heavy lately. A lot of the big names stuck around are still doing really, really well. But I'm really happy to see some new names as well, like Aloha doing really well now with 2 top 4s already, and showing that we in the Dach scene also get some new talent in once in a while as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say once in a while. I feel like every single time there's a Golden Spatula Cup, there's a new German player I never heard of before. I go into, my German player Discord. I ask them like, hey, does anybody know this person? They're like, nope, never heard of them. It's just, they just keep coming, but I'm not complaining. I think, Peter, as you were saying, people like to underestimate the sheer power that can come from this region. And once again, I think it's time we show them that Germany can win a Golden Spatula Cup. Just personally speaking, a little bit of bias here. Maybe we'll see it on the last day of our tournament, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. We have lots and lots of nations in this competition, and I think there are many that are deserving for sure.
Oh yeah, well I mean, I think any long-time Rising Legends viewers would, of course, know that that conversation doesn't happen with talking about France as we get ready for our next lobby to come. I mean, as we saw back at the top table, as much as I was trying to, to kidnap more players over to the French side, there were a lot of legitimate French players there as well. I don't believe there's ever been an EMEA Finals which hasn't sent at least 2 French players to the world stage as well. So, they're very much brewing up for a fight. It's worth noting, though, in the last 2 seasons, the regional champion has not been from France, but instead has been from Germany.
Yeah, I think the French has been lately have been not performing too well, but I think they are doing a really a good comeback right now as well. Especially in these GCs, they are always performing really, really good.
Yeah, they are. We're currently, just waiting for the game to start. In case you couldn't tell, we are also keen to get that going for you guys. A little bit of a hiccup happening behind the scenes, but I'm sure we're figuring it out any second now. Now, Memo, this is where I ask one of my favorite questions. Is there any comp that maybe we haven't seen yet today or that you think is highly unlikely to show up, but that you would like to see our players try in this tournament as we are looking upon our lobby?
Something I would really like to see is actually Bard reroll. We haven't seen him at all so far. I think he can be really good, especially with like some specific Ornn items like Wit's End. Or, for example, if you have a good Exalted that you can fit in. I think it's a very viable comp that is very uncontested, and we have been seeing some trends right now that if you play an uncontested line that you have a much higher chance into the top 4.
I personally am... You go ahead, Peter.
Oh no, we're going to
I'm not going to out-polite the British person. It's okay. I'm personally really excited to see both Snooty and Quebixen in this lobby. I think both of these players are players that I always expect greatness from. I think Snooty, if he's in the right shape, in the right mindset for competitive,
he's vibing.
He can do really, really well, and he seems to be vibing. Yeah, I recently talked to him about specialty coffee, so I'm sure he has some of that, stored up and ready to go in the game. But also Quebixen, a player we've been raving on about, that's just highly, highly promising here in the TFT competitive scene, as we start out with a little bit of a dance party.
Ooh, okay. So we're going to be having an extra injection in, but it also means we won't have the portal. In terms of overall game effects, of course, we don't know exactly what's going to be coming in here, but we do know that it's just going to be a further dose of resources coming in, which hopefully in a second we'll find out specifically what that's going to be.
Yeah, there was something cool happening there. Quebixen was able to pick up the orbs before they landed on his board, actually, so he got to know what the Kobuku will give him beforehand. Sometimes you get like 10 or 20 gold, and if you pick it up a turn earlier during that phase, you actually get the 2 or 1 extra interest gold, so something very nuanced that can give you a slight edge.
Yeah, that's something I think we've seen from the Chinese scene, if I'm not mistaken, where they try to kind of intercept the orbs as they fly to the battlefield. It is a little bit hard because where players meet is inverted and it actually goes to your board. So you need to kind of figure out in which direction your individual board is and then stand there and try to catch the orbs. As we are hopping on board, it is going to be a little bit of extra item components. So.
Yeah, and I'm seeing already some Kog'Maw and a Cho'Gath, and we saw how well that comp can do in game 1, especially with extra items, but sadly Snooty drops a sword, which usually makes the comp a lot worse, since you don't really have a use for it. You prefer the blue buff over the Shojin, and you don't really have a unit that you can put 80 items on, so I don't think he will look to play that. Sells the Kog'Maw as well, so not looking to play that, but has already a lot of the strong early game units, like the Janna, like the Lux, or the Riven.
What I'm spotting as well is that we've got 2 out of 3 Exalted already in play, presumably thanks to that Soraka coming in. So Snooty, if he can get Exalted online from the beginning of the game, that's going to be a huge boost in his power.
Yeah, it is definitely going to help, but once again, we do have hero augments come up. Lucky Paws is an option, rolls it away. Call to Adventure, we just saw it take a first place in the previous game. Could be a good choice here. I did want to point out that Sanasni, the player that's currently sitting in, well, they're all equal, but second from the bottom of the leaderboard there, had 2 Kog'Maw and a Cho'Gath and is now picking up trade sectors. So if he has a good item spot for the Kog'Maw reroll, that might as well be the option of what we're going to see, and what you said, Memo, will come true with those component anvils being really good there.
Exactly, and not only do we have 3 extra component anvils, but also it's a 5 component game start, which means everyone just has a lot of items, and a lot of people can just slam the BIS items, the perfect items for their units, get a huge edge. And I like people committing into those lines that prefer specific items and look for specific item power spikes.
Yeah, because presumably we're going to be seeing the players with boards where they are slamming the items, as we can see from Explosion there, are going to be massively stronger than those that hold off. I mean, Snooty, I guess, with the Exalted in place, is willing to be one of those lost streaking players for the lobby, but I mean, in terms of board strength, as you guys are saying, this feels like we're going to be seeing night and day compared with what we would otherwise be getting in the early game.
Yeah, and we can see Snooty playing Exalted in the early game to get some extra money and just go for a lose streak and then stabilize later on. We have Huben now with the Duelist game plan as his opener. Obviously can still pivot into the Reaper comp that is much more contested on the current patch, since it just is straight up better after the Duelist nerfs.
Going to be seeing how that does. On the opposite side, though, we are seeing a Reaver crest being picked up by Kubixen. And we know that amongst the 80 lines, Reaper is the one that is still the most viable if you can get a good spot. Now, this time around, there's no Kayn Exalted. So it isn't going to be the hyper giga mega version of the Reapers, but still, you know, an early Kha'Zix 2 can do a lot of heavy lifting if you can get it off the ground.
As Ketsa also hitting up the early Exalts as well, I did want to kind of open up the conversation topic a little bit here with you, Memo, because I know that you've got some fairly strong opinions on Reapers in the current meta, just in terms of how they kind of fit in with what we've seen so far during the day.
Yeah, like we have seen so many Fated players already, 2 people already looking towards Reaper, and I think that is fine, but in my opinion, playing Reaper revolves around having a strong Kindred as well. And since she's impossible to hit on 3-star on the current patch, it's just very, very tough to cap out in the later stages after having your Kayn 2. You're not really looking for other strong units that spike your board besides the Silas. And because of that, I think the Reaper line can be bait a lot of times, especially if you don't have the perfect augments for that comp.
Looking at Explosion's board here on the opposite side, we're already seeing a lot of very good items. We have the Nashers, we have the Shiv, and we have the jeweled gauntlet. Everything you want if you're playing around that Janna, if you're playing around that Lux, has the Janna as well. So that could be a board that might get very scary, and that's a good reason why Explosion is one of the 3 players that are currently on 100 HP, as we're now getting our carousel with a little bit of extra there. Explosion heading towards that Janna with the bow as well. 2 Nashers are perfectly fine in that comp for the Lux and for the Janna, so I'm not surprised to see him pick that up.
I really want to see these kind of compositions, the Lux, stage compositions do well, but I guess it's so dependent on how many other people are moving in similar kind of spaces, especially as we saw in the first game. So Nashi, as you're calling for before makes, does seem to be at least, however temporarily, here in the Mythic line. Slightly more unusual item slams being put in, but so far seems to be hitting at least enough 2-stars to bring the board online.
Yeah, and I feel like the Kog'Maw line just spikes super hard on items, and that's why I think this line could do really well in this game, especially if he finds more combat augments on his second and third augment, because I do think they are crucial. Something very interesting that I want to mention for this game as well is this is one of the highest cap exalteds that exist in the game, since Soraka, Hui, and Irelia are just super strong late game units. So if people can make it to that late game, to that level 9 board, where they can play all of these units, I feel like people will have a huge edge over other players.
Oh, we're getting an item remover with infinite uses as an option here, and particularly for comps like that Faded, you really, really love having this option of just, jiggling around those items on a Kindred, on a Syndra, or even from a Kog'Maw to something like a Lilia later on. Like, there's lots and lots of chances that you could be going here for. But Sanasani says, no, I'm locked in. I know what I want, and it is that Kog'Maw. You can see we're on 0 rolls in our overlay, but we do have the trade sector, so those don't count into that, just to make sure no one's getting confused. And I think we might see just a tiny bit of rolling maybe after Crux to see whether or not we can get that Kog'Maw 3 and that Cho'Gath 3 online.
Yeah, I think an interesting choice for him could have been playing the Nico already to get the Mythic stacks up, because you need to play Mythic for 4 turns to activate the Epic bonus. Since he's already losing fights here, I think that could have been an option for him, but decides to play Strongest Spot, which is also acceptable to kill a lot of units and save HP.
Alright, well, certainly finding enough units, a lot of course, of them on the bench. As we're getting close to hitting the 3-star Caitlyn as well, the trade sector definitely coming into play. Certainly, I think seeing a lot more interest now from players since the more of the 2 and 3 cost rerolls have become more of a factor in the meta as of the most recent patch.
And while we are looking at the middle of the pack here with this Kog'Maw board, we also have to call out the 2 players that made it on a win streak on 100 HP to the Krugs Explosion we talked about before, but Hi Pikachu currently playing on a little bit of a Faded Orion, and I think with that Golem Remover, I called it out, is currently playing Ahri as an item holder for a later Kindred, for a later Syndra, and doing really well on the back of that there in the second top spot. Now, doesn't find what he's looking for, needs to sell off some units, and that is the worst feeling when this happens.
I feel like since he had no battle space, he could have maybe just leveled and then look for these upgrades with his 3 trade sector rolls later on, but decides to sell a few Caitlyn's here and there, and his Nico too, and still finds the Cho'Gath 3 and the Kog'Maw 3 with really strong items, so he will be very, very strong for this stage.
Alright, we've certainly seen it before already, and I'm excited to see more of the Kog'Maw. Again, we're also very close to upgrading the Caitlyn as well for a little bit of extra burst. We see it tears through Kubixen's board right now. I do want to point out, of course, I think you mentioned before, Makes, that we have got some very polarized lobby. Explosion and Hi Pikachu up to the top on the win streaks. I believe only one of them maintaining. Kubixen and Stinny Bhutan towards the bottom with the lost streaks. As we go into our second ornament, which will be silver.
Yeah, this is going to maybe take a little bit of a slower turn for the next couple of rounds. I think if you're in a lobby like this one, where there's already so much pressure from 200 HP streakers at the top, and then somebody playing Kog'Maw and hitting right after Krugs, you are pretty relieved to see silver augments come through there to not add something like a prismatic on top of that already existing pressure. checking in with Diga Sparda. Here, I think our overlay trolling, that is Pikachu's board. And you can see we have an early Orin and we had that Ari itemized, so really trying to play to the full potential of the Fateds.
Yeah, and we can see a lot of Fated, right, coming in already. We have Ari and Rek'Sai being Exalted, so it makes a lot of sense since it is a very strong opener. The Exalted fits. It is the staple AP meta comp right now, I would say. And like I mentioned before, the Kindred 2 is so potent in the early game and is just so strong, especially with all the extra items everyone in the lobby got. Being able to carry these 2-cost 2-stars for a very long time, I would assume.
Yeah, I think on top of all of the points you're making, you also have that golden remover, which is one of the best augments if you get it on the Fated comp, just for free from the encounter. So if you weren't already on track for the Fated line, I think at least at that encounter, you were like, okay, yeah, all the signs are pointing towards that. Now, we are going to be seeing a little bit of hand-holding, and usually what we've seen in other games is that doesn't always work out for everyone involved, but we kind of need to check in with the bottom of the leaderboard as well. And Snooty trying to go for now at least, the Teemo.
Yeah, I mean, this is the call to adventure board, which we saw do well in our previous lobby. And we're kind of trying to put together the two parts of this here. We've got the Teemo to weaken some of these targets here for the KL to be able to chunk through. I don't know how you feel, Memo. I'm not necessarily a huge fan of this in the same way I might not be a huge fan of people playing Dryad boards weak. The Kale is scaling off of her ability to get kills in here, but if you're lost streaking, presumably she's not getting many kills in.
Yeah, exactly. Sacking this low in HP is usually what you don't want in a Storyweaver bot because you have so many strong 1-cost and 2-cost units like the Riven, like the Zyra, like the Garen and the Sivir. They are just super strong once you upgrade them, and they will give you so much tempo and a lot of stacks, like you mentioned, that you will make it to that Irelia, which is the end goal for these Storyweaver kind of playstyles.
Looking at that carousel here, we do have an Ashe for players that are looking towards that, but none of the prime targets like the Kayn for Reaper players, for example, coming through here. Lilia is still open, so Nashni says, yes, thank you very much. I needed this. Gets it as well here, despite being last pick. Quite interesting.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what our Reaper boards end up looking like long term, because I think we're seeing a big contrast in this lobby from what we've seen before. Yeah, we had our lobbies where the Fated Dryad boards were all going out in spades. In this case, they're occupying the 3rd to 5th place spots right now, with our Reaper boards, Kubixen and Snidiboo, Kubixen and Hubin, in 6th and 7th. So they've still got a lot of room to grow, while Sniddy, I still have my doubts about whether or not this board can last a long term.
Yeah, exactly. Kubixon and Snooty both going for 8 losses. The rest of the lobby is kind of healthy, hovering around the same HP values, but Kubixon and Snooty will just contest each other on that win out, because if one or the other player hits a higher cap because they have so much money from the lose streak, it will make the job of the other lose streaker obviously a lot harder. And we can see Snooty now starting to win fights after using his gold, dropping down to 20 gold, but upgrading a lot of these crucial upgrades like the Zoe 2, the Ilawi 2, just such strong early mid-game units. I'm very surprised that Snooty decided to keep the items on the Teemo instead of moving it to the Zoe, since we saw Taplast, for example, in game 2, just carrying a Zoe for the entire game, and she did really well even into the Garen hero augment.
Yeah, and he could just easily juggle them over as well. Has the remover there chosen as option now. Kubixen, Arena also flying into the air. The Draven's going to be excited about that one. And you're also seeing the Exalted in play here, together with that Reaper emblem on the Alune. Now, I feel like we haven't talked about Alune too much. It was present in the previous meta a little bit, kind of the reroll on the Alune. If she is Exalted, I feel like that could be an option, but obviously this board not looking like that's going to be the target unit.
Yeah, I mean, at least we've got the Reaper in place for her to enable, well, we would if we had the Umbrella line, I suppose. But for Kubixen, I think hitting the 4 Reaper in place would be hugely important for him, just to get that newly buffed bleed ticking over. Because right now, I mean, sure, he's the only person maintaining the loss streak, but he is getting run over in these rounds rather than taking managed losses.
Yeah, Kubixon dropping really low. I actually really like it because he knows the spot probably in and out will be perfect interval in 4-1, so can already level next turn. Will have a lot of money. He's pretty much level 8, 50 gold already, and if he hits his Kane too, if he finds all of his upgrades, will just make a really strong comeback with strong augments and a lot of gold.
Now, Memo, I'm a huge fan of Kvixen, and I do want to believe what you're saying, but you said if like 6 times. There's a lot of conditionals for this to work out, and we have seen players not be able to find what they needed in their roles. I do agree his spot can be great. We've seen players like Double 61 execute on the back of very, very strong losses, finds that Kane there right out of the gate in this shot, but we are going to be going just a little bit more to try and stabilize the entirety of this board. Something, you know, like the upgraded forecasts would be really great, but doesn't seem like they want to appear another time. Silas?
We got the Aurelia sneaking into the composition here, which isn't too shabby at all, but what I want to put to you here, Memo, is for Kvixen, of course, he's got the massive loss streak. You said you were a fan of the way he's playing this game. I guess the big question I have is this board, if it does hit, strong enough to beat everything we've seen so far?
I would say most of the things, but I'm right now singing Aurelia tune for 1 for my opponent.
Yeah.
Also, the Aurelia is exalted this game, so hitting her is just even more high roll than it already is. But we can see Kvixen already winning that matchup, finding him an Aurelia himself, which is also a huge spike for him, obviously. And depending on what augments he hits here, and depending on how the later rolls go, he can for sure still make a huge comeback here.
Yeah, I mean, Hi Pikachu just has that Aurelia 2 out of nowhere, seemingly. I think it's a bit insane in 4-2 if you ask me, but we are going to be seeing where it leads for the other players as our third augment does come around, and it's golden augments.
I think some level of explanation for that might come from the escort quest that Hi Pikachu was sitting on for a while. I do believe was winning a lot of those rounds, getting a 3 gold bonus per round, but it does create a big amount. I'm still impressed Kvixen has managed to pull off the win so far, but 28 HP, it's a long ladder to climb of players.
Yeah, and really, really strong fundamentals here by Kvixen, not going for little buddies, which is like a choice that a lot of players would have made here, knowing that he's actually playing Reaper and having an amplifier as his trait, which makes tons of stats. Actually, one of the best augments he could have hit here, since his trait will basically multiply all the stats he gets from tons of stats.
And now he has hit as well, and you can kind of see a matchup of the besties here. Hubin and Kvixen both on that Reaper line, but in the end, the fully itemized Aurelia really clutching this one out for him, as the enemy Kane cannot sustain himself. And Senasny now also finding some losses after looking really healthy for most of this game.
I think it's really good you brought up in the conversation again that, yeah, we are seeing that the Reaper board being contested in this lobby. So Hubin has got the 2-star Kane already, as pointed out. Kvixen does not, I believe, as of yet. So it's still going to be a cap on his power. Sloodybu, though, managing to push his ball power a little bit further forward, close to getting that Story Weaver 7 online. But of course, as I pointed out before, finding an Aurelia in this game might be a little bit tricky.
Yeah, so contested in this lobby. 4 Aurelias already out. People are level 8 and just hitting Aurelia left and right, which is obviously very bad for Snooty, but maybe he can find one in the carousel, maybe get a spat even, and get the 7th Story River online soon.
It would be quite crucial for him to do so, but he looks like he's going to win this matchup here as well, so might even be higher in the carousel priority in the end here. Works out, still second pick as we are going to be going in, and there is an Aurelia. Question is, do Ketzer, Kvixen, or Hubin want that, and are they going to take it from him? And the answer is yes, of course. Kvixen will gladly take a second Aurelia.
Oh my gosh.
Kvixen is so happy right now with the Aurelia pair. If he hits the upgrade on the Aurelia, he will probably just have a very stable board, go level 9, and eventually find the Kane 2 as well. And like I mentioned before, it's really hard to find other cap options, but Aurelia and finding Exalted is actually one of them. So Kvixen in a very promising spot if he finds the Aurelia.
It's such an interesting lobby. Kvixen, as you can see here, has got most of the stuff in place that's being put together in the streak so far to build up back his economy. Again, we don't have the 2-star Kane in place. We don't have, of course, the 2-star Aurelia either. The Silas doing a lot of work on the front line to buy time for that Kane to do the damage he needs to do.
And I just really like the way he built his board, using the Rek'Sai for Bruiser, but also Exalted, right? Using all of the pieces to make it work. And buff his strong units, for example, he has for Umber in right now because Silas is probably his main damage dealer.
Yeah, looks like it. Checking in with Ketzer here, though. We were talking about Kubikson a lot, who's on that win streak after losing so much. We know that his board looks strong, but for Ketzer, it's equally important to start winning out now, and the loss streak has been broken right here, right now. For him, Snooty also able to keep on winning, which is going to be great news for his Kale. Still needs that Aurelia, but looking like he might find it as we are just hopping through here, checking in with Sanasni, who's trying to upgrade that Lilia, I would assume.
Yeah, we've got the 2 Nashers already. That's a huge amount of cast speed. We'd love to have a little bit more punch behind her. Of course, we've only got one more round before our last individual components come in, so we'll get a chance to push the board power a little bit further. Checking in with Explosion, we haven't talked about it for a little while. With the Sage board being put together, I know, of course, you mentioned before, Memo, being put together a good front line can be tricky, but it's looking like we've got a decent one for Explosion at the moment.
Yeah, I would still like the Ilawi too, though. He's level 6, obviously looking for that. Has it paired, going on a 5 loss here in stage 4. Will have a lot of money, but only 25 HP now, so he has to hit very soon all his upgrades, or else he will die within the next couple of fights.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at that board and I held my breath for a second. We don't really have a huge front line. We don't have our upgrades. We're still level 6. He's been holding gold. He's been trying to slow roll to try and find those upgrades, and they haven't come around. You don't have anything close to an Amumu 3. I think the spot for Explosion, as good as it was in the beginning, it's looking a little bit doomed now. You can see that he is going level 7. He is rolling right now to try and make something happen, even before this PvE round has started yet.
Yeah, that's definitely a sign of things not going so well. I just remember, I was particularly looking at this board, this unusual board which found the Aurelia so early on. It's worth pointing out we've got the Fated emblem in place as well, so this is not just an early Aurelia 2, it's a Fated Aurelia 2.
Exactly, and when I just was about to say it, Yasuo also found now, so finally gets Duelist activated for his main carry, which is a huge damage increase as well for him. Explosion now rolling down on level 7, cannot find the Zyra 3 or the Lux 3. Has a Janna 3, but that will probably not be enough, I would assume. And that's kind of the trend today, I feel like. A lot of these people looking for that Zyra, looking for that Janna and the Lux, but it's so contested in the early mid game, in the Storyweaver boards or in the Arcanist boards, that it's just so hard to find these units on 3-star.
I think a big thing in this comp that you can get very easily trapped into is trying to reroll everything all at once. And it is something that we are seeing a little bit from Explosion here. You have the Zyra, you're holding Zyra copies. You have the Diana, you're holding Diana copies. You have the Janna that you already rerolled. You have the Lux that you're looking for. That's just a lot of money that you're continuously investing and not receiving the turnaround off, particularly with not having any kind of reroll augment going on. So it's maybe being a little bit dizzy at too many options and outs this comp in particular has that are just not working out right now.
It's very painful to have that much money out of the bank and on your bench. But for Hubin, fortunately, he doesn't have to have either of those burdens with not having any money in the bank nor anything significant on the bench to call from. The 4 Reaper is in place. We've got ourselves, I think, about as good as a board as we're going to get, but it doesn't look good here on 10 HP.
Yeah, Hubin could not find himself a Kindred 2. I think that's one of the strongest units in that comp. Kind of ironically, even though she's only a 2-cost, she deals so much damage that she's a core part of that comp, and right now we can see the bottom half of the lobby fighting it out. Hubin obviously on 1 life really needs to win this combat to save his life, but it doesn't look like he is gonna be able to do that.
Yeah, side by side, Ketzer and Cuban trying to stay in the game. For one player, it is going to work out, but Cuban unfortunately taking an 8th here. And this might be a point of saving grace for Explosion, finding at least one big frontline unit upgraded to 3-star. Now, I will say we kind of split our frontline items on the Amumu, on the Alawi, on the Diana. It's just a little bit of everything everywhere. And we are going to be seeing some rearrangements right now from that golden remover coming through.
Yeah, it was, I think, very cheaply bought at the 5 gold. But yeah, for Explosion, I'm still not super convinced. We've got a very, very strong backline. We've been even seeing from Snitty Boot side of things, the Zoe, I believe, memo you were hoping to see from before. We can see the Lux is spending a lot of the time sending the damage to the wrong part of the board. So while we've got a good Diana who's going to survive a long way through, she's left by herself, and now the ricochets are going to start hitting the back lines as well.
Ketzer on the left-hand side, knocked out, while Explosion, who went into this game, flashed us a thumbs up. He said, nah, I'll be fine. And that he was, as we are moving to the carousel, a faded emblem and an umbral emblem up for grabs.
Yeah, the Umbral emblem is probably very interesting for Kubikson, since he is playing for Umbral right now. He could maybe switch up some things, and he gets denied on the last second from Pikachu, who is also kind of denying his Irelia, so very unfortunate for him here.
Pikachu has got a set in his composition at the moment, so it's not a useless emblem for him, but it's tooth and nail fighting down towards the bottom of the table. Do remember, we are in the mid lobbies at the moment, lobby 9 of the tournament. So these players have had, the average start to the day here in round 3. They get a chance to push themselves forward to bigger things, or drop back down into the pack. High Pikachu, though, gets the big win. Immediate 2-star in, and the rearranging of items.
That Aurelia has many faces, 2 emblems on her to try and be the sole carry, well, not entirely soul carry, but a big carry for this board, together with the Syndra in the backline there for the hopes of High Pikachu. Explosion also on 11 HP, Kubikson on 14. We might see a couple of players take a big hit right here, right now, but are the upgrades that Pikachu found big enough to keep him in there? The Syndra has gunned down. It's just the Aurelia that is going to stay alive together with that Kindred, and it's not going to be enough. And like I said, 2 players out, or top 4 locked in.
Yeah, I'm super surprised the Syndra actually won against the Syndra 2 and the Aurelia 2, but you can see the power of this pushing level, finding these legendary upgrades. They deal so much damage. Asia also one of the most crucial units in that comp, and Explosion actually also found himself into the top 4. I'm very interested why he's not putting the second gargoyles on the Diana. Chooses to keep it on the Amumu, has the Endless Remover, and is still looking for that Lux 3, since that is his probably biggest power spike here.
Yeah, anchoring both sides of his defensive line. But do you want to point out as well, we had a small encounter there. The Ari's Kiss coming in, a little bit of extra player health across the board as we do collapse into our top 4 here. Gives our players a little bit more room to maneuver if they don't have everything they're looking for.
Is it going to be enough? Has to be the question that we ask again and again. For Explosion, 21 HP should be enough, even if the cards are not in his favor here. A couple of units should die. Eventually, Janna 3 holding down the 4, trying to knock out more and more units, and it is going to be a loss, but like I said, survives, makes it to the Dragon, and has yet another chance to maybe find that Lux 3 that could do some extra lifting.
Yeah, and I feel like this is very interesting, because I feel like Explosion didn't have the best game. I wouldn't say he low rolled, but it was not like an incredible high roll game for him. But he still managed to make it to the top 4, and I think that's one of the reasons people like this comp so much. It just enables you to roll on level 6 and level 7 and just hit earlier power spikes, save so much HP, and then still make it to the top 4, even if you don't have a high roll rolldown.
Yeah, I mean, the extra player health has meant the Explosion has survived one more round than they would have to otherwise. But it does mean it's very hard to get any higher than this. Snooty Boo just above on 30 HP and a win streak as well. As we do have the Lux creeping in. The Lux 3-star has arrived for Explosion. But up above him, we can see the Portuguese player, Digger Spada, with the Azir 2 coming in. For Explosion, it might be too little too late.
Well, we'll see. So we just talked about Snooty as well. Also one of the players that for a long time looked like it might not be the greatest game, but was able to kind of find those small wins. And to me, it looks a little bit like Explosion is doing the same thing. But now they're fighting off against each other. And we're going to be seeing whether or not that Lux 3 is going to be helping all she can. Diana taking huge hits right at the beginning here, being targeted by the entire backline from Snooty. At least Annie's Tibbers will come closer and take out some of that backline yet, and I think it should be fine here. Morgana and Zoe shouldn't be strong enough to take down that board, and Explosion hanging in there.
Alright, we actually got to see it happen. The Lux 3 pushing through and getting the snipes off. I mean, Memo, you've probably got the best read on this and whether or not we could actually see Explosion push through and get any higher than 4th.
I feel like it depends on his matchup and how his Lux is positioned. I think if he is able to find the Lux 3, snipe someone's backliner, or even just CC them, it will just stall the fight for so much longer. The enemy will just lose so much damage on their board, and then he might be able to cheese out one more win. And depending on if Snooty wins or loses here, he can die very quickly.
Goes up against Nasny on the opposite side. We've been talking about the power of this Kog'Maw board. He still has HP to hang on to if this round doesn't go his way, so not invested into everything just yet. The Kale is alive. She is going to gain stacks from this round here. Snooty finds a win, stays in the top 4 as Explosion goes up against Stiga Sparta and loses a 4th place there. The Lux not good enough to take him into the top 3.
Oh boy, it was a good run though. And as I said before, mates, the Snooty managed to get into the top 3 with what looked like a bit of a difficult start to get through, managing to get the 7-story Reaver online in a lobby that was really set up to make that as hard as is humanly possible. Digger Spada on the other side is still on 44 HP, more than enough, I think, to make a solid shot at getting first in the lobby.
Yeah, and Digger Spada also looking now to find some more set items, so he has another carry, maybe looking for a TG in the carousel, but for now he's fighting against Snooty Boo, and you can see how much damage this Asia and Syndra are doing together, tearing through that front line, but the Ornn is just not killable. The Ascension kicks in, and yeah, he just wins the fight against the 7-story Reaver bot.
Snooty taking that 3rd place, and we're gonna get one more carousel. 44 HP, arguably for stage 6-4, pretty much, I would say, on Digga Sparta. Here you can take a look at the comps at the bottom there as well. And Sanasni on the back of that Kog'Maw, both of them toddling around that heavenly emblem. I think it was Digga Sparta who got it in the end. They were trying to deny each other or something. But yeah, worked out for Sparta, did not work out for Tanasni, and now we're going to be seeing that level 10 on the left-hand side.
Wow. That is pretty wild with the Rakan 2-star in there as well. I mean, this is we came from quite humble origins here with the Kog'Maw reroll, but it's another composition which is something of a throwback, working extremely well. We'll see how it does here. Both players have got a good amount of HP in the tank. The Digger Sparta's on the 3-round win streak.
Yeah, and we can see Digger
absolutely is. Can he keep going, or is he going to be stopped against Sanazni here? The Caitlyn snipes out the Syndra, the sheer power of a Caitlyn 3, but Lily cannot do enough here, and Sanazni down to his last life.
Yeah, what a close fight here for Senasni. He might be able to get a little bit more power once he finds more items in the neutral round, but for that he still has to win one more fight, and it's looking pretty close right now. It probably depends a lot on if the set is able to ult onto that very beefy Cho'Gath and ult him into the backline, and how the Caitlyn ult also hits the enemy backline or the front line will decide a lot about this fight.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about Zanasny has brought out the raid boss augment for the Cho'Gath, so he's being able to slurp up a lot of the defensive stats. It's a very one-unit defense, which will get thrown back into the background again. You see how much damage that big lad just put down, but he survives still. Zanasny might have just enough to get through the round.
I'm not sure about the positioning on the Caitlyn this time around. Gets stopped by the front line so much, and eventually Diga Sparta, in a pretty dominating fashion, does move through this game here on the back of Epoch, on the back of Ascension, just running with it, vibing with it, and taking first place in our game 3. I thought that was a very interesting game in comparison to what we saw in game 1 and game 2. Players really adapting, Memo.
Yeah, I really love how he adapted with Epoch and took the early game to such a strong board, getting the Kindred 2 online with 3 items really early on, with all the extra items coming in from the encounter, and being able to just use Epoch's tempo, upgrade all of his units, go level 9, go level 10, even beating the Syndra 2 while having a Syndra 1 himself, because he just found the set and the Asia, and they just pulled through so much.
And I think particularly for me, like seeing that Diga Sparta managing to pull it off with the Fated Dryad board in a lobby which we've seen multiple times. You get into this brawl for the composition. Oftentimes everybody can fail. In this case, I believe we had 3 different players, 2 of which went to the bottom 4, 1 of which went to first place.
Well, you can't have it all sometimes, and we do have an interview for you guys ready in the break before we go to our analyst desk to talk about all things raid bosses and other exciting things from that previous round, so stay tuned.
I'm Modzho, a TFT player from Lithuania. I'm 22 years old. I play TFT for fun. My thoughts on the set are pretty positive. I have not played set 10. I skipped it, so I came back to set 11 like halfway through after GSC 2, basically. So it's good, it's fun, it's pretty flex in my opinion. Meta kind of stale, but it feels really fun and like good for competitive. There's much potential in my opinion. No, honestly, I don't prepare at all. Like, of course, I watch other streamers, look at the stats a bit. Like, just try to play the game as much as possible to understand the meta, to play stronger boards, and figure it out on myself. Basically, my main goal is to like get to day 3 at least this time. I don't think it's gonna happen, but I'll try. Like the fastest and the easiest, the best way to rank up in ladder is just to spam games as much as possible. Then you start understanding the units, the meta, just watch some tutorials. The Froden on YouTube makes a lot of useful content for new players, so the best way is this way. Okay, so shout out to Lithuanian TFT community, my homies. We prep all the time together. We joke around, play the game together. Yeah, so shout out to them. And I'm hoping Ultraliga will let at least 1 or 2 of Lithuanian players to their tournament sometime.
Well, folks, we've got the very exceedingly rare Pandaberia desk. It is truly an endangered species, much like the panda itself. But I'm not Beria. That's Panda. I pointed the right way. There we go. That's Panda. And that was a great game. There's a lot to cover, but I think the biggest pressure is going on that. We had like 3 things going on. We had that Exalted set, which was very unique and shaped the game. Reapers finally showed up. And we had that whole Fated disaster going in there versus the Lux.
And overall, I think it's the game that really reflected the meta more by the book, what we were expecting from top of show. We saw Reapers finally on broadcast. In this case, unfortunately, 2 players contesting each other on it, which was not ideal for a player like Kubikson, who had a really good spot for it from the beginning with the Reaper crest. Also, Call to Adventure from Snooty Boo, finding a really, really good result, a top 3, despite being contested on Irelia by so many different players. We saw an Umbral Irelia, a Faded Irelia, because she was exalted and players were trying to fit her in. And Giga Sparta, we're seeing here, playing Syndra, by the book, just very, very strong Ornn, tanking so much. Had great augments for it with Unified and Ascension, as well as a stalling comp after all with how Syndra's kit works. And Zanasni as well, a player we have to mention. Kog'Maw reroll, again, doing very well. And in this case, Siberia, we saw so many copies very early on without even rolling on stage 2. He was set up for success despite going for more tempo slams, not playing for BIS Kog'Maw. There's no blue buff. It's a Shojin instead. Has a Sunfire onto the Cho'Gath instead of the full tank items we usually see, and 2 Nashers on Lilia. So goes to show that if you're playing for high tempo, if you can read that, hey, I'm very strong right now, I'm going to play for this and conserve a lot of HP, you can still do really well and finish second.
And when I was watching this, I will admit to it, I was being a hater for real, because I saw him opt for 5 gold instead of the golden remover, and I'm like, what are you thinking, man? You're on a Kog'Maw reroll composition, you could get better items, but it turns out if you just itemize 3 carries fully, that's pretty good regardless of what the items are.
And one of the biggest differences with Kog'Maw compared to start of the set is that Lilia has way more importance in the comp as kind of a third way to have damage being dealt. And just Lilia overall, she's gotten a lot of buffs in the past few patches, so it does make sense in the end. But something you really have to be keeping in mind if you're playing for Kog'Maw reroll. And one more thing I did want to mention is we finally saw the more standard traditional version of this Lux Janna. No Amumu 3, unfortunately, was Diana 3 instead, kind of shoring up that frontline problem we saw in the first 2 games on broadcast. But the biggest thing for me is Janna being itemized first. I think she's more consistent. Lux, depending on how you position and how the matchmaking pool turns out, you might have some trouble getting the right targets and having her really pop off as a consistent DPS carry, whereas Janna is just a lot better in that case, and we're seeing why. An Explosion managing to get top 4, I think a great result for not just him, but the real comp in general, because people, I think after the first 2 games were maybe doubting how strong this Lux comp really was.
Well, and I think it's interesting you bring up the Janna and Diana as well, because we saw like the vision of what this composition could be. Diana benefits from Janna in the same way that Amumu does. They both have that healed, so they're getting a massive shield from Janna, which stalls so that they can get their next heal out and gives that composition a lot more longevity, especially when, like you said, the Lux, she's in 2 positions at any time. She's either popping off, getting key stuns, or absolutely whiffing worse than I do in League of Legends. Like, it is rough in the worst cases. So getting the consistency from that Janna, from that strong frontliner with all the shields, is really key. And we saw this was the first time that the full composition was both hit and piloted to top 4. So really impressive for me how long he was able to stay stable in that state.
And not just that, but 3 combat augments. We had Magic Wand into Unified into Harm Assist. We had also other players playing for 3 cost reroll, so it's easier to hit that Diana 3 where you have 2 players trying to contest Yone, holding a Loons as well, etc. So overall, I think it was a good read from Explosion to see what the lobby complexion would look like. And overall, a very good execution despite not having any insane high roll outside of hitting his 3 stars.
And I do want to also flag the Reapers. We didn't get to see it like kind of fully form because everyone was so contested on well, everything. If I'm being honest, David, everything was contested. But the composition, I'm hoping to get to see like shine a little bit more coming up, because when it does get going, it is incredibly strong. But I definitely don't think that game was a good judge with, like you said, all the Aurelias. The Reaper Aurelia happened, which was a little more disappointing than I'd expected. I thought Kubikson had it in the bag. I'm not going to lie to you.
I believe we do have game 4 ready to go. Our casters are ready. Our players, I hope, are ready, because we're halfway through the day and obviously so much at stake. Everyone trying to finish in the top 64 to make it into that day 2.
All right, and with that, we're going to have the casters take it away. Memo, Makes, and Peter take us to game number 4.
Well, it's not only our casters that are ready, it's also our casters that are ready today here for game number 4. Time seems to be flying. I don't know. We just started the show. We're already at game number 4, halftime checkpoint. It doesn't feel that way. I don't know. Today's a little bit of a weird day, but I think we can all agree that we have a lot of exciting games to look forward to. And here is our lobby counterfeit.
All right, so let's see. We're going to be seeing some new faces coming in here as well. I'm kind of curious, from your side of things, Memo, anyone here who's jumping out to you in particular?
I feel like Hyrule has been proving himself a lot lately, like especially in the last set. I think he's a bit more of like the newer generation of players, has been performing really well lately. And also Renekton, I think Panda mentioned him in the intro show, that he actually is performing much better than we are used to from him. I'm playing a lot against him in ladder. He used to hover around like high Grandmaster, low Challenger, but now is performing at the highest of the ladder, reaching 1,700 LP, which is crazy. I don't know. Don't ask me how people do it.
Just a lot of time investment, coming from other games as well. Sometimes people think, TFT pros, they just, play a couple of games or whatever. They don't realize that the hardcore players in this game literally eat, breathe, and sleep TFT with like 20 games a day, or like 20 hours games sometimes. It's insanity, but that's what you do for the high level competition.
Well, that's what we saw from Taplast. He was saying, if you put the time in on a given patch, a given set, you can perform way above what your expectations would be.
But also, what's interesting is there are some other players that play other esports title and even reach the highest rank in other games and just climb up the TFT ladder really casually and then just dip and hold their LP for a long time. Like we have seen that a lot lately as well.
Well, we're always happy, to poach some other esport titles. TFT is all welcoming, and I think we can be proud to be all welcoming towards other esports as well. But we might get a little bit of a rerun here. Looking at Modzho, is in the position of having 4 Kog'Maws early on, but the rest of the board is not really giving Kog'Maw reroll.
No, maybe this last item coming in will give us some idea. So the sword, we'll immediately kind of buy all of the Kog'Maws anyway. I think this first augment and Wandering Trainer coming in, with where we are in the competition, we're past the halfway point. Maybe our players are willing to play a little bit more risky.
Some interesting choices coming in. What doesn't kill you stands out for me as well, since he doesn't have the strongest early game right now, not like a strong opener like the Story opener that we have seen so much. So I wouldn't be too surprised if he goes for the what doesn't kill you augment and goes for a long lose streak, gets his components, his extra gold, and then looks to stabilize on whichever comp he chooses to play.
Yeah, we're seeing some of the augments showing up on the right-hand side, and there is one that always gets my attention because honestly, it has to be the Fortune Crest being picked up here by Vigo, and you'll see something now that I think is very cool that you can do specifically with this emblem, where whenever the fight looks like he might not be losing, he will just not slam it, but this one obviously looks like a loss, so he slammed it right out of the gate there and is going to take these losses.
Yeah, this is one of those optimizations that's been in place across multiple different TFT sets, but for Vigos from Denmark, of course, as a note coming into this one, Northern Legends, no UK players playing whatsoever, but a good amount of players from Denmark coming in, hoping to make an impact here. Look across some of the other augments coming in. We've got Hyrule as well. Fated Emblem coming in, so we've got a fair amount of generic augments. We have at least got a few players picking their lane.
Yeah, definitely, and I want to talk a bit about the Fortune player in particular, because at this level of play, people know how it affects the entire lobby, and they will put context onto that Fortune, because a lot of players will now maybe not play so risky and drop a lot of HP and then try to come back because they know there's a Fortune player in the lobby that will have such a huge cap with a big cash out that they won't be able to beat them in the end.
Yeah, it's definitely something you need to be aware of. But of course, we also have some players that already have a little bit more of direction. One of the players that has direction for the faded line you're looking upon right now, opposite side of the board with Sauza, but Hyrule also has that faded crest, so I fear we might be in for yet a little bit of the Spider-Man meme where everyone is pointing at each other saying, hey, you play faded, but I play faded. I guess we
faded,
both go faded.
Oh boy. Well, I mean, I guess, with that in mind, we've got these kind of elements of a standard game of TFT at the moment being combined with some of the more unusual elements, because, of course, we talked about already with the Fated Crest, has this more reliable version of the Fortune board and the potential to go 5 Fortune later on. But we've also got a couple of players we haven't talked about as of yet. Pairs we saw briefly before, picking up the reigning gold, so going heavily into Econ. And Marianne, perfectly timed. Stars are born. Definitely one of the openings we don't see anywhere near as often.
Just something very interesting here. Vigo already having 5 Fortune here. Obviously not level 5 yet, so he can't put that in. But getting the 5 Fortune in will save him a lot of HP and make it so he can go for a very big cash out and play for a first place.
Yeah, that's going to be something to look out for as we go into a modified carousel. Now, what are we getting here? Just some extra defensive components. Nothing too crazy just yet. I personally, I don't know how you guys feel, but I hate it when Aurelia comes up in the carousel and everybody just, gets let off their leashes at the same time. Because I'm one of these players, when the carousel starts, I start looking at boards so they can't see that I'm stalking them. And then I'll always miss out on my turn to actually walk.
No,
it's a bit sad.
I do that nearly every time myself as well. I think it needs to have a little bell that plays to bring your attention back to the center. But in this case, yeah, just one of the more tepid ones in the mix. Just again, looking at how people have been doing so far in stage 2 as we come close to PvE. Renekton and Jura up at the top. I did want to take a chance as things are, a little bit on the more sedate side as starting off. Jura currently in a good position. Remember, of course, with you having the Turkish connections coming to this one, we did mention a little bit earlier on into the broadcast, in the first set of the GSC, it was very close to Turkey taking its first GSC crown, but GSC 2 was nowhere near as good. Do you know what kind of roughly the feeling is right now on the Turkish side of things in that kind of community? Is there kind of optimism there, or do they feel like the opportunity is past?
No, I feel like they are very hopeful because lately they have been improving at a very high rate. I feel like the G5 club, the study group, has been performing very well. We have multiple G5 members playing in this GC again. And especially I want to give a big shout out to Clicoran. I think he's one of the standout players from that group that makes everyone around him also a lot better. And I think it's just a positive cycle where everyone just feeds information to each other and they're improving with every set, and they have been showing up lately as well. So I think hopefully in the future, eventually one of those will win the GSC. We see Darkest come very close to it in GC1.
Yeah, I mean, I'm personally always a fan of Darkest Sports. I think they have a lot of creativity to give, and we kind of been waiting for them to really get that top spot eventually. But I agree, Turkey kind of on the rise. We're seeing lots and lots of more talent coming out. They've been kind of smiled upon earlier when Rising Legends started, having their own ladder, not competing too much on EU West, which is considered the main ladder. But I feel like the trend is shifting, at least personally, and we are going to get a look here at how much this Kindred can do early on, even without items.
Well, this was what I was kind of bringing up here, because I've seen some more people going for Stars Are Born. I was kind of wondering what units it was that people were so valuing at the 2 cost level that they would give up an entire augment to bring them online straight away. But I think we've got a good answer here from Ariane. It's having the Kindred online at 2 stars so quickly into the game, which is allowing a lot of early hurt to be put down.
Kindred just being so solid goes into the 2 main lines of the patch. I feel like going into Reaper or Fated that we have seen so much already today, and having a lot of flexibility with that. But also you have Zyra, you have Senna, you have Janna, you have all the 2-cost carries basically being in the meta right now. And like I already said so often today, I feel like tempo is so underrated right now because everyone can go for a high cap, so people are way more willing to try that. But if you play like a tempo augment like Stars Are Born, get a lot of upgrades early on, you will just save so much HP and have an easy level 8, level 9 push and find your units much faster.
Yeah, it kind of comes back to what you were saying earlier, Peter, the fact that you only need a top 4, at least for today, so really trying everything you can to maybe protect some of that precious HP early on. And we are hopping through some boards. Vigo at the bottom there, a little bit under the rest of the players in overall HP, but nothing too glaring in HP differences just yet, as we are seeing the Stars Are Born's board on the other side once again. And this is where you kind of look at the enemy kindred too with that blue buff and you're like, oh, this is what I wanted. How did this happen? How did we end up here?
Yeah, I mean, it's looking really good. I will actually kind of go back on what I was saying before with the whole top 4 idea, just because of the players we're looking at in this lobby. You can notice next to the portraits, you can see their points totals. They're around 11 or 12 or so. Right now, that is below the line to make it into day 2. So they are going to need to push a little bit harder, a little bit further. We'll see if these second set of gold augments will help turn anybody's fortunes.
I like what you did there, Peter. I think something very interesting here as well for Vigo is he could choose to go for a 20 or 30 cash out to look for that extra fortune emblem, get a second fortune emblem online, and look to go 7 fortune, which is pretty much a guaranteed win if you have some HP and some bot strength, because you will proc the fortune cash out a lot more, and you will never lose your stacks, which is very, very OP, and will pretty much guarantee you the win.
It will. So we'll be looking whether or not all that comes online as more and more emblems are showing up across the boards. We're seeing an extra Dryad emblem come on for High and Marin on the extra Umbral, which allows you to get the full vertical Umbral online early on. I was mentioning it earlier, it's not a board we've been seeing so much in this pack specifically, but it might be possible. It might be that that's the angle here.
Yeah, well, speaking of balls we haven't seen very often, we're seeing another one from Yura here. But definitely want to come back to the Umbra later on, but we're actually seeing Senna reroll in this lobby, rather. There you go, found the word eventually. With the 2 healthy in place. So we've seen the compositions as a whole start to spread out a little bit more. Maybe as the day goes on, our players are realizing the playing contested is just not it a lot of the time.
Yeah, definitely. And I like what Hyrule did there, by the way, and also Sosa, because they saw Fortune player in the lobby, so maybe we want to roll a little bit on level 6 and stabilize here, because if Hyrule went on with that board for a longer time, he would probably take a lot of damage, drop lower in HP, and then would have to make a big comeback, which, like I mentioned already, will be a lot harder in this lobby.
Yeah, I agree. Sauza here finding that Alawi and also has a Syndra in shop. That's exactly what you want if you are on that Fated line. But it feels like right now, every time we watch a fight, it's Fated against Fated. Is there anyone in this lobby that is not on this line? Even the Umbral player, even Maran, who I was hoping would maybe do a little bit of extra cooking here. Still playing around those Fateds, but has a lot of options on the back there and is holding onto the Exalted. You can see that the Yorick is there, you can see that the Garen is there, is holding a Tristana as well. So at least thinking about going in a different direction.
Yeah, and look at Sosa, he already has an Ilawi 2 and a Syndra, so very strong units coming in for him, and we are getting even more items than we already have. A lot of AP items and tank items, which should be very good for various players in this lobby, since a lot of people just are defaulting into AP currently, will just find themselves some optimal items.
Well, I do want to, in kind of opposition to that idea, I absolutely agree with you, but there are 2 players which I'm spotting out so far who have decided to go down the road less traveled here, the AD route. So Modzho, who has got the Reaper line coming together, and Rigose, who of course has got the Fortune building up. We've got the Last Whisper already slammed in here, so I'm wondering, what kind of board we'll be seeing longer term for this traditionally we would be seeing the Kaiser coming out long term.
Yeah, definitely.
Well,
I would not assume that he will play anything else. He has the Whisper already. He has the IE sitting on his bench if he wants to go for that. Obviously can play almost anything he wants. He could probably go level 9 straight away, look towards the Aurelia maybe as his carry, or even the Xayah, which is very, very strong on 2 stars. So all his options are pretty much open, but he committed into an AD line.
There's another player who has committed into an AD line, and I'm happy to report about this one because it is something that actually makes me pretty excited. Jura, the Turkic player here in this tournament, is on 2 healthy and is currently looking like he might be re-rolling Senna, which I think is an option. It is valuable. We have been seeing this comp show up every now and then if the spot is right. So there's a chance, is all I'm saying, that we see the Senna reroll come together. He's currently at the top there, but Viggo finds the Kai'Sa too on the back of that cash out just immediately.
That's not allowed. Come on. We just talk about who's going to go for a Kai'Sa board, and the game just gives him a 2-star Kai'Sa immediately. I mean,
Master Powers, you guys did that. Now live with it.
Witches here.
I don't want to call out him, but I think he misclicked and sold his Xayah, a unit that you really, really want in this comp, one of the biggest power spikes for that comp. I think he maybe got shook up a bit by the cash out himself. Still, very good power spike for him, obviously, with the Xayah 2 now holding the 2 AD items, getting the support items as well, the Shroud and the Moonstone, one of the best late game options that you can get. And pretty strong right now, I would say.
I would say that too, Memo. I like how you're being a little bit cautious around it, not speak too soon after just speaking that entire cash out into existence. No, I think that's justified. The Xayah, we'll just not mention it, okay? We'll move on. I'm sure he can find another one. He's level 7, has a lot of gold to work with. Would have been even stronger if we kept that one, of course, but maybe got a little bit flustered on the back of that cash out.
Oh boy. All right, so looking on the far right-hand side, let's take stock of where we are. You're up at the top with 85 HP and a good amount of gold in the bank. The overall lobby as a whole feeling pretty flush with cash, but streak-wise, we basically got nothing coming into round 4. And we've got these extreme outliers in place, like Viggo's board here, that can really throw off the balance of power.
Looking at yet more power that is coming to our players. You get a component and you get a component, and it just keeps on going in this game here. But so does this board. Checking in with Jura here. We're on 7 Senna. Still need a little bit more. That's number 8. Can he find that last one on the back of those roll down to try and capitalize on the board? He's been streaking, has found his first loss now, and is trying to get back at it to preserve as much HP as possible, but it doesn't come online.
Sadly for him, doesn't come online. Gets Zephyr here as well. Has to feel really bad about that one. And yeah, we can see Euro's boards performing pretty well with 2 healthy, having all of these ghostly units online really early on. Just gave him such an edge in the early game. Sadly couldn't find the Senna 3. It's just missing 1, but we can see he's so strong, even though he got Zephyr, almost making the fight close.
Yeah, that was shockingly close. But I suppose we do have to take account of the Zephyr going forward. Certainly a lot of the board relying so heavily on that one unit. Gold Augment will close us out here as well. It's noticeable as we look on the right-hand side, you can see that the emblems have been making their impact in this lobby, and it's looked like they'll continue to do so. Pez picks up the Fated Emblem as Yura goes up to the 3-star Senna.
Now, the question is that enough, right? If you're looking at some of the other boards in this lobby, we know Senna 3 can do a lot. The tattoo is good. You have a lot on your board already that will help you. But then you're looking at boards like Viggo's and you're like, I don't know how they square up. He could be taking a couple of losses whenever this one comes around.
Yeah, I feel like he's going to do okay with his power spike now and 75 HP, sitting pretty far up there with the HP value, so I think he will do okay. I don't want to curse him, and obviously he has also triple combat ornaments.
Now, I understand.
So yeah.
We'll see how he does up against Renekton here. I mean, we've got the 3 items on the Kai'Sa 2 already. You can see that she gets her cast up very, very quickly. When she can start punching through to the back lines, the frontline tanks won't matter anywhere near as much as the bruisers. They're proving themselves here. They're lasting a remarkably long time, and Kai'Sa gets to pretty much free fire as much as she wants.
Yeah, I mean, this Galio is one chonky chicken there in that front line, really just tanking everything the enemy board had to give. And slowly but surely, this lobby is starting to separate. You know, usually in stage 4, we already have a couple of players that have been bombing out a bit. This time around, I feel like with 40 HP, Pest still has a good chance, but needs to make something happen soon. And we are going to be checking in with the board. Is on 7, faded on the back of an emblem. But if you're looking at your damage carries, it's looking a little bit scarce.
Yeah,
we're going to rely.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's the thing? Like, we're going to be relying pretty heavily on our set here. I suppose, you know, at least with the Dryad in place, he'll be building up his AD. Because see, we've got the potential to build up the Syndra longer term, but I think Pez on the loss streak right now, if it goes just up above, it will flip across to a successful board. So I don't know, maybe we didn't have enough faith in what we've got online for Pez at the moment.
Yeah, very interesting choice by him, not rolling more for that Syndra too. He's sitting on 50 gold right now with a Syndra pair, and I think that would be the ideal scenario for you to keep rolling, especially with someone playing Fortune in your lobby, but decides to play it slow, gets rewarded for it because he wins the fight anyway. And yeah, like you mentioned, Peter, maybe he's looking now to itemize the set instead of go for Syndra items.
Definitely thinking about it long and hard to try and decide what to go for. The Xayah not going to be available for Vigo as well. That one was stolen by Renekton saying, yoink, it's mine, as we are going to be hopping over to Modzho. And this is an Umbral board, I will say. It is an Umbral board, but it's not at full capacity just yet. We have the 4 Reapers here in play, and you were saying that with the Reapers, you definitely want that Kindred in there. I'm personally just seeing a Kindred too, but Kane 2 now also coming online to try and help a little bit.
Yeah, has his items pretty split, right? Doesn't have 3 items on Kane or Kindred, which is a bit awkward, but he will find them eventually, and already has 3 Yoni items, so this is probably as strong as he gets for a while now, until he finds that Silas 2. And we can see the 4 Reapers doing so much work, trying to get through the front line of Renekton, and the Nautilus 2 just CCing the entire Reaper board for a bit here. And I don't think Renekton just has enough damage with that Lilia one. The Reapers are just able to sustain the fight and beat that matchup pretty comfortably.
Yeah, I don't think it's a great matchup in the first place, but with both of them having Edge of Night, especially the enhanced Edge of Night as well, looking real good. Vigos, of course, our Fortune player from before, has gone down to the 4 Bruiser. We're still waiting for the 4 Trick Shot to come into the equation as well. It's certainly building up a head of steam.
Nobody's a Xayah, else she's going to hide even more. But we do have the Syndra to come online for Hyrule now. Still lacking a little bit in the front department. I would say Thresh 1, Ornn 1, Ornn at least triple items to tank as much as possible. Is on 0 gold, so a little bit less frontline there, but the 6 Dryads do a lot of the heavy lifting here together with the 5 Faded, both of them empowered by the extra emblems that were picked up from the early augments. Question is it enough? Lilia on the opposite side in great positioning to try and hit that Syndra for as much as she can, and so will the Nautilus as well.
Ooh. It's going to be a little tight towards the tail end there, but I think the extra HP on the Syndra will help her survive that little bit longer, get the last couple of casts in. I think 6 Dryad is just so good here, you know, as we were talking about before, be able to turn all of these Dryad units into worthwhile tanks, and also give a pretty hefty dose of AP across all of the Dryad units as well, which now, of course, includes Syndra.
Yeah, Hyrule just with very strong combat augments, the Fated Emblem, the Dryad Emblem, and then also the Jeweled Lotus just buffing all of his units pretty much. And he's just struggling a bit now because he has no more money left, and he's hoping to find the RZ2 as his few spikes that are left for him. I don't think he will make it to level 9 in time because he just had to roast so much for his Syndra 2.
Okay, I don't know if this is a case of we say it happens, or if Maran was maybe listening to broadcast, but I was saying I'd really like an Umbral reroll Loon to come through, and look what we have here, empowered by yet another emblem spike on the Kane. 6 Umbral online, finds the Silas 2, no gold to give, but HP to work with, and 1 copy short of that Loon. Should be able to find it, just no one else is really running her, so I think that shouldn't be too much of an issue, and I'm really curious how it pairs up with the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, it's got a board that's even about to get much stronger with the Silas 2 coming into the mix as well. But we should keep an eye on everyone else. Of course, Renekton with the Mythic Invoker board, and very much a we'll say a throwback. This one is one we get to see some of the matchup up against the Fated board there. With this much damage being loaded onto our friend Lydia, she just blew through the Cinder like she wasn't even there.
Yeah, Susa just sacking a bit, has a lot of gold on his bench, so waits one more turn to probably level up, because he's just sitting at a very high HP value right now with 44 HP, and is just looking to go level 9. It gets rewarded, by the way, a lot by the cards he's encounter here, which will amplify his gold values by a lot, actually, so he gets really, really rewarded for waiting that one extra turn, see the encounter, and now probably decides to level up.
Makes, look at those gold totals on the right-hand side. Marani, Hyrule, Pez, they can't use this at all.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the things I think people keep criticizing about encounters as well. It's just not something you can play with as much sometimes. They're in a position where they already rolled it. They couldn't have known that this is what was going to happen. They knew there was an encounter, but there are so many options as to what it can be, right? So I think this one is always rough. The Ahri I don't mind too much, because usually she doesn't change too many outcomes, but something like the Kha'Zix,
Yeah, really rough one for people like, for example, Vigo, the Fortune Cash Out player, because he actually decided to level a turn before that. So he would have saved a lot of HP, a lot of gold, which would have given him a higher cap. And I can see on Vigo's bench already 2 more Kaisers. And the last time I was around here, we saw a Focus Lisa every game. I hope to bring that back with myself.
Oh, is that how it works? Well, Renekton should wake up and smell the coffee, because there's a Kaisa in his shop, and he might be able to be a player to deny the Kaisa 3 for Vigo, but we know that there are more players in this lobby that should be doing just that. Look at it right now. Finds the second Kaisa 2, is going to try and sneak this one by the rest of the lobby, pick it up while everybody else is fighting, so they don't really see it.
Well, we saw this before. The advanced sneaking techniques are very important here. You want to make sure your opponents have the least amount of time to respond to what you're doing. So buying at the end of the round makes a hell of a lot of sense if you're trying for something this ridiculous. Hyrule, though, with a 6 Dryad board going up against the opposite number, who's not quite as many Dryads, but probably just as many Fated. We can see that maybe with one more damage item, Hyrule could actually lose out here with what seems like a ridiculously good board.
Yeah, quite unfortunate. I think a big part here was that front line that we were talking about earlier, just not entirely coming together. Lots of potential for the board that wasn't realized in the end, and we'll see another big chunk here. Renekton getting knocked out in 7th, and I'm curious on how many players have potentially already spied that Kaisa. If you're new to the redding techniques, let me just explain to you. Level 1 is what you just saw, where you buy the unit really late. Level 2 is trying to hide that second 2-star forecast on your board, where players won't spot it as quickly as they sometimes do when it's on the bench. So you just mingle it in there. You're like level 9, just try to hide it in one of the backline units to keep it secret for as long as possible. But we're 2 copies off for Vigo to find this Kaisa 3. It is getting close.
Yeah, super close. Finds himself finally Silas 2. He has been looking for that for a while now. Played the Tamkench until then. I want to mention that Hyrule is probably really sad there, because if he made it to the carousel, he would have actually gotten his Asia 2 there, which is obviously a very big spike for him, and might have been able to come back a little.
Well, I mean, you've got opponents like Vigos who are still very, very strong. I do know, of course, that Vigos, of course, we saw, tearing up the table on the win streak before, is not on a streak right now, so there is a board capable of taking down this Fortune cash out at level 9. You can certainly see it's an absolute morass in the center of the field. We have got that Xayah online from before, the 4 trick shot in play. Vigos, I think, is going from strength to strength again.
I haven't heard any pings yet, I've been real silent, trying to listen in. If anybody else was catching on to it, it doesn't seem like it. He's not even trying. He has the Kaisas all next to each other on the bench. They're not split out on the bench to try and divert some attention. No, it's all there, up in the open for everyone to see. And we'll see if they're actually looking. Left and pull right now, 2 Kaisas. So there is a chance for Vigo to get it, but he's sitting it out. He says, my next roll comes after the dragon. I'll definitely make it there. And there might be a couple players who get knocked out before. Pes on 6 HP, Maran on 10, Jura on 13. All of these players, Peter, up on the chopping block.
Yeah, Fated Dryad board up to Fated 7, and perhaps it is better than the Dryad 6. Vigos on the other side of the field has to chew through an absolute mountain of HP and units. But I think might just have enough to get through it. The frontline collapses on the far side, but no, Syndra gets the cast off just in time. And that's the heartbreaker you see there when your carries get exposed to each other and yours is not the one firing. Pez still gonna get taken out. We're down to our top 4 with Jura exiting as well.
It's even worse that the last unit living was a Sivir. The ultimate betrayal you feel when a 1-cost unit knocks you out, man.
You're so close, almost beat the Fortune player, so close. Very unfortunate for him. I feel like with these type of games where there's a big Fortune cash out, a lot depends also on matchmaking, like how often you face the Fortune player, because that will obviously always almost result into a loss, and losing is obviously not the greatest in the later stages because you just lose so much HP.
I do wonder if with Vigos, since we've got currently the Xayah itemized with Thieves Gloves, whether that's going to be a hard cap on how powerful this board can become. Because we're starting to get to the page of having extra items.
One more.
One.
It's good enough.
Yeah, he's sitting at 25 HP, so losing one more fight here wouldn't be the worst. And if he sees that there is a matchup that is unwinnable without Kai'Sa 3, he can decide to open up some slots here, sell some units that are not crucial or like downgrade. For example, Desire, the Silas, or the Gali.
Sausa is one of the players that is holding the Kai'Sa to try and stop the madness from happening. And Vigo looks at him and says, "You're it. I will take you down as part of my giant revenge plan." You can see Sausa wiggle the Kai'Sa there on the bench as well as to taunt him, but that isn't going to be it. We have our top 2 players, Modzho and Vigo, in the lobby here, and there is no Kai'Sa being held. It is all in the pool. He can hit it if it shows up.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he needs it actually, because
I don't think so either, but it's fun.
We've actually got good items being rolled on the Xayah for this time round, so maybe this will give the 1-round win. But it's worth noting they both do have a good amount of HP in the tank.
Yeah, I feel like Modzho should be pretty happy with his second place here. I feel like his board is pretty standard. Nothing too crazy. No 3-stack Yo, no 3-stack in red for him, but just has so many items and so many good arguments that he just won so many fights in the mid to late game. And as we can see, the Kai'Sa board just shreds through all these melee units. Like I mentioned, I don't think even it will come down to the Kai'Sa 3.
Okay, but it would be fun, so we're still hoping for it, Memo. Okay, I'll try to teach you the ropes here, how it works on the broadcast. We want those shiny units, golden Kai'Sa, but it is not going to come up. And I think the trend is pretty clear here. We're going to see some last second moving from the players to try and maybe outsmart what the other player has going on. You can see the shuffle from both players, but is it enough? We're going to be watching right now between Vigo and Modzho to try and find that first place in game number 4.
keeping an eye on those two melee carries in the middle of the mats to see if they can break through. The front line actually goes down remarkably quickly, and Kaiser gets deleted. Just like that, we have another chance. No, my mistake. I read it the wrong way around. It's all over.
Yeah.
Okay, it's okay. You were still
I got so
dreaming
excited.
about the Kai'Sa. I get it, Peter. But a well-deserved first place there from Vigo on the back of the Fortune. Not something we see a whole lot of, so I'm glad to see it come alive and come together in the way it did. Despite that little oopsie with the Xayah in the mid-game there, he was able to recover and make it through, which was really cool. And I feel like, once again, Marwan on that Loon 3, chef's kiss. I was really excited about that one.
Yeah, I feel like he could have also in the end just start selling his Galio and downgrade, just so he hits the Kaiser 3. I feel like I know where you're getting makes. I think just hitting 4 Costisas is the way to go.
Yeah, just hit them, you know.
Well, unfortunately, we're just about to hit it through to game number 5 as well. We've got an interview with notorious Frenchman Sologesang coming up during the break. So stay tuned, and we'll be back with round 5 momentarily.
Yeah, my name is Sologesang. I'm from Germany. I'm a streamer and player. I discovered TFT when they first released it on the beta, on the PB, the very first set. Yeah, I got hooked up immediately, and when TFT got announced, new game by Riot Games, so it was very exciting, and I just spammed 10,000 games every day. I hope I will win it. I mean, the last two cups, second day I got first once and second the other time, so I hope, I think if I get a good day, I can hopefully finish first on the last day as well. So hopefully, to be honest, I wanted to prepare much more this season, but I had some other stuff going on in the background, private stuff, so I could only couldn't fully focus. But I hope I can do it for the European finals regions. But performance-wise, was okay. I mean, I'm never satisfied unless I get first. So yeah, a routine, I usually don't stream before the tournament starts, and then I usually take a short nap, 1 or 2 hours before the tournament starts for 20 minutes, 20 minutes nap before a tournament. I think that's my routine. Yeah, power nap. I would like to shout out my viewers also supporting me, and the people I've practiced with in this season. Last set I practiced with Hydra, but Hydra will skip this set, so next set we will practice again, hopefully.
Fortune favors the gold as Vigo comes out of that one with a massive bank account, able to take it all the way to top 1. But I want to recap his journey because it kind of was the entirety of the game. We hit 2-1. We see him sitting on some fortunes. We see a fortune crest. Oh boy, we're in for it now. And he's able to get that huge cash out at 3-6, angling for a Kai'Sa, hits a Kai'Sa 2 off of it, accidentally sells the Xayah, but we're just going to breeze past that because the rest of the game went really well, except for the Kha'Zix encounter right after he leveled up. But you know what? Still able to pull it out, almost able to get the 3-star Kai'Sa, nothing to complain about.
Really comfortable finish at the end, as you mentioned, without even hitting Kai'Sa 3, still dominating the lobby. But big shout out to the Reaper players in this lobby, Marwan and Modzho as well, because they really showcased how to play this Reaper board. I think indexing on Kayn is the correct way to go, while also having these side carries like the Loon 3, for example, was a really, really good read from Marwan. If you're going to test it on a comp, you should try and not play the traditional version of it. Instead, half play it and half find your own kind of unique spin and your own unique way to find more power without having just rely on like Yone 3, for example. I like the Kindred, for example, as well for Modzho, really putting in work. So both players, I think, played really, really well there. And especially the augments for Modzho with the Edge of Night and the Keepers did so much for him in stage 4 especially. On the flip side, Syndra, I'm not going to say disease, but we're going to see it, I think, all throughout this day 1, and I think less of it in day 2. It is a very strong comp, don't get me wrong, but if it's 3-way contested every single lobby, if you are a very talented player who's good at TFT, sometimes it's correct to maybe not enter that lottery. Play to your own skills, find a different way, an alternate game plan to find success, and don't play for that, stage 4 roll down where if you miss, you're in big, big trouble, or if you hit too late, you're in big, big trouble as well.
Well, we saw this exact thing happen at Golden Spatula Cup number 2, right? We had all of those players who wanted to go for the duelist, all of those players on that line. And yeah, you could end up in a situation kind of like the Reapers did in this game, where 2 people come out on top with it. But more than likely, you're going to lose out from going into that battle. And I feel like we've seen through this game that there are multiple avenues that haven't really been explored, with our first time seeing Senna reroll, our first time seeing a fairly standard version of the Reaper composition, our first time seeing on broadcast at the very least, Kai'Sa popping off as well. That's at least like 3 or 4 lines that haven't really been explored in these games, and we're instead having like 3 or 4 people trying to stack up on that late game Syndra line, whether they go through Kindred, whether they go through Lux. It just really is just an absolute train wreck in the mid game.
And Lilia, we see it again, ends up 7th. In this case, overall uncontested, Lilia has not been doing very well. She's out of the 4-cost AP options, very much a secondary option compared to Syndra, even when Syndra's being fully contested in every single lobby. So I'm curious if that'll ever turn around, if there's variants, maybe with Silas that will do better than the ones we're seeing now, where Lilia is kind of responsible for doing a lot of the damage. And if she can't stay consistent with her DPS, you're not able to win these fights in stage 4, especially if things like the Reapers push onto Lilia and kill her off early into the game. For the Senna reroll, really happy to see it. In this case, the tattoo I think wasn't ideal. It wasn't a tattoo that was on Senna in the first place, which I think is a lot of the power of Ink Shadow, is finding those 3 items early on, using tattoo as one of those items. It's a kind of a item and a half really in terms of the power level. But I think Senna reroll is a comp that from the right spots and in the right players' hands will be a big surprise that can do really, really well in specific lobbies in days 2 and 3 especially.
Yeah, and I really do want to shout out again that Kha'Zix encounter. We've kind of touched on it throughout the day, how warping the encounters can be. We had 4 players absolute nadir of their gold, like sub 10 for some of them. And then 4 players who had overabundance, like 40 above. And I was like, oh man, Jura and Renekton are going to do great here. Not really. It didn't really help them as much, but it did help Susa. It did help Modzho, who we mentioned as being one of those Reaper players with those incredible augments. So sometimes you win, sometimes you lose.
I think Tabzz was the one mentioning in the interview at the very start of the day, where encounters are great and they're a cool mechanic, but some of them have too high of a variance difference in terms of different situations for different players you're mentioning, and I think Kha'Zix is one of those. So we'll see how it'll impact players, and especially how players bounce back from it, because sometimes you feel like you really low roll and it really affects your mental the rest of the game, where someone like Vigo bounced back from quite a few mishaps in this game and still had a dominating win.
And I think I want to talk a little bit about compositional variety, because you were mentioning the different varieties of Lilia and how they've been playing differently. And we saw that Reaper composition do the exact same thing. You mentioned, of course, the Alune 3 being the secondary carry for that one. We've seen variants with Yone 3. There's a lot of options around the meta right now that don't rely on Syndra and don't rely on rolling this incredibly contested unit. But I'm hoping we get to see a little bit more of those compositional variants. Like, I really enjoyed getting to see the commit towards the Janna reroll variant instead of the Lux in that previous game where we had the Diana, and just players trying to find unique variants of lines instead of stepping on each other's toes all the time with the Syndra, with the Azir, etc.
Oh, this is the part where we get to see what we hope for, Iberio. I'll just go ahead and say we haven't seen too many comps that are opened up by artifacts just yet in this day one on broadcast. We haven't seen a Bard reroll all with Wit's End. We haven't seen the different Gnar variants, for example, that are able to really pop off with Empiric Scepter and Silvermere Dawn as well. So I think a lot of us trying to not see 3 Syndras every lobby is players being offered a way out at 2-1, a way to play into what is not the contested lines. And in some lobbies we have seen a lot of that with the hero augments especially, but not so much with the artifacts. So that's my hope for game 5 and 6. I think it's the hope for the players as well, because no one really wants to put the outcome of their game in the hands of variants. They want to have some amount of control, especially if they have experience on all the different lines that are available, because there are many. They just need specific conditions to be played.
Yeah, we really only ran into, I think, one artifact all day, and that was the Innervating Locket, which was like the best of the bad choices that were offered to the players. So we'll see how the artifacts go throughout the day. In the meantime, we're going to head over to a quick break and an interview with Alanzq, and then we're going to head into the penultimate game of day number 1 of the Golden Spatula Cup. See you soon.
I'm Alanzq. The name Origins is just my second name. In the past, I had to just change my name because it was kind of weird, and I changed it into Alan, which is my second name normally. I'm a competitive player since I'm 13. Started from MOBA games, moved to the black card games, Auto Battlers, after I wasn't that good at the MOBA games at the time anymore. And yeah, moved between TFT and lore generally after some time, after the Auto Battler era started. And yeah, now I landed back to the TFT and I'm playing since set 9.0. Oh, I love them. I was at Vegas, I'm going for Cactus. Like, I absolutely love the opportunity to meet the players, like connect the faces with the nicks from the ladder and hang out with them and play against them live. Again, it's a great opportunity to also grow the game, and like you can see the audience is really enjoying those live events and watching them. So I think it's a great thing to do, those LANs. Oh, I am always confident. Doesn't mean that you have to just make sure you are not overconfident because it hurts on the competition. But I think I'm in the right mindset after this many years of like. It takes years to get to this mindset where you are. I think where you are not too cocky and you know your place and you're just going in with being self-aware if you are prepared or not. Yeah, I'd like to shout out my community, Team Liquid, which I'm part of, and everybody that will be playing and partaking in GST, and whole the crew that will be organizing and covering the event.
Welcome back to the caster desk. We did do a little bit of a switcheroo, and instead of counterfeit this time around, we're going to be having Impetuous Panda join us for game number 5 and 6. Now, we do want to take a look at the standings if they're ready yet. We will go there as soon as possible. But, Panda, if I saw correctly, there's something that at least is going to make Memo and me pretty happy.
Am I supposed to guess what this is?
I mean, yes.
Could it be a player from Germany at the top?
Yeah, I think that might be it. We're going to be taking a look here as we move through standings. Once again, we're showing you the top 64. It's not going to include all of the players, but the players that, if we were to end the tournament right now, would make it to day 2. So all of these players need to keep doing well, as they have been, as we are moving through the stages to the top 32.
Yeah, especially a lot of Spanish players now coming in as well. I know Panda.
I was hoping you would talk, so Panda wouldn't.
No, we have to give a shout out to the Spanish players. So Guisco, Blackstar, very common name in the Spanish scene, performing really well. And I think the record for first places are 5 first places in a row. So Sologesang could break that today with 6 firsts.
There's a chance.
On an absolute mission. He's also the player who finished by far and away #1 in ladder samples in EU West. So proving absolute dominance both on ladder and in tournament in this GSC3. Really, really impressive, but not surprising, really. I think he's one of the absolute favorites to make that day 3, potentially make Worlds as well later on in the set.
Yeah, we're going to be looking forward to that, but before we get too much ahead of ourselves, I do want to shout out another player in those top 3, just because the name is pretty legendary, man. Dabu D Dabu Dai, that's a cool name. That's almost as cool as Peepo Glad, so I'm really happy our players are getting a little bit more creative when it comes to their naming conventions, at least personally speaking. You know, I wasn't as creative with makes. Panda for sure wasn't creative either, just like adding an adjective in front to your nickname.
But what an adjective. Most people do not know what an
yeah,
adjective even means.
never spell right. Every time I try to tag you somewhere, I misspell it.
That was my thinking when I was 13 years old. Surely makes a lot of years from now will not be able to spell this correctly. And Memo,
it's hard. It's hard.
It's Memo.
Yeah,
it's an easy one.
I mean, it's pretty much my real name, just a short version of it. So yeah, it was pretty easy one for me.
Well, we are going to be looking forward to more fun player names. You guys are doing much better at that than we are, which is fine. You're also doing better at the games than we are. We're looking forward to 2 more games today, and this is the lobby that we are going to be looking at for game number 5, and what a lobby this is. A massive, massive list of heavy hitters.
And one quick reminder for anyone who's just tuning into GSC for the first time, the cutoff for day 1 tends to be around 27 points, usually with tiebreakers 28 to be fully clear out of it. So 2 games left, these players are around 10 points away, so they need to be performing around a 3rd place on average to make it through into day 2.
Yeah, and like mentioned, very strong players coming in this lobby. Travis is a very big name in the Polish scene. Chnar obviously has been performing really, really well over the couple of last sets since he came back from his break. But also someone like Enzo that has been putting in the work. Just very, very outstanding players in this lobby.
Gonna be looking forward to how they do. Very excited also about Tebi, about Aki. You know, we're gonna be seeing what they have in store. And I'm gonna quote you, Memo. You were talking about the Bard reroll earlier on. There is an Exalted where the Bard reroll fits perfectly into, so I think that might be a chance that we have to see it come alive or together, or maybe on the back of an artifact we'll be seeing whether or not those options arise for our players in game number 5.
Another throwback name is Aki, a player who in set 6 with the inception of Rising Legends had one of the best performances out of any Polish player alongside someone like Zbrojsen back in the day. I remember Aki was really keen on playing challengers and overall these very, forecast AD lines and played them to perfection all throughout that set. Was very, very impressive. Later, didn't really keep up that same consistency, but I'm happy to see him back now in a position where he can, for himself, make it to day 2, maybe day 3, and have a really good showing in this GSC.
Yeah, I just hope, honestly, to go back to the Exalted point, I just hope there's no Syndra in the Exalted, because I feel like a lot of people will just default into Syndra and contest.
Our portals are portaling for sure. We do have the support anvil, so that one is rather tame. Then we have loot subscription, which can go crazy. And we also have prismatic party up for grabs. And it looks like the majority of players is going for the loot sub. Chinar as only player trying to hold down the fort, trying to get that support anvil dream. But it is going to be the loot sub coming in here.
Yeah, I really like the loot subscription because it opens up so many different lines, especially if you get like a Spatula or the Tome of Trades. We have seen already Vertical Story Weaver, for example, do really, really well. But also other emblems that could be very potent could come in as a comp. They're just locked behind some emblems. So that would be really fun if we get to see that.
And overall, I think it really just, most players, like I mentioned at the end of this game 4, do want to find an alternate game plan that isn't just playing for Syndra and playing for kind of that 4-cost lottery in stage 4. So this really helps with this, with the +1s. There's so many good +1s now that really, one, give you a different option, but also just direction. In stage 2, I think a lot of players want to have a clear direction, want to scout, see they're not contested, and know that, you know, if it all works out, if they have experience with the comp, they can find a top 4.
Yeah, for sure. But a big part in it is also what items you're getting and what units you're getting. And we did see a Senna reroll before Travis on an angle here with 2 Sennas already in 1-3. Could be an option that you're thinking about, but sells it off, says, nah, makes, I'm not going to be tempted down this route.
He is not looking towards it because he has a rod, he has a tier, he knows that these are not the ideal components to play that comp, but what is really good with it is the Kog'Maw reroll comp that we have seen today a few times pop off as well. So rod and tier are perfect components. I know Panda, you used to like this comp a lot. Tell us a bit more about this comp.
I was curious how you were going to frame that memo, but thankfully you did it with respect, so I value that a lot. I think one of the key things for Kog'Maw is, 1, having the early copies. Kog'Maw 2, Cho'Gath 2 early really helps, and the right components especially. Kog'Maw's a unit that really wants Biss. He doesn't really have flexibility in terms of what he wants. If you kind of veer off of the Biss, he performs much, much worse, and he really wants combat augments. The only exceptions I would say are something like Too Much Candy, which is a augment that I think is almost made for this Kog'Maw comp with how many 1-costs you want to reroll for, and how early you can hit these massive spikes.
Well, we're also seeing our Exalted, while the Too Much Candy does up here in the augment selection. We're going to be seeing what players go for. I do want to talk about the Exalted because we do have Galio in there, we do have Kai'Sa in there, which I think gives us a pretty good direction of what could be a good comp here, Memo.
Yeah, for sure. It's really easy to pair up because you want to play the Galio, the Kai'Sa anyway. And once you have Xayah, getting the Jenna in as well is not even bad because you get the Dragon Lord buff, which is a very potent late game buff anyway. And with the Exalted, it's just super strong. So if you are playing Trickshot in this lobby and get to level 9, find the Xayah, you will have a really, really strong late game.
We see a lot of players already with their augment pickup, indicating to everyone else, hey, I'm playing for this line. If you want to contest me, go for it. But the information is there. We see a Fated Emblem for Lexus. We see the Reaper augment for Nuke as well, with a very, very strong board from what we saw. And Boiling Point as well for Qdel, which is the only augment I would say that really changes the way you play Lux Janna comp in terms of itemizing Lux over the Janna, just regardless of if you're two-starring the Janna before or not.
Yeah, but with that, of course, Kira, we know is on that porcelain line and is now hoping that nobody else goes on it, as we have seen in games before. Now, right out of the gate, 2-2, Rakan comes through and offers some recombobulation to our players.
Yeah, and Enzo really happy with that because he had 3 1-cost upgrades. I believe he had 7 Garants already. He was looking towards the story line probably with that, but is able to recomp all of these units into 2-cost upgrades. And we have seen how potent they are. And for example, even Koida finding an early Amumu with Boiling Point. This is such a high roll for him. Will keep him stable for such a long time. And he will just have a very strong early mid game now.
Considering what other units or what other comp players are going for, maybe it could finally be the time where we see this Lux comp finding a Mumu 3 as a stable frontline. I think it's one of the things we haven't seen at all on broadcast today, and one of the key indicators of a lot of success of a guaranteed top 4, maybe even finally a win for a Lux comp.
Yeah, I agree. If you are able to turn this into a win streak, which he absolutely should be, depends a little bit on how the other recon bops went, right? There could be some that are scary as well, but you do have the power, you do have the Nashers, you do have the boiling point as well, as you pointed out before. So I think there's a good chance that we just make a lot of money, find Zialawi here in the shop as well to get that extra Warden online to help the front line be a little bit tankier, and there's a good chance that we have all the money in the world to make it come together. Now, do have 3 players on 100 HP, so lots and lots of power in the lobby.
Yeah,
I was going to ask... go ahead, Mo.
I was going to say, I want to talk a bit about the encounter, because I think you have 2 choices, getting the 5 gold or recombing your bot. But if you have enough units and you are level 4 already, you pretty much get the same amount of gold by recombing, but also have a chance to find some units that you're maybe looking for. So in the most cases, we will see players choosing the recombobulator over the 5 gold.
We're looking at a managing here for Travis, Memo. Off of this spot, what do you say, because we're in a very AP heavy meta, what do you say the clear path for Travis is with the managing here? What do you think the best fit is for this artifact?
Malazan is very strong on Lilia, actually, even though she has a bit more mana than Syndra, because the cast time of Lilia is much lower, which makes Malazan a much better item for her. So he will probably look towards that Lilia line. But to be honest, if he's finding the Syndra too early on, he will definitely just pivot into that line.
I hear you, Panda, and I see why you're giving me an oomph. 3 spatulas on this carousel here. Just a quick reminder, we're in a loot subscription lobby, so there is a good chance you're going to get yet another spatula, you're going to get yet another emblem. So with that in mind, players might be very open to picking these up even more than they would be normally.
And Kuda especially leading into maybe Porcelain even heavier, having already the boiling point, having that set up with the Amumu 2, could lead into a very early 4 Porcelain, maybe a vertical Porcelain, which we haven't seen a lot of in the last few patches since it got toned down quite a bit from how strong it was, the damage reduction especially. We also have Lexus picking up another spatula, having already the Fated emblem. So with this plus loot subscription, we could see a really, really crazy game where one of these game-winning verticals could potentially come to fruition in stage 5 and 6.
Yeah, also I'm very surprised where Travis is going now, because he chose to take the spat. And Mythic Spat is actually one of the strongest spats in the game if you can make it to the 7 Mythic breakpoint. But obviously still has the Fated Fated Spat as an option. So like I mentioned before, he's fully flexed in that regard. We'll just try to get to level 8 with a decent amount of gold and then see what he hits.
Yeah, I mean, right now he does have that mythic spot definitely available with the tier on his bench, so could slam it, is not interested in doing so. Early losses don't hurt as much just yet, so he's going to be happy and comfortable to take a little bit of hits on the back of the other people's boards. We see Kuda on the other side once again. We know how strong his board is, so really there's no need to lock yourself into that decision right now yet.
And looking at the HP totals, as you mentioned earlier, Memo, Enzo extremely happy he found the Magnetic Remover because he could move all of these items onto a very early Ribbon 2, currently Infinity Force, Stoneplate, and the Ionic Spark. And a 4 win streak, not too surprising. We'll see if it can end up being a 5th, considering the matchmaking here.
Yeah, and I really, really like Chinar's spot, having a scaling combat argument. Already slammed the Whisper, has Fortune, and will just lose streak into trick shots, I believe, from here, because it's also exalted. We've seen how strong the trickshot board can be on the max cap. So if he finds himself a decent cash out, he's already on 4 loss, going for that 5th loss now. He can find himself in a very, very strong late game situation.
Going to be looking forward to that one as our players make their way towards Krugs. We kind of briefly mentioned it earlier on. Nuke, the French player on the opposite side, has the Grim Harvest. We've seen the Reaper come through every now and then in previous games. A bit of the important pinch point for this comp being the Kindred, not being able to kind of fully itemize, not being able to lift you through that mid game. So we're going to be seeing how he does as well. But for now, Chinar is going to be moving a little bit around, make sure he does beat the Krugs on the back of this Garen and Kale as well.
And how far do you think he's going to push the fortune memo? I've heard a lot of players, I talked to Arju specifically, a player who's been doing really well this set, and he mentioned he likes fortune a lot. He says a lot of players seem to not really play for it as much as in previous patches, and his game plan is usually just small cash outs, having fortune in stage 3, and then coming back stronger in stage 4. Do you think that's going to be the game plan for Chinar? Or is he going to go for one of those bigger cash outs and kind of risking more going into late stage 4?
No, I don't believe he will get a huge cash out like we saw last game, because he just had it put in pretty late. He played it in 2-5, and also he has no access to hitting 5 fortune, for now at least. So that means he will not be able to save HP with the 5 fortune trade. So I believe he will just take a smaller cash out and then still go for that same idea of a game plan with the Kai'Sa as like the main carry of that comp.
Yeah, I think so too. We're seeing some of the items already on the bench there. A lot of extra cloaks, not necessarily what you would have wanted with the Kai'Sa, with the Xayah as your ultimate carries, as your target carries. But we are going to be moving towards that second augment, which could be a lot of direction, and we found direction on the side of Travis as well. We were still thinking about it. We were kind of weighing the options between that mythic emblem and that faded emblem. Travis has decided and slammed it. So right now that Jenna is going to be a premier item carrier for later Lilia. That's going to probably come through.
Something interesting. Yeah.
Go ahead, Momo.
Something really interesting here for Travis could be if he finds another mythic spat and gets to level 10, he will have a way of playing 10 mythic, which is always a win-out, usually. Especially with the Mana Zane as well, that will just one-shot entire boards. You can even win against 4-cost 3-star boards, so Travis looking to cap really high as well in this lobby.
I was going to mention Tebby, considering the Kazakh's carry here, what he would go for, but the Reaper crest makes the decision very, very easy. Going to go into Reaper, so 2 players at the very least playing into Reapers. We've seen it happen in the last 2 games as well. Last game, huge success. They finished 2nd and 3rd. We'll see the same can occur in this game 5.
And almost instantly picked her from Kuda after the boiling point, finds the 2 healthy as well on the Lux Janna comp. Really nice little extra pickup there. Some would say hand-picked augments coming through for some of the players here, so really nice to see that.
Yeah, and Nuke really happy with the support anvil here, getting some extra attack speed on all of his Reaper units. The support item anvils usually really good on these melee carry comps. Because buffing them will just make them just out-sustain the fights even more than they already are. But we are seeing right now Reaper being contested in this lobby, so depending on how the level 8 rolldowns will go, one of these players could potentially miss and have a really, really rough game.
Looking at Tabby's board, and we are going to be seeing who takes the cake between our 2 Reaper players. It is going to be Nuke this time around, just on the back of the extra support in the front line there, as we get yet another encounter coming through here for our players. More extra tailored components, more extra resources for everyone.
Yeah, and it's gonna be rough for people like Chinar, because a lot of people got gold by the loot subscription, for example, which inflates the lobby's econ, which is always something that you want to avoid if you are the lose streak player, because it will be just so much harder to come back. And as we are looking at Enzo's spot, he hit a ribbon tree.
I love it.
Which is crazy. That's something that we rarely ever see, but Enzo making it work with the long win streak. And this unit can actually carry quite hard. She got buffed multiple times in a row. I wouldn't be surprised if Enzo looks to play towards a vertical story weaver, vertical bruiser type of game, and enable the Riven even more.
And this is one of the upsides of all the buffs to the 2 costs, despite Riven herself not being the S tier comp that everyone's trying to play for. If other players are playing for these 2 cost rerolls, you have the option of playing something like a Senna reroll, a Riven reroll from the right spots, and have a lot of success with it, as long as you know all these different lines and you believe in them. A lot of players disrespect things like Riven reroll. They say, oh, this is unplayable. I'm never playing for this in my life. But Enzo was open to it, and I'm really excited. This was not my bingo sheet whatsoever.
I mean, it is also very conditional this time around, because he found that huge Riven on the back of that recombobulator super early on. So Den was able to win streak and must have hit a lot of them naturally as well. So just kind of finds himself in this position now with an 8 win streak and a Riven 3. I would like to see the Story Weaver kind of come through from that one, but we'll see what the ultimate goal is going to be with all the extra rewards that the loot subscription is going to bring, as the last components are being picked here, and Enzo yoinks that bow as well.
I would have loved it for the Porcelain Emblem, most likely, but just barely misses it by just a few steps, unfortunately.
You're seeing another Fated and Dryad bot here now. Both emblems online. Something interesting to note here is that Ahri is actually mana bugged, so building attack speed on her will make her not get mana for the 5th cast, or like the auto attack right after the cast, which is something you want to avoid if possible in your item builds. But obviously will probably swap eventually to that Syndra 3, unless he hits an Ahri 3, because he's already sitting at 7 of them.
I was gonna say, so normally when you toggle over the items, you just build an extra Ahri 2. I'm seeing an extra Ahri 2 +1, so there is a potential, is what I'm saying, to maybe get this one online. But like you said, not the most ideal items on her right now is going to be enough for Lexus to move on through, and this is just a game that keeps on giving. We're going to find yet another encounter after this round, checking in with the 2 healthy Lux player on the boiling point here as well. Cuda keeps on winning, just like Enzo. He probably only lost to Enzo just looking at the overall win streaks.
And for Chinar, it seems like a similar position to what we saw from Chuso in Game 2, where he's happy to go for that 9 to 10 loss streak, knowing that as long as he hits, he'll have a very strong position and a very stable board. 2 combat strength augments, the chance to play for trick shots like you mentioned, and Exalted as well, being part of the puzzle in this Game 5. We saw Chuso miss, and that ended up sending him to a 5th place, despite being able to save that game a little bit. So Chinar really depending on his level 8 roll down to find success in this game.
Yeah, I do want to mention the encounter again. So many game-changing encounters in this game already. The encounter basically giving Chinar here high-end shopping. For those who remember the older sets, there was an augment that gave you 1 shop higher than your current level, and that will make him hit the Kaiser 2 even faster, but also find the legendaries like Desire that is very, very desirable in that comp.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing how quickly it comes around, as of course other players have access to that same higher shop odd level from the any encounter coming through here. We're just going to be hopping across boards, take a look at everything. Silas 2 now online for Nuke as well, dealing lots and lots of damage there to help him out.
Very worried for Tebby. He's a player who's contesting Reaper. He's on a 5 loss streak, 37 HP. His role now is really going to be important here. I'm very curious to see if he goes for the more traditional, trying to go for Yone 3, or wants to try and use that Kane as an option instead. He's rolling on 7, so maybe indicating he is going to be playing for the Yone right now, but still, a Yone 1, and he's contested.
Yeah, we just saw some big moves from him. I think after the Wolves, we're probably going to be seeing some extra spies coming through. Kane now fully itemized. You can see the Reaper emblem and lots of the other items still on the bench, is looking to slam them onto a fitting unit. We'll see what happens.
I'm very surprised by this decision making, deciding to go for the Yone reroll, even though he barely has any, and just starts rolling here and hoping for the best.
Finds Yone 2 at least, so that is a unit now. Before that, it was a shell of a unit that we were looking at. Not enough, I'm afraid, though.
He's able to pick up the trench coat, though, so if he finds himself a Silas, that's one of the strongest units with that item, because he can actually dash towards the backline, pop the trench coat, and then just assassinate the enemy backline by doing that.
Goes up against Travis. Travis now found that Lilia in the backline, fully itemized as well. Has Annie going on with that mythic emblem as well. And I think Lilia should have this, but it is going to be very close here towards the end.
My PTSD from the first few patches of the set almost triggered there. Yone almost 1v9ing Yone 2 as well. We'll see if you're able to find the right combat augment. Arm assist will be the pickup here for Tevi. Does finally go 8, and is now going to try and find, I guess Wukong's a great pickup. Finds the Galio 2 and the Kane pair here as well.
Yeah, sells the Wukong right away because he knows he can't fit that unit on his board, apparently. Wukong usually a unit that can pair really well with the Reaper line because he's a Sage unit. You can fit Morgana usually and play like a different variation of the Reaper bot that we have been seeing so many times today.
Dinar has found the extra ricochets on the back of these augments here. So in a lobby where the trick shots were already enabled by the Exalted, now the Galio 2 coming through as well. Things are coming up Chinar's way from everything it looks like.
Something interesting to note is that Nuke is holding an Orn2 on his bench, presumably trying to deny the Fated and Dryad players the Orn. Maybe he's looking to play it himself, probably on level 8, but is still kind of far of making it to level 8. So a bit weird.
There's only one Fated player, I believe, in this lobby. So I mean, any of the lobby before this, go for it. You know, you're screwing over 3 players in this case, only really affecting Lexist.
Kirda still at the top of the leaderboard here right now with lots and lots of extra copies of units in the back there. Checking in with Enzo, who has found a Talisman of Ascension for the Ribbon 3. This is one beastly unit you're looking at.
These augments as well. I mean, my goodness, quite a setup. It's not a game you can plan for, I think, but Enzo completely dominating, has cooked for sure, and I think it's really working out here. 12 win streak.
Lux 3.
Yeah, coming through now. Has the Spat on the bench as well, so he's probably gonna go for a Porcelain Spat eventually, once he finds himself another bow here. Also a 6 Strenas. We have seen the Porcelain bot.
As well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's another one hiding on the board.
Yeah, he's just playing double Amumu because it's his strongest spot right now. He provides so much frontline, and I believe this is probably the best spot that we have seen today for the Porcelain bot.
Only problem I'd say is the lack of frontline items. Only has that single Gargoyles on the move right now. Can obviously rely on maybe a Declaw coming in this next carousel and hoping that the last PV round of stage 4 is able to get that last and third pivotal item, especially for the Mumu 3.
We were talking about Lexus. Orn is now in play on the board here, was trying to clutch it out 1v2, but of course he's not going to be able to do that on his own as we are in the carousel. There is an Aurelia up for grabs for players who are
It's a Kane 2 for Tebby. Oh, so close. He does find a massive upgrade for the Spanish player.
Yeah, both players going for the Reaper unit. Both are, I believe, looking for that Kane 2 still. So very unfortunate for, I believe, Nuke. That was also looking for it.
Just glancing across the boards there at the bottom, we do see that Aki, we haven't been talking about Aki too much just yet, is currently on a line where he is looking for that Zoe to carry some items in the back there. And then in the front, we just have a nice arrangement of frontline units. We do have the Orn, we do have the Alawi, and is looking for something like the Amumu to maybe help him out here. But nice little mixed bag of snacks.
Yeah, very interesting play of him going for that fast 9 type of playstyle. This is something we haven't seen in a while now in TFT, but the encounters this game made it possible, and also his first augment choice, giving him so much extra money and XP, so he can rush to level 9 and now play around these legendary units as his carries.
Positioning not ideal though. Kane almost able to kill way down to very little HP. The Trickster's value also lost at the start of this round due to that very last second switch up, and Tebby finally finds stability, maybe off of Aki's last minute plays that he wasn't able to really execute to perfection at the start of this fight.
And just if you wanted to see it, here is the star of this game, just showing off a full HP, Ribbon 3 ascended to heavens. Enzo still on 100 HP. We're in stage 4-6. Is this the point where I ask you guys if we might see a perfect win?
I would assume so. I mean, I don't think he's getting weaker anytime soon. He will also push 9 probably right away and try to close out the lobby quite quickly. Don't let the people hit their big spikes, because I feel like he's already at the board that you want to end up on. Obviously, there will come some legendaries like the Rakan probably, and the Irelia, I assume as well. But he already got his main carry. This Riven will just tank so much, but also deal so much damage, especially after ascending.
I think Kuda could be the one player that could give him a lot of problems, especially with Mumu 3 and Riven being kind of an auto attack champion. Lux can do a lot with her, intermittent stuns in stopping a lot of the DPS coming out from Riven.
I really want to know how much damage this Riven is doing just on her own. Ascension does kick in here, and you can just see how much she really lifts for Enzo. 15 win streak and the potential of a perfect win in our game number 5 here. I agree, there is a chance of other players potentially getting scary. Kuda, I think, hits the Amumu 3 just now, so that is going to be a little bit of extra frontline to buy that Luxgena combination sometime, but Enzo really running away with it.
Yeah, something also to note here is the Archangel in the backline cooking up a lot of AP stacks for the Zoe, which will obviously make her deal a lot of damage. We saw the Zoe did 12k damage in that fight, not to be underrated. One of the strongest 3-cost AP carries right now, and we have seen her perform today really, really well. I'm a bit surprised that we haven't seen her on 3-star so far, but she's obviously very contested.
I'm curious to see if players try and maybe go for some alternate win conditions like 3-star 4-cost. We're seeing so much gold being injected into all of these players throughout really the lobby subscription coming in clutch at the start of all of these stages. So one of the key, I think, skills in a lobby like this is to identify, you know, considering the tempo of this lobby, how you have to be adjusting your idea of what a strong board should look like in stage 5.
Yeah, it's constantly looking at what everybody else is building, a lot of reacting to the extra resources that are being pumped into the lobby. Gold, like you said, Panda, but also a lot of extra just stuff like the recombobulator, stuff like just extra spatulas at every corner. It's a lot that players need to kind of tap into and see, oh, the tempo is rising really, really fast in this lobby. And it reminds me a little bit, as we are seeing the knockout here, it reminds me a little bit of some of the World Championship games where other regions come in and they play a different tempo and players are struggling to adapt to that. So I really love this.
I think it also explains a lot of Aki's game plan. Most lobbies right now in this current patch, you cannot go fast 9. It is not going to work out for you, but Aki, I think, correctly identified, hey, I have so much extra gold to work with. If I find the right conditions in the right spot for it, I can just skip level 8 and play for legendaries instead, and it's working out for now, still sitting in that top 4.
Yeah, I really like the adaptation of all of these players. Obviously, being well prepared, but also just understanding that this is not a normal game of TFT. If we are in loot subscription, we have so much extra money that we need to utilize to the highest amount of value. So very, very strong decision making by a lot of these players. I especially like how Enzo managed to get to this very specific board, but obviously winning every combat now, 16 win streak, and it's not looking like he's gonna get weaker anytime soon.
Well, speaking of players that might take a loss, we are checking in with Tabby here, and he did build out the board for as strong as he could. Everything now collapsing on to the enemy board from Aki. 2 players on their last life right now. Maybe Chinar is going to join them. We'll see how the totals add up. No, he's still on 22, Aki on 10, Tabby on 2. These players need to try everything in their might get as strong as possible and clutch out the positioning game.
So Memo, if you were playing here in Enzo's position, would you play for the Mr. 100 or would you play for, you know, trying to have the safest chance at winning the game altogether? Because it really affects where you end up pulling the trigger with all this gold.
So I think ideally how you will play this spot is that you understand that you are guaranteed top 2 already because your board is already stable, you have a lot of money, and the other players in this lobby will die soon. So you should look towards greeting your spot as much as possible.
No, that's not the fun answer.
Yeah, well, that's the way how you should play around that, and I wouldn't be surprised if Enzo goes for that as well.
Well, we will see whether or not he does that, and we'll also see our players side by side here. Aki hangs in, Tabby, our Spanish player, unfortunately getting knocked out there in 6th. As we are moving through, Enzo finds yet another win, and now Chinar finds himself with the back against the wall as we are going to be moving into this carousel. Travis looking at this one saying, a mythic emblem, don't mind if I do.
Yeah, Travis would be very happy about this, but sadly he's stuck level 8. Cannot roll for his had to roll for his Lilia, so he won't be able to play 10 Mythic here.
Obviously, you can't predict. You're going to find him take on Carousel. If he obviously knew, he would have maybe changed his game plan, trying to go for that all-in level 10 win. But it is so hard to make it to 10 in the current meta and just overall, unless you have an absolute high roll game like the one that Enzo's having now, still on 100 HP. Nautilus does find, or Travis rather, does find a Nautilus upgrade, which I think is why he's been rolling so much on 8 and on 9. He was still missing a lot of these key forecasts.
And he does have 7 Mythic at least now guaranteed. So that is going to be still a pretty substantial power in your team available. But just look on the right side for me for a second, please. Enzo, 18 wins, 100 HP, 93 gold. And then everybody else is broke and losing.
Yeah. I mean, especially with his augments, they were just pretty much handpicked for him as well, with double frontline augments that are obviously perfect for his ascension. But we can see Chinar here with the Kai'Sa, with the Mana Zen as well, trying to hold on for life, trying to win against Aki's bot, who went fast 9. And we can see Aki is losing this and probably now goes out as 5th place here.
Quite unfortunate there. We were hoping for some high key cooking from that fast level 9 board, but in the end it was not enough. The Riven there drops fairly low, but is going to sustain herself in the end. And Enzo just sitting up there happily, 23,000 damage from the Riven 3. Just look at that. Hello, yes. YouTube.
Just pre-leveling to level 10 casually while being at it. Yeah, he's just having a field day here. Will probably now start slow rolling at 50, look to upgrade his entire board, look to find some legendaries, maybe even a 4-cost 3-star. Assuming that Chinar dies, obviously the Galio frees up for him, so he could go for like a Galio 3 or a Silas 3, since they fit really well into his board.
And Chinar up against the Lilia here. Manazane versus the Manazane. Not the premier forecast carriers, but Chinar and Travis are making Lilia and Kai'Sa work out in this game. Number 5, Galio already taken down. Kai'Sa casting early, casting fast, but I think it won't be enough. Lilia blows her up. Is just Zaya left alive. Can she clutch up and win it? She does. And Travis, not quite taken down, it looks like, still at 5 HP.
Yeah, and we can see what the difference it makes to have Exalted on your board as well as having just all the good items for the comp that you want. We can see why Travis, for example, made it so far with the Mana Zen. I called it pretty early on, but the Mana Zen is just such a strong item on the Lilia, because what she struggles with a lot is putting out a lot of damage in the early parts of the fight. So you just one-shot the enemies really quick and then have an easy time after that. So the Mana Zen just coming in clutch for Chinar, but also did pretty well for Travis so far.
Yeah, both of these players trying to capitalize on it, and now it's all about how it shakes out, right? The person that has Enzo as their enemy is for sure taking a huge hit, and then the other two are just looking at each other saying, let me live. I wanna get into those top 2, please. And Enzo finds even more upgrades. Now on level 10, he rolls down to get those legendaries in, capitalize on the back of this insane run here. We might end up calling him Mr. 100 at the end of this game.
And for Kudo, I think he finally finds that third Amumu item, which we talked about. He was missing much earlier on. Finally, in stage 6, completes the full itemization onto his tank. We'll see if that'll be impactful enough to win this next fight. As you mentioned, whoever faces Enzo is in big trouble. In this case, Travis could be on the chopping block.
You're saying could be. This board is on 20 wins, Panda. If he loses here and now, it would be so tragic. But look at the Mythics just overrunning the rest of the legendary board. The Riven is waiting for the Talisman of Ascension to kick in, and it doesn't. And that is going to be it. You jinxed it. How dare you? Enzo taking a loss in stage 6, won eventually against Travis's array of Mythics. Kuda, unfortunately out in 4th, but man, what a run.
Yeah, very unfortunate that Enzo's Riven got Deathfire grasped by the Azir, just taking so much more damage and then barely not making it to the Ascension, because I think if the Ascension kicks in for Enzo, the Riven will just clean up the entire rest of the board. But we can see now, obviously Enzo just having so much money, holding all the units. Maybe we could even see a legendary 3-star, hopefully, or just a 4-cost 3-star would be cool as well.
And Riven now dodging the aggro from the Kai'Sa on the right side. I think is one of the key things. You want her to make it to that talisman to guarantee you're able to get a clutch win. And Riven now onto the backline will be farming these units one by one on the right-hand side. On the left, Travis, a big win already. It's only Gluteus alive plus the Riven here. Can the Riven make it to this Kai'Sa in time before she burns down the rest of the board with the early cast coming in from the Mana Zane? Or could finally Riven have met her match? Lost the last fight, could potentially be losing this one as well.
She is ascendant now, so the chances of her now dying are slimmer than they were before. And you can see that she's slowly but surely fighting herself through these units, taking out yet another player in this comp here in this game. And it will be Jannar going out in third. The remaining two players are Travis and Enzo. And Travis did beat Enzo's board before. So there is a chance where we're running it back and Travis somehow takes this lobby. But it would be quite unlikely in the overall terms of events.
I think you have to be looking at the bench players in this game because one bench is not like the other.
Yeah, I agree. I was trying to not say it, you know. Don't talk about it until it happens.
The singular Malphite standing in the middle, you know, intimidatingly for anyone that scouts the board.
He's part of the team, okay?
And so now on 8 Silas, just holding on to every Silas that he can find a win condition in case he needs to cap higher, but already looking like a close fight. But actually Travis is holding on pretty well. The Azir dealing so much damage, and the Lilia is gonna be able to clean up the Riven, and Enzo losing another fight here. Maybe Travis has to look to deny the Silas and he can actually win this game.
It's a similar issue that Garen faces with when you have these melee carriers who want to take damage and want to be on the edges to try and sneak into the back line early. If you don't pick the right positioning, you could have things like Syndra burn you down. You can have things like Lilia, for example. We're seeing here Azir, as you mentioned, with the Deathfire Grasp. So it's really all about trying to keep that Riven not super safe because you want her to take some damage, but safe enough where she's not being bursted down like we're seeing in these last two fights.
And the shops are also not nice to Enzo here, who's one copy of maybe securing that win once and for all, but it's not coming around. For Travis, a big part is that he also doesn't have any money. Level 9, cannot go to 10, so he really needs to make sure that that damage, like you were saying, that Deathfire Grasp, that Azir, that Lilia, that way, everything kind of collapses onto the Riven early to burst her down as fast as possible. She's on the left-hand side of the board. We're watching from Enzo's POV, and it might be that this time around the positioning is good. She is trying to sneak her way into the backline, has taken out a couple of units already. The Silas still alive, everything fighting with the Tibbers there, but once again, the Riven just explodes under the pressure from the Mythics.
Yeah, exactly. And also I want to mention that Enzo, I'm very surprised that Enzo decided to roll down already to 0 gold this early on. Maybe he's scared that he will get denied, but I can hear my study group in my ear just yapping, why did you already roll? Just wait, econ a bit more, take the 5 extra gold every turn, just slow roll, and then find all your units, have maybe even the Lee Sin 3 as an option or the Galio 3. Now this way he had to sell everything else and skip out on everything else. And maybe he was just overconfident and thought he already won the game.
It could be that, you know, if your opponent is also scaling into some kind of win condition and you want to race him and you have more gold to work with, that would be correct. But like you mentioned, there's nothing going on for Travis. Travis has hit his absolute highest cap. There's no real chance of him hitting any more upgrades. So with the HP Enzo had, 100 to be precise, it is almost always correct to wait until the very last moment to then hit, have the highest possible chance of hitting a 3-star legendary or a 3-star Silas even.
Look at this! The Riven has managed to clutch down the Azir, avoid the Annie for as long as possible, and despite not being 100 HP with a dream and a perfect run, Enzo says, you will not take this lobby from me and I will claim the win. Travis there with a good shout and a good chance, but Enzo remains on top in the end.
Yeah, Enzo eventually finding the positioning to beat out Travis there in the end. Obviously getting onto the backline, killing the Azir pretty early on into the fight makes it kind of easy for the Riven to clean up the rest of the board. And yeah, very strong performance from Enzo. I'm very surprised seeing a Riven 3 win a game.
And it goes to show, I think from the right alternate game plans, there are completely comps that some players, I guarantee you coming to GSC, would not play Riven Reroll no matter what. They would say, I'm not getting baited. But Enzo's showing he has an open enough mind to play into this and find so much success off of that crazy start.
Catch me playing Riven 3 in my ranked games next, even though I don't have the setup. No, some player that knows a lot about setup and conditions is Estanishing, who also coaches a lot of the pros within the Spanish scene, as well as the Latin American scene. We have an interview with him ready, and then after that, our analyst desk is going to tell you all about this crazy game, so stay tuned.
Hello, I'm Stanis. My nick in game is Estanishing. I'm a 30-year-old from Spain and I coach TFT. I think TRCs are a huge part of the TFT community. Helps us a lot bring people together, especially to meet friends, to meet people with similar interests in the game. And I've done a lot of relationships, a lot of friends that I value a lot nowadays from just playing, just coaching people that want to do well on those TRCs. So I think it's really nice that they are there, and I hope that Spain keeps developing them in the future. I think an underrated player right now it might be Alanzq. Alanzq is well respected amongst some of the top players, but he might be slept on by some others. He's really putting in the work and he could do really well this set. I would like to shout out so many people, but I don't have the time for it, so I'll just shout out Lesafort, my brother, who appeared sometimes in GSC, who competed a lot of years and who poured a lot into this game. Recently he retired and just went his way to other stuff in his life. He has a really full life and I'm happy for him. He will be sorely missed. We will keep being friends and brothers outside of the game, so shout out to him.
Like a potato farmer at the end of summer, we've got a tuber on our hands. Incredible, incredible game there from Enzo. So everyone has to Google what a tuber is. I swear it's funny. That was not what I was expecting coming into today, Peter. Not only was I not expecting a Riven 3, I was not expecting one to do 21,000 damage in a single round. And I think it's fair of me to not have expected that, to be honest.
I don't know. I think we must prepare ourselves as we look towards the end of the day to have our expectations blown out of the water. Enzo, of course, you mentioned before, as one of the big name players here in EMEA, he stepped up and led the field in taking the road less traveled. He started with an Infinity Force, which seems like an inconspicuous enough item. and turned it into something incredible. I mean, maybe other boards don't put together a Riven this strong, but Enzo saw a road that other people didn't.
And what surprised me really was how strong this Mythic board was. You know, David and I were even talking on the previous desk. We were like, hey, Lilia's not looking great. Like, she is not the hot stuff we were promised. But turns out if you just get enough Mythics on the board, if you get a fully itemized way, turns out it's pretty all right. So Travis very, very nearly taking down Enzo. Like, yes, he still had 60 HP, but from a board we were fairly sure wasn't going to lose a single match, I started moving towards the edge of my seat.
Yeah, it was kind of wild there because it's not the kind of board you'd expect to see do well into a kind of melee carry-centric setup there. You know, Lilia traditionally really struggled to burst through, and the Azir as well. I think in this case the Deathfire Grasp made the biggest difference, but just to briefly pop out to the overall game itself, we could have had a very different game, I suspect, if we'd had the two Reaper players not contesting with each other. I'd have to imagine that Nuke, who of course staked that claim from the beginning of the game by picking up the Grim Harvest, must have been absolutely livid to see Tevi decide to move into that line.
And also yoink away the final cane that was required from him. If I'm Nuke, that's coming into my nightmares immediately. Like, I am waking up in a cold sweat tonight. So really, really brutal. But this is why we've been talking about it all day. These compositions that get contested can really land you in hot water. And one of the things that I thought was interesting, we got to see Aki go for the very rare Fast 9. As Memo was mentioning on cast, it was the combination of a couple of factors, most notably loot subscription, that allowed him to do so. And it was a fun composition regardless of the fact that it went 5th.
Yeah, and I think, with that kind of element in play at the moment, along with, other aspects like Exalted, our players are very much being tested on do they know the kind of the lines which may only turn up, say, once every 50 games or so. I think in this case we saw Enzo really make the most of the opportunity that was presented to him. That, I mean, as Max was alluding to, it's not something you can pull off every single game, nor should you even really be trying to.
And it really feels like all of our players are like playing around this meta pinata, and now we're just getting to the point where they're just whacking it for all their might. Like, come on, there's got to be another comp in here somewhere. Riven, is that a thing? Apparently it is. Just ask Enzo.
We did see the Lux reroll composition come through and do decently well in this lobby, which we hadn't before. So I think the room is still open. I don't know if we've actually got any specific compositions that we haven't seen as of yet, but I'm hoping, with our last lobby coming up, that the players will see the chances to at least get out of the contest you were talking about before and play a composition that could conceivably get them the first.
And it's interesting to see the way it develops throughout the evening. Earlier on, we were like, oh boy, Lux ain't looking too hot. Now, Lux looks fine. She's a composition. You can play her. But what kind of strikes me is how little of an impact she made in my head. She got a 4th, but I think I developed temporary amnesia given that we had 4 rounds of a 1v1, got all the way to stage 6 without a Riven losing an entire game. Enzo streaked all the way into stage 6, y'all. Like, I know he didn't end on 100, but there was a good chance.
I think there was a lot of worlds where he absolutely did. I think, as was said in the cast, I think we can forgive Enzo as the player who brought EMEA back to the world's top 8 for maybe taking his eye off a little bit of the ball, considering that he had just run roughshod through the entire lobby, just wrecking people left and right. I think he could have reasonably been forgiven for falling asleep at the wheel there and just saying, I can AFK the rest of this game, it'll be totally fine.
Well, and this is the round where you want to pull out that kind of performance, right? Penultimate round of the day, cutoffs are coming in, next game is the last one you've got, and if you're a player on that middle row who's been feeling like doing pretty well and then maybe had a little bit of a rough game, we know a couple players who did that in the last round, suddenly this is looking a little dire. Suddenly this next hour could decide how free you are to hang out with friends over the weekend.
Well, Matt, let's go and look at the players who are across the line right now with our standings. Everyone you'll see in these upcoming pages is only half of our players. There will be the 64th, that are currently above that line. Particularly, we'll be looking on this first page of players to see which ones are most vulnerable to being leapfrogged in the final round.
And we've seen this before. You know, we talk about it so much about kind of like mental inertia through a tournament. You've got to make sure that you're keeping your head up. If we see a player in there who's been doing really well and then takes an 8th, that is the person I am the most concerned for. The people on your screen right now, by and large, if not entirely, will not be making it into the next day. But on the next one is where we're going to start to see that cutoff zone, the places where players, if they pull in the best performance of their lives, will be able to make it over to the top. Players like Alan, we talked about earlier on, shining star, stalwart of the Italian scene. I'm still rooting for you, buddy. And other players we've seen earlier on, Wojciech, incredible earlier on today, and now into the people who are solidly into their chances of making it into day 2.
Yeah, I mean, for these players, the big thing here is finishing out very strongly as, oh my gosh, Sologesang will not have the perfect day because the only player with a better name, Dabadi, moves forward with, unfortunately, not a perfect game of his, or perfect day of his own, but still, it's worth bearing in mind that these players who are towards the top, the total tournament points is the first tiebreaker of the tournament, so it does matter not just about getting across the line, but getting across the line well.
And as we head into the next game, we know that I can't count to 64, but I know that I can count to 6. It's the final game of the day. Our casters will take it away. Makes, Impetuous Panda, and Memo send us home.
See, I can't count either and speak apparently as well, but I can count on my co-casters, Impetuous Panda and Memo, who are here with me for that final game, like you said, Niberia. And I'm personally really excited after that last one, although it is going to be really hard to try and be better than that. So expectations are high. Are they going to live up to it? Here's our lobby, Panda.
And what a lobby. It is our last GSC champion fighting for his life. He needs to try and finish in the top 4 to guarantee a spot in the day 2. Hopefully guarantee a spot in maybe even day 3 for some of these players, because some players, Memo, are not just thinking about, oh, I want to make day 2. They're thinking about finishing top 16 in the tournament, finishing top 4 in some cases, if they have any chance of making finals. So the goals and the ambitions for everyone in this lobby, a little bit different, but the key one now is making that day 2 first.
Exactly, that's always the goal. Always make it to the next day first, and then look past it.
What's available? Rude.
Just flashbang.
Sorry, Memo. I was just excited. You know, it was up there. Nobody was on it. Everybody in agreement to go for the champions, and here a Taplast and Tabzz just wiggling together on the battlefield for a few seconds.
Yeah, you know, saying hello to your friends is always nice in these tournaments. Always greet your friends in this community. Usually people are pretty well connected, actually. A lot of people know each other from different various streamers, or like just being at the highest level of TFT for so long.
A player like Tabzz, hoping that we gave him the interview buff. I guess you'll find out for his results in this game, trying to take an LCS career into a pro TFT career in what I believe is his first ever GSE, and could be a huge impact to make day 2, maybe even day 3, and send a message across the rest of his competitors.
The first GSC, but Tabzz is no stranger to TFT Esports, having competed very early on in the history of teamfight tactics already. He made it all the way to the EMEA Finals in Galaxy's 56th place. Not the high end, but I would say top 60 in EMEA, still pretty good. And now making a return here. Did hear from him this morning, like you said. And I'm personally, excited. First game we saw him, unfortunately, went pretty badly. Now we're back here. He needs a good finish. And Taplast in this lobby already on a lucky pause.
Maybe Tabzz be fine. The Shen hero augment could be big. Has a rage blade already on his item component bench.
I think another line that is very interesting for Tabzz here is snipers, actually, because the Exalted fits really well with Aphelios and Nautilus being Exalted units here, and he already has a rage bit on his bench. Decides to go towards that duelist line that we already have seen today perform okay-ish, depending on if they found Irelia or not. So very interesting choice there.
Big pickup, yeah. Oh, not going to be learning to spell, so I would have really liked to see. I guess the components don't really lean too far into AP right now, as well as the units currently has. Well, he does have a Lux and a Jenna on the bench.
There's a lot of very interesting augments in this selection here. We're seeing the venerable Piggy Bank come out from Modzho. I do want to shout out Krona, who's in here as well. We saw him for the first time at the last Golden Spatula Cup. Also another player that comes from another esport and has been looking at TFT competitive is going to go for the shock treatment early on, which usually if you have it, you want to get that early tempo. You want to get those early hits out. But in the composition of Lux and Jenna, it is a very good item to have just generally, and we do have a Jenna and a Lux already on board as well, so probably a strong direction there.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see Taplast getting the Kobuko hero augment here. We have seen so many hero augments today already, all performing pretty well, I would say, overall. I think it's just very easy to take one of these hero augments and just play something that's not contested and have an easy way to not contest the lobby and be contested yourself, so you actually can hit your units and you're not stuck on 1-star units or you're stuck on level 8 rolling for that Syndra too.
And remember, we saw already Lucky Paws a lot of it in GSC2. That's when I think all the hero augments really came into the spotlight as these insta-pick augments that gave you a very good chance of top 4ing. Looking at this GSC3, looking at the current meta, has anything changed with Lucky Paws? Are the backline carries usually the same? Irelia as the main star of the show? Are we looking at Hui and Iamtlt? What do you think the different options are going to be for Taplast?
It always depends a bit more on your spot and what you hit, since hitting these legendary 2-stars are always a bit harder. But I would say Irelia is still the strongest backline carry in the patch or the meta right now. Obviously, Hui getting buff last patch was really, really good because he really needed some extra love, I would say. I feel like he's still a bit worse than Asia as an AP carry, but they do kind of different things. Hui is a lot more AoE and healing for your team, and Asia is a bit more straight up damage.
I just want to point out a big thing with the hero augments, right? Usually is you also need to hit the unit. It's not a freebie. And for Taplast, if my eyes did not deceive me, we're already on 7 Kobuko. Which is pretty good in stage 2 too.
Well, makes that's the Alan Watcher diff. If you watch Alan, then you drain all the high roll from the player himself. And Taplast once again following Kobuko's game plan. We mentioned Kobuko. We saw Kobuko in the GSC2 recap. That was a key part of him finding that fortune, finding the success in that very last game to win it all. Once again, Kobuko is the star of the show here for Taplast.
Okay, he started with 3 extra Kobukos because the region is upgraded champion, so he instantly had a Kobuko 2 already. So it was a no-brainer to just click the hero augment. Has really good tank components on the bench as well. TN Cloak is something you really want, the Declaw, and you really want the Redemption as well. So very easy gameplay for Taplast. He will just go for the lose streak, get really strong items online. In stage 3, will probably even hit the Kobuko 3-star really early on because for those who don't know, you actually get more HP per interest if the Kobuko is already 3-star. So I would assume he will hyper roll in 3-1.
Modzho punching the wall right now. Or actually, it wasn't Modzho, it's Modzho who has the vine rolls, and there was a spatula available. Could have gone for it, but did not get it. Was picked up very early on here. Unfortunately, is not going to get that free Heavenly. But speaking of that composition, the Divine Rolls, the Heavenly, is not something we've been seeing a lot of, but can be beneficial if you are playing on that kind of cane line, if you get those extra emblems, even fit in something like a Lee Sin, but highly conditional and with something like Extended Duel in place. Do you guys think this is a good angle right now?
I think it's a very interesting choice for sure because I feel like the Reaper line is very strong. So if you can use the extra rolls to maybe get a Kindred 3 online, a Kha'Zix 3, and then go later on towards that Yone and that Kayn, I think it can be very good since you just need to hold the Heavenly units on your bench and play it in the neutral round and then just use the extra rolls to go for that board. But I think if you play Duelist or the old Heavenly line with it, you are going to struggle a lot more on this patch. Especially if you don't find the important legendaries like the Wukong, like the Irelia.
Checking in with some other boards. Canvas, a player we haven't been seeing too much of recently. Former EMEA champion as well as Golden Spatula Cup winner. This set around, I feel like he's been taking it a little bit tamer. He's obviously been super present on the ranked ladder, but throughout the tournaments, he's kind of been here and there, still grinding those qualifying points, of course. And right now, looks like there are some options as to where we're going in the back of that salvage.
Something very interesting is that he already has 6 Kha'Zix, so I'm expecting a Kha'Zix 3 here, and also slammed the blue buff, so I'm also expecting a Kindle 3 here for Monique. So that's probably the game plan for him, which I like. I think that's the correct way to play around the extra rolls, because we have seen so many Kindle today, right? It's just so strong on 2-star already, and getting a 3-star version of it can give you such a high cap that is very hard to beat.
How viable do you think Memo Kha'Zix is, not standalone, but let's say really investing in Kha'Zix as a carry? Because I talked to some players this morning, and one player, not going to say who, just in case it's a super hidden tech, mentioned that he would be really happy to carry Kha'Zix and really invest a lot into this unit from the right spots.
I think it can be very good. He is in a decent spot right now just because all the units around him got buffed, right? We are seeing so many 4 Reaper bots currently in the meta. So I think if you natural a few of them, and you are able to have like extra item encounters or extra item augments, for example, I think it's a very viable strategy right now. I actually have played it myself a few times as well, and with decent success rate, I would say. So especially in a lobby where, for example, Taplast is also rerolling for a 1-cost line, right? Mm-hmm. So it will just make it even easier for you to find that Kha'Zix 3.
Going to be seeing whether or not that is the case eventually for Taplast, like you mentioned, looking for that Kabuko. But since finding those 7 Kabukos, none other have appeared. And as I say it, they shall come together. Fully upgraded Kabuko Lucky Paws online now.
Something very small detail that Taplast did there is wait for the Heavenly Rules player to use all his 3 rules, right? Buy all the Kha'Zix out the pool, look for all his 1-cost units like the Malphite as well, and then rolled after that. You saw him stop for a bit there. I think he just waited just to have a little bit of a higher chance to find the Kabuko 3.
As a reroll enjoyer, Memo, you don't know the amount of times that I have rolled in the last 10 seconds at 3-1 for my Kog'Maw 3 at the start of this set.
Yeah, I mean, it's
valid tech.
Yeah, it's definitely something that will give you a slight edge, and I think at this level you just have to take every edge that you can.
Speaking of, we're going to get our next set of augments come on through. It is going to be golden augments once again, which means there's a chance that we maybe see yet another hero augment come together. For now, we're going to be checking what Taplast is going with. Modzho finds the Grim Harvest. Krona, who was already on that Jenna line, finds a Dragon Crest. Lots and lots of good upgrades all across the board with these crests coming on through. And interestingly enough, Tien goes for Divine Rolls.
Something very interesting also is the Inkshadow Crown emblem that we haven't seen too often, I think. Would be very interested to see what items his options are. Maybe looks to play a different type of line, maybe 7 Inkshadow with Kai'Sa as his carry. Very interesting choice for sure. I'm very excited to see where this is going.
This is also a player with 19 points, so he would really need a first place, and even then he'd be at the mercy of tiebreakers, although this first, of course, would help him with that leading into this Game 6.
So we are getting word from production that the Inkshadow 5 is forced. He checked it already, and if you're looking at the board, which we are doing right now, you can see that the items are looking to be exactly trying to go for the verticals, maybe even the full vertical Inkshadow. Could also be going for this in every roll, but I don't think that that's what's going to happen.
Thanks to our producers, we can actually see all the items now, and his 7 Inkshadow is Bombardment and Protection, and his 3 Inkshadow is obviously Toxin. We've seen that. And I think these items are pretty much the best Inkshadow items that you can ask for. So I think he might be able to come up with a really strong late game board with the Tattoo of Force on the Udyr being extremely powerful, and the other Inkshadow items also being very strong here. So very interesting choice of playstyle, but can definitely work here.
And we saw Iberia a little bit, the metaphorical pinata, how many more metacomps we could find. Vertical Link Shadow is definitely one of the ones we have not seen yet on broadcast, and I think not one that we see very often on ladder as well.
Yeah, and I mean, it makes sense, right? It's highly conditional. It depends on which tattoos you're actually getting, how's your spot, what items do you have, and then also getting that extra emblem. It's basically like Story Weaver, just with extra hoops to jump through, for lack of better terms. And something that's really interesting to me is, I was surprised by Tien's Divine Rolls. I pointed it out when he picked it, but he was a player that had the Spatula of the Carousel earlier on and was able to slam a Heavenly Emblem. So really has a little bit of an edge over Modzho, who's also on that Heavenly line. We'll see how these two players battle it out. It's not something I would have had on my bingo card either, to have two Heavenly players try and kind of go for that angle of the Reaper comp.
And really interesting setup for Tabzz. 96 HP, streaking. It seems like every single duelist player that I want to try and blast on air gets keepers as their second or third augment, then everything is okay again. But has tempo slammed Warmogs and Arcane to Darius for now. Where do you guys think this is going from here? Where do you think Tabzz will end up? Because we saw Leftoverture earlier today. Very strong tempo start, similar position where he was win streaking and dominating, and then just fell out to a 7.
I think the key to this comp is to find that Irelia, because everything else kind of doesn't matter. Since all of your units are pretty much just, I don't know, like stat dummies, I feel like. They're just kind of tanky and provide you with some frontline, but that's about it. We can see Tabzz is level 7, 30 gold with a 6 win streak, so if he maintains this win streak for a bit longer, he can maybe just rush to level 9 and then find himself an Irelia and stabilize off of that. If not, I feel like he will struggle later on because his items are actually not the best, and he will probably put the BT, the Archangel, the Warmogs later onto that Volibear too. Yeah.
We'll be seeing whether or not he succeeds at that. I think it's an ambitious plan that right now looks like it's going to work out on the back of the fully slammed items. But Darius, we've been saying he's just a unit that can carry everything. Whatever you give him, he's just going to be like, yep, let me handle it. And on to the dunks he goes. And that's exactly what's happening on this board right now. But I'm starting to see this lobby kind of separate. At the very top, we have players like Tabzz, like Candace, who we're checking in with right now. But then at the bottom, we have players like Tien, who, like I said, has that Heavenly Emblem, but also is on a 9 loss streak, which is massive.
Yeah, has the Heavenly Emblem on his own, has a gunblade as well, which is not ideal.
With harm assist, yeah.
With harm assist, yeah, exactly. Looks very rough to me right now, but maybe he's able to find that Yon 3 and stabilize off of that. Has Exalted in right now, so his board is getting buffed a little bit, but on that 9 loss streak with no way of getting a real high cap, I would assume he will struggle a lot this game.
On the opposite side, we have Modzho. We kind of mentioned it in passing earlier on. The player on the Venerable Piggy Bank, of course, getting a lot of extra income here on the back of playing Exalted. We have Malphite, Rek'Sai, Aphelios, Nautilus, and Lysandra this time around, so easy to fit in early and kind of play around if you are able to find that Aphelios, and that he did.
Everyone loves an underdog.
Yeah, Taplast just tearing through the lobby, obviously spiking really hard at this stage. Couldn't get the win streak going fully, but yeah, that happens sometimes. Krona also now looking to hit the Janna Lux board. I wouldn't be surprised if he actually remakes the Lux eventually, if he upgrades his Janna to 3-star. Since I think you're really flexible in this comp with Zyra, Janna, and Lux being your carries. Whichever one you hit first, usually you itemize, and then try to push level off of that.
I'm really surprised by the Dragon Lord emblem picked up as a second augment. In my opinion, just not really impactful enough. Hasn't been for most of the sets. Curious to see what the other options were for Krona, if he had any other options, if he really just does value this option as not an instant pick, but a viable pick for this comp.
I think it kind of is better if you're playing around the Janna, right? So you were saying earlier, The boiling point being kind of the direction giver into the Lux. To me, I think the Dragon Lord is more of a direction giver into Jenna, even though that's more of the default, generally speaking. But we'll see how he does. He's very close to finding that Jenna 3 in stage 4-1 here, and then could use the rest of the gold to maybe just go for level and try to fit as many Dragon Lords in as possible. I could see that work out and kind of help with the pressure point that this comp has, which is just not having a really good front line often.
And you can see on the opposite side of the bot, Tien went level 8 with Heavenly Rolls, rolled down to 0, only has 4 Eons, no Kayn. So I assume he will fall off eventually from his spot. And not looking too good. Trona on a 6 loss as well now, has to look to stabilize here as well. Looking to pick up a good argument here. I think Combat Caster is a great choice for him, since he has an Archangel on his backline, getting the shields up, keeping his frontline alive, and then maybe slamming even a second Archangel could be great here for him.
And just pointing out as well, you're seeing the points there over the little overlay. Krona is one of the players that even with a first place, it could be really rough depending on where the tiebreaker falls. So not guaranteed even if he goes all the way. He's still going to try to clutch it out nonetheless and find that spot and find that angle. However, there's multiple players like that in this lobby, so we'll be seeing who actually succeeds by playing as greedy as possible. Modzho now going level 6 as well, and is one copy short from the Kha'Zix 3 that you were talking about, Memo.
I think he has a play here, not trying to play for the reroll, knows he's contested, plays for level 8 instead, and just trying to build the strongest board possible. He's so healthy as well, so he's 4 HP compared to Tien's 43.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised he went for the Heavenly Crest instead of the Reaper Crest, even though he has the Grim Harvester as well. What we will see a lot is people building that Silas with the Reaper emblem just as another force, as another carry. And especially with the Grim Harvester, you're getting so many stacks. Really, really surprising choice, but getting Omnimap on all of your units is also very valuable in this comp.
I think it's the fact he already had the Kindred items, so didn't want to drop the Kindred for just keeping the 4 Reaper online, so I think that's the big reason why, and obviously is playing for that Kha'Zix 3 in the process, so there's no real units to drop in that case.
You know, with all of these third augments coming through, I think there's one we need to shout out, and you're looking at it right now. Taplast on the back of the Lucky Paws also finds well-fed here for his bruisers. This is one arrangement of beefy boys that are about to come down and will try to ruin your day. Now, he did lose the previous round, I will say, but I'm not sure what happened there, because this board should theoretically be very strong.
Yeah, he looks very strong, also has 6 Ribbons, so he might go for the Ribbon 3 that we saw last game as well.
Let's go!
6 Bruiser online, has very, very strong arguments. I mean, this looks like a very easy spot to play, and on the opposite side, we can actually see the Ink Shadow player now having himself a Kai'Sa, having himself Shojin, Infinity Edge, and the Toxin on her. Really, really strong items for him. Also still has so much gold, I believe, with little buddies, so he's looking to go towards level 9. Very interesting choices here, 79 HP still, so can cap potentially with an Udyr 2.
And that's the big thing to mention, the fact that he is, 1, very healthy still, leading the lobby, but 2, also has a ton of gold. So this is a position that I think you must be very comfortable to be in. I'm not sure how much experience he has playing around the vertical Ink Shadow. I think it's something that hasn't really been truly meta throughout the entirety of this set. Only in very fringe scenarios can you go for it. So I'm curious to see what the final board looks like. I have no idea what he's going to cook up in the end.
Yeah, especially with little buddies, you have so much late game potential, I think, and all the good Toxin, all the good tattoos. So very, very good spot for him. I assume he will just sack 2 more rounds and then go level 9 in stage 5, look for that Udyr 2, and try to win out the game towards that. Something that's really, really interesting is that he has so many AD items, like he has 2 sets of AD carry items, so I wouldn't be surprised if he decides to play like Xayah 2 and Kai'Sa 2 in the late game, only play 2 Trickshot, but 7 Ink Shadow as his main trait.
Well, speaking of, we do have a Xayah come through the shop, but not for the correct player. Lusux is over here, looking at the Xayah that was just picked up by I think it was Canvas, if I saw correctly, or Modzho, one of the two. And also Kai'Sa being played by Canvas as well. So there is a little bit of contest on that trick shot line right now for players that, even though Lusux is in a great position right now, he needs to think about, he needs to be aware of, and maybe invest a little bit of that money that we have right now to find and lock in that unit.
And we are near the end of stage 4. A player that I think everyone in this lobby is making sure to keep tabs on is going to be the ex-LCS pro from the Netherlands, currently still finding a way to maintain that win streak with the duelist board, still sitting at 77 HP, which is very different to what we saw from Left Overture, who dominated the early game and the mid game, yes, but then kind of fell off drastically at the end of that stage 4 and 5.
Yeah, and you have to feel bad as the Inkborn player, like scouting probably the game, looking if anyone is contesting you or playing Fortune. And now Canvas decides to pivot with Salvageman his board from like an AP kind of opener into this Kai'Sa, into the 4 trick shots. And you have to be like, really, no one ever plays Kai'Sa usually. Now in this lobby someone decides to play it out of a default spot. But he should still be fine, especially since he will roll a lot of gold on level 9. He should be able to still find the Kai'Sa 2 for himself.
Well, he should be fine, Canvas should be fine, but there are some players who are dropping lower and lower. Chen, 18 HP, is gonna make it to Raptors, but what happens after that? Is there a saving grace if you're on 10 gold, level 8? Can he find something here on the back of the Raptors to maybe sustain himself? You see, finds another loss here, so on his last life, with players like Tabzz, with players like Taplast, also this Kabuko just shredding through some boards here, will be taken down by Krona. But I don't know if Jen has that same power available.
Yeah, I feel like Taplast is struggling a lot because he doesn't really have a backline unit as a carry right now. He's only playing Heelys.
Still had Soraka 1, I believe, holding the Giant Slayer in the red buff. But I expect Memo, it will be a big roll down, potentially on 9 after this PB round.
Yeah, looking for that Aurelia, obviously, with the red buff, with the Giant Slayer, that will do so much work in these longer fights. Something I called out really early on is that Ashe is playable in this region, I believe, because the Exalted fits kind of easily into this comp. With vulnerable piggyback, obviously an easy choice, very rich here, already pushing level 9, looking to add another Warden unit, I assume.
As one on the bench, it is going to be the Jax that moves in for now, just to give the trade for Wardens online. And we're checking in with Krona, who's looking for upgrades as well. Level 7, rolling down, trying to find that Amumu, potentially also that Lux, maybe even the Diana, one copy off. There is this situation that I was talking about earlier on of, I'll just be open to whatever I can hit, and then you end up having so many duplicates of so many different units, and you're like, well, now I don't want to sell them. Well, hopefully it'll work out for Krona. Canvas here taking a loss against Tian. Tian stays in play for 5-1.
Tian Silas still on the bench as well. The board very much a throwback to what could be a lobby-winning comp a month ago, when Heavenly was all the craze and Lee Sin and Kane did so much work. Maybe not so much in this current meta, but we'll see how far he can take this. Currently 9 HP on that one last win, but every single fight from now on could be the last.
Yeah, we also saw the duelist player Tabzz now hit an Aurelia actually with a lot of gold left and 60 HP, 60 gold, so I assume he's doing pretty well. The Inkborn player actually now rolling down, looking for that Udyr, really important unit to hit in this roll down. Also your Kai'Sa 2 hits it now, very good for him. Looking for that Xayah, looking for that Udyr. Can he find it? And for now it doesn't look like it. He's just gonna play some other strong units like the Silas, like the Ornn. But would obviously really like to hit those units since they will be his biggest spikes of the game.
Is he going to make it? Is the question that arises for me. Kai'Sa online, like you said, Xayah very close, but there are some other players in this lobby that already look pretty scary. Battle for battle here between Modzho and Lusux. Will find the win, and Tian finding for survival as well, but I think he should be able to beat the Kabuka. kind of close, but
Yeah.
should work out.
Kabuko actually dying here. The Kane just having so much healing here, actually coming through good, like very clutch for him. And Taplast now in 8th place HP-wise is really struggling. Has to find the Aurelia or else he could die here really quick. And from such a good spot to go 8th would be obviously disastrous for him.
I wonder if it was not maybe best to just roll an 8 and again try and hit maybe not Aurelia 2 but Aurelia 1 earlier instead of having that Soraka 1 carrying your red buff and your Giant Slayer all of stage 4 and losing so much HP in the process.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you can get overconfident with such a high roll spot where you start with 7 Kobukos. I think the mindset changes a lot with these players throughout the tournament, depending how your game starts. And yeah, maybe Taplast overestimating his spot, because I think he could have also went for like a Lilia 2 we already saw I think today, or like a Morgana 2 with GS red buff. Would have been totally fine, but he decided to go for that high risk, high reward kind of play here.
And he didn't need it first. He's on 25 points.
We are going to be seeing how these players square up now. Both Chen and Taplast on the chopping block. They need to stay in. For Taplast, like you're saying, the goal is just so much closer. He needs like a 6th to maybe make it in, a 5th to be secure. For Chen, the way is a little bit longer, but it looks like at least for Taplast, this round is safe. He's going to make it to the carousel. Chen, however, not so lucky.
Chen sadly dying here, but I can see an Udyr here for the Ink Shadow player potentially. That would be very good for him. I think he's in the 2nd rotation of the carousel, so probably looking towards that. And yes, he gets it, which makes him probably very happy, because he's actually gonna spike his board by a lot now. Not only does he get 2 extra tattoos, but also 15% increased damage on his units.
And so much at stake here. 4 players on just 1 life for now, halfway through stage 5. Taplast potentially being able to make it to that day 2 is going to depend on where these players end up, how much damage they take in this last fight.
Players like Lusux, like Memo was saying, now finding as huge upgrades as that 7 Ink Shadow. You're really hoping that you're not having him in your lobby mashup pool. You can see everything being slammed here. It's just clicking through and through, and we will see how it shakes out. 4 HP, 6 HP, 8 HP, and for Lusux, the 12 are also not very secure. We're in stage 5-5, Canvas on the other side for him. Matsuya there fighting against what looks like it might be a ghost board.
And Verlozek had all 3 of the top 3 in his matchmaking pool, so really going to have a tough time. But in the end, this fight looks completely one-sided in Lozek's favor. He will be staying alive. Mattel looks like he will also be staying alive. Does Taplast stay alive? Does he have his hopes and dreams shattered? Finally, the Aurelia has been found, and I think that's going to be a big difference maker in every single fight left in this stage 5.
Yeah, goes up against Tabzz here, finds that win, ends the win streak from Tabzz as well. And on the back of that, at least saves yet another place. Majnia out, Tien out, Matsuya next on the chopping block, but upgrades come flying in for these players.
Ooh, Taplast hits his Silas too, which is also such a huge power spike for him, since he's so invested into the bruisers with these bruiser type augments. The Silas unit is also a very crucial part of the board, since it deals so much extra damage, making it even harder for your opponents to win fights. And we can see Tabzz now fighting versus Canvas. Canvas actually still level 8 with a pretty standard trickshot board here. Can he actually beat the duelist player? And on the left side, we can see the sniper player playing against the 7 Ink Shadow player. And it's very hard to see which one is actually winning. I believe
Canvas is out.
Ink Shadow has this probably, right? The Ash comes on through. It's going to be real close. But in comes the dies of Lee Sin. And with that, I think fate has been decided. More players knocked out. Taplast makes it into the top 4, gets the points he needed. And Canvas and Matsuya take the last bottom 4 slots. Look at them wiggle. Celebratory wiggle.
Well, these are the Allen watchers. They're enjoying the powers they've drained from their streamer. But Tabzz especially, I think really impressive game playing the duelist line. I was surprised how quickly he picked extended duels, his first augment at 2-1, then found the keepers, and then really never got his foot off of the gas throughout the entirety of that stage 4 as well.
the Keeper just enables the Duelist lines by so much, since the Duelist trait provides you with damage reduction, and the Keeper shields just being so hard to break, and your Duelist will just ramp up so quickly. So he had a really easy early game with some crucial upgrades. And I'm more so impressed with the Inkborn player, actually. This is something I've never seen, actually, even in ladder. Performed so well.
Looking at Corona here, I'm with you guys. The Lux does come through. There's also the Amumu last second. Isn't enough though. Corona needs a first place and a good tiebreaker to make it to day 2. He needs to beat everybody else in his lobby if he wants to stand a fighting chance. And with something like the Lux 3 on top of the Gen 3, there's a chance that it might work out, but it's by far not guaranteed. Taplast going up against Losux here. Ink Shadow against the Kabuko board, now fully empowered with, well, at least an Aurelia one, but she is under pressure from this Udyr, and I think that's going to be all she wrote. Taplast needed a 5th, he got a 4th. He's not going to be too worried about that, but I think we have another elimination on our hands, if I'm seeing correctly. No, Corona hangs in there with 2 HP.
Yeah, Corona barely holding on to it, but Losux hitting the Xayah just gives him such an immense spike that he's actually able to kill the Kabuko in time and win that combat for himself. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's actually playing for first place here. Like mentioned, Little Buddy's one of the best late game arguments that you can have in this line, since you have to play these lower cost units like the Aatrox, like the Jax, or the Senna even, buffing all your legendaries, all your 4 costs and 5 costs. Makes you just so strong, and I think it's crucial to position correctly, especially against these melee comps, so you don't get wrapped around, and this is looking pretty good for Losux.
The Xayah and the Kai'Sa trying to pinpoint all that right side of the board. The Lee Sin, if he can break through in time, but the burst is too big. The BT shields can't really come in time. The Udyr cleans up as well, and on the left side, Corona with the Lux and the Janna on the same side, slowly tackling each and every one of these units. Completely shuts me up. I was hesitant about the Dragon Lord emblem pickup, but he is able to pull off a very strong version of this Lux Janna board, with Diana once again as the main tank, which we saw a few games ago as well on broadcast.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense, especially if you are playing on that Dragon Lord line, that you go for the Diana first, although this one, you know, if you're looking at Amumu items and you're looking at Diana items, you could argue that maybe that wasn't as intended, but at least he found some variation of a strong front line, which is so crucial to this board. But like I said, needs a first place. Is it going to be possible? Tabzz on 15 HP, Losux on 12. Losux finds Corona here. This is the real matchup, which means Tabzz has the ghost fight. Can the Lux and the Janna clutch out the backline there while staying protected from the Udyr? First charge does not go into the backline, takes out the Xayah. Can they find the Kai'Sa as well? The answer is yes. Now it's only the front line that they need to shred through, and I think this is looking good.
Oh no, I'm so sad. Corona actually being able to just snipe the trickshot backline, hit the Xayah, hit the Kai'Sa, just kill them. And I think Losux just maybe blundering his positioning a little bit there, not putting this Senna as corner bait on the other side maybe, or just swapping around so you don't get killed on your backline so quickly.
Corona finds the porcelain emblem here as well for just a little bit of extra pizzazz in this comp to add on to. Tabzz on the other side finds the QSS, and both of these players are still looking for upgrades. You know, the Aurelia 2 would be pretty big for Tabzz. On the other side, you'd like some gold to maybe make something else come alive. Azir's now going to be moved in, and the Annie empowered just a little bit more. But like you were saying, Memo, with this board, it is so crucial to get the positioning right. And the big question is it going to be? Tristana in the backline there, she's going to be hopping off quite soon. So then it is only Aurelia that's standing in the backline there, and the first Lux ult instantly locks onto her. Second one is not going to make it. Can she find that Aurelia? Can she lock down the front line? It is going to be so close here between Corona and Tabzz. Eventually, it will be Tabzz taking this lobby, claiming a first place, and denying Corona the way to day 2.
Yeah, Tabzz was a very strong last game, proving the doubters wrong, and just winning with duelists here, which is really crazy, something we didn't see coming, I think. Also only in Irelia won, which is not even that crazy, no 3-star, 3 costs, just very, very solid arguments and very good positioning in that last fight, making the Tristana jump on the other side after the Irelia gets hit once, just made it so the Irelia was able to live long enough. Then obviously the duelist decks came in and yeah, the duelist board just ran over.
Yeah, we have everything to say for now on this game, but of course we want to know who made it today too. We have an interview ready with the Theunbornyordle, and then our analyst desk is going to tell you who made it, what went wrong in this game for some of these players, and what went right for players like Tabzz. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
I am Theunbornyordle. I'm 24 years old. I am from Tunisia. I play for CST Esports, and this set is going to be mine. So I started playing TFT in set 1. I am actually the first MENA player to ever achieve a challenger. I was playing since the beta, and I really loved the game at launch, and I still love it till now, but sometimes I have to take breaks, but I'll keep riding this game till I achieve something one day, hopefully. Yeah, I feel like TRCs are so good for the game. It actually helps community to be united and be strengthened over time, like together. I think France is so much strong now because they actually are all together. They form teams, they play 4v4 together, they are so united. So I want to achieve worlds one day. I need to work more hard for that goal to make it real, because I am sure that I can achieve it. But for now, let's hope I make some good results in the next GSCs. First of all, I am going to shout out my family, which are supporting me in everything I do. Also, I'll go on to shout out the Tunisian community, our Discord in particular, and all my friends that support me, and I have much respect for.
And we're back, and frankly, Peter, I'm feeling good. I feel like that was a good end to the day. I feel like we got a good hearty meal at the back end of it. We even got Lucky Paws in there. I've got no complaints.
No, and we thought this last game was going to be, kind of a nice little come down off of the day, having a low impact portal, but I think Taplast made sure that we were paying attention from the very beginning there.
Yeah, that was really funny, because I saw the Kabuko and I was like, It's like he got lucky paws at 2 or at 1-1. That's really funny. Oh, he got lucky paws at 2-1. Oh, okay, I see what's happening here. So that was just really funny for me personally, sitting back here giggling. Unfortunately, though, wasn't enough to bring him into the top 2, which is what we generally expect when someone has that strong an econ augment. Really surprising me here was Tabzz with that duelist composition. I mentioned it top of show, but I also talked about it in the green room with you, Peter. I have tried to make this comp work on this patch, and I just couldn't do it. So Tabzz really impressing me with a composition I was fairly sure was going to be dead today.
Yeah, and I think as was mentioned on the cast as well, just a lot of the right augments coming together to make that one fully realize its potential. But Krona doing very much the same sort of thing as well, and Lozux, I don't think anyone really had on their bingo card seeing vertical ink shadow in this tournament, certainly not in day one, but it was a big swing for Lozux to go for that composition at all, but honestly, I felt like he did pretty damn well with it.
I feel like this is probably the most exciting a top 4 could be. Like, yeah, Krona played the Lux Zyra Janna 2-star soup composition that we've been avoiding all day. And he played it really well. I'm not diminishing his actual play, but like we've seen it a million times, he did a really good job executing. But we also got to see, like you said, Ink Shadow Vertical, which I can't recall ever seeing on stream the entire set, not just for this Golden Spatula Cup. So that was a bit of a treat. And then Tabzz coming in with the Duelist was very good as well. So I think we just had a really strong amount of variety coming in that top 4 that I wasn't really ready for. Who knew Lucky Paws would be one of the less exciting things about the lobby?
Well, particularly as well, Camb is a player which I want to call out there for having a really interesting path through the game as well. You know, I think that really took some of the legs out of Lozux that maybe would have been otherwise an easier ride. To have Cambiz playing this really interesting Pandora's and Salvage Bin combination, which let him basically take apart any item he got and make it into any other item he chose. But what he chose to do with all of that was to go into the Kaiser line and contest the composition rather than trying to find anything that was a little bit less trafficked.
Yeah, and he got punished for it ultimately. Like, this is also the danger of going for a strategy like that. Neither of those augments actually give you combat power. They can optimize what you're doing with your board, but they on their own don't really give you power. So when you run into someone who's running a similar composition and they have combat augments, well, you're kind of hosed, especially if you don't have BIS on your own units, which I think Cambiz was a little bit shy of once or twice. So really interesting game from Cambiz. I liked the attempt. I thought it was really cool. But I'm sorry, I think Lozix has to take my heart with the vertical ink shadow. Probably the coolest comp we've seen.
Yeah, it was one of those things I think that really kind of required us to go scrambling to our notes again because it's so infrequently seen. As was brought up on cast, you know, being able to have access to those 4 different ink shadow items, as well as the generic offensive and defensive buff, I think it was very, very good. And, you know, maybe in a different lobby under other circumstances, it could have been enough to punch through. I think as well, having the 2 trick shot buff being brought in as the last patch really helped with making it so that it was much more practical to build a backline pairing out of the Kaiser and the Xayah and still have it be effective.
We've seen this throughout the day, you know, even when people were splashing in like Teemo to their composition to help out as an AP backline. I remember Snooty did that Teemo item holder for the majority of the game we saw on stream, and it worked out well for him. You know, having that extra spread, having that buff has been pretty significant for those early mid comps, but also pays dividends in an Ink Shadow comp where you really don't have a lot more synergies that are going to give you power. So really impressive game from Lozix and Tabzz as well, I want to highlight again. But I think what excites me the most about the end of the day is the breadth of compositions we saw. I was coming into this and I was like, okay, it's going to be Lux, it's going to be Syndra, it's going to be Reapers, and we'll be lucky if we get a 4th composition. Because Golden Spatula Cup 2, we had 2 very high really like high need compositions and people were triple contesting both of them. So the top 4 would literally be like 2 out of those and then the 2 other comps that weren't those forced comps. So it's really nice seeing these more fringe options make their way into the top 4 because it means throughout the weekend this meta is going to be a lot more exciting.
Yeah, and I think, you know, to kind of reflect on the day overall, we had all those Luxes contesting each other and everyone sort of tripping over each other in the early day. I think we had them all of a spread out towards the end, but this last lobby showed that I think it's going to still be part of the game going forwards, so we'll always be trying to avoid the contest. But we can announce our final results from day one. These players you're seeing on your screen right now have made it to day 2.
Couple names we've already seen. Vigos, of course, with that incredible Fortune game earlier on in the day. Woke everyone up in case they weren't paying attention. Mujiwara as well, one of our rare North African players representing Egypt, making his way into day 2 as well.
As we start to move up, we can see there's such a pretty good spread of players. I mean, we've got players from, we did have our big 5 regions coming in who had the majority of the players by quite a large margin, but we're seeing there's a lot of different flags up here. A lot of our players have found their way through. I'm really fascinated to see who managed to get up towards the top half though, man.
Yeah, and I'm interested in seeing what happens in that day number 2 if these earlier games give them the confidence to go forward. Enzo, of course, we saw on stream with the near Mr. 100 game. Unfortunately, the last 2 rounds turned it into a Mr. 65 game. But coming in 33 points, one of our best world representatives historically. Davide, of course, the first place. Who would have expected it?
I don't think any reasonable person would have expected that at all. Yeah, managing to have just an incredible day. I think Sologesang, of course, was really set for what could have been a perfect day, but honestly, again, we've got a good spread of players who are coming out of day 1 with not just the ticket to day 2, but really good tiebreakers, because particularly the end of day 2, we've got that cut again to bring through, and if you're on the line, if you're almost across there, you're going to be thanking that you got to the top of day 1.
And some names that are very heartening to see after an absence from the top of the leaderboards, players like Daysek, players like Alan, who we've respected as these strong players since really the initial EMEA scene developed, but haven't necessarily always shown up in the same way in these tournaments, haven't always made it to the day 3, with really heartening starts to the weekend.
All right, I do believe we have... I can confirm now, hailing from Germany and not from France, as I've been trying to mislead the good folks about up to this point. With an astonishing day 1, Sologesang is joining us. Solo, welcome to the stream.
Hey guys, thanks for having me again.
I've lucked out. I've gotten 2 solo interviews in a row. If you just keep winning, we can just do this regularly.
To be honest, I already put on my jacket. I just wanted to get some food, and then Gilran messaged me for the interview.
We'll get you food eventually, we promise. We're not going to starve you. We're trying to reward you. See, this is unfortunate because I was trying to hide the fact that I always use your meta lists in order to get a better sense of what's happening. So that kind of leads into my first question. Literally yesterday, I think, is when that Lux composition made it onto your tier list, the Lux Sage variant. For me, this composition kind of came out of nowhere. As someone who's been so high on ladder for so long and always kind of has their finger on the pulse, were you expecting Lux to come out in this big of a way?
I think it's on the list long already, but the first time I saw it was 4 or 5 days ago. It was on actually it was on Meta TFT. I looked at it. And my viewers told me about it, and I was like, okay. When I saw it in-game, it was pretty good, but nowadays Lux is very contested, so it's kind of hard to hit. But if you hit, you saw it in the games, right? It was pretty solid. I think it was hard to get first, since people kept out with better bots, but it's pretty solid and easy comp, so anyone can play it.
Well, from my side of things, of course, you had that incredible run for the early part of the day with the 4 first-place games in a row. What was it you were doing that was working so well in those first 4 games?
Oh, to be honest, I think this is my worst patch.
Oh, really?
I think this is my worst patch.
Humble brag.
Yeah, no. I lost. I was 2K on my main account. I lost 1K. I'm at 1K now on my main. And my Smurf was at 1.5, and it's on 1.1 now. So I lost in total 1.4k LP on this patch alone. And so I tried to play full AP and so on, but didn't work out. Now I just play like I used to, just full flex play whatever I get. I think I could have went first the last 2 games as well. I just misrolled. I rolled in the wrong stages or not too deep, not deep enough in the early stages, stage 3 and 4 early. So I got I griefed myself a bit.
It's very humbling that your worst patch, you've lost more LP than I've ever had in any set ever.
I was thinking the same
and you're
thing.
still one of the top players in EMEA. It's. I already knew my plays solo, but now I really do. You know what I mean? But one of the questions I have for you, I really like that you mentioned playing flex, because what we had seen, at least early on in the games, was everyone tripping over each other, being like, oh, I'll go Lux, and then being like, oh no, everyone else is going Lux, I'm going to pivot. And then all of them picking Syndra. Just like this full line of Lux into Syndra into 8th place. What did you find success with? Because it sounds like that was not your path forward.
Oh, to be honest, like I scouted everyone in stage 1 already, and then I also had like Lux openers sometimes. But as soon as I saw like I think the 5th game, I saw Dasik having 2 Lux, 1 Janna. I immediately sold my Lux, even though I had like Tier and BF and so on, because I already knew like this guy's gonna play Lux for sure. So yeah, so like I like to play what's not contested and what I have an opener for. And if I see like some other guy having like, I don't know, like full duelist opener, I'm probably not contesting it either. Yeah, so just need to scout in stage 1. I think that's important. I don't think you can play Lux contested. I actually have seen it already in my games. Went 7th and 8th, so holding hands is not too good.
We saw a lot of that too. Don't worry, you're not alone.
This might be a little bit early in the tournament to ask you this, because of course, there's still 2 more days to come, and of course the regional finals as well, which hopefully we'll make it to. But we've got a question which was passed along from Memo, being asking, what would it mean for you to make it to Worlds this time in this set?
I mean, like season 7 was the first season I started like actually tryharding. I also managed like to, I think, hold rank 1 for almost the whole season. I also reached like 7 final days in the Golden Spatula Cups in a row. I think the second highest one is like Wet Jungler. He made like 4 final days in a row. Then I think he missed 1, and then he made 3 more. So, and I also like in the last 4 seasons I missed like Worlds 3 times. Like I went like 8th, 10th, and 11th. So I missed it by like 3 or 6 slots or places. So yeah, I mean, like I think this season is going even. I think this season has been better for me. I changed a lot of stuff. I started doing like to the gym. My trainer changed my nutrition, right, food, and also like took some breaks. Like when I feel my head is full, I just like take a half a day break, or sometimes a full day break. I think that helps me a lot. I still sleep only like 4 or 5 hours a day, but I don't think I should talk about that. But yeah,
it's just a secret between you and me and the several thousand people that are watching and have watched last time. So Solo, this has been incredible. As someone who's been following you since the good old Battlecast reroll days, it's been great to see you, especially this set, really like shining as a competitor. So I just want to say congratulations. I'm looking forward to doing another one of these interviews when you make it first place at the finals of regionals. So, I'll be waiting, but until then, we're going to let you go to your food. But is there anyone you want to give a shout out to before you go?
Actually, I didn't prepare for this patch because like this is my worst patch. I just gave up, to be honest. When I sit down with Tex Summers, like one of the best Argentinian players, like 2 days ago, like we sat down like for like 1.5 to 2 hours, and we just talk about our play styles, what's good or not, and some specific stuff, and that helped me a lot. So big shout out to Tex, but also to Robin and UK. But I mean, we didn't sit down, so yeah, big shout out to Tex especially. Like this guy's like really smart. I learned a lot from him. I hope he learned a bit from me. So it's kind of even, hopefully.
Yeah. I'm sure. So I'm glad to hear it, Solo. Congratulations again. Looking forward to seeing you in day 2. And hopefully you can take your well-earned dinner now.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for having me. Have a nice day.
Thanks for coming on.
Oh boy, man. I think in particular, as I was talking about there, that the world of TFT has just become more and more connected over time, particularly with the LANs and the live events taking place. That your prep partner is just on another part of the planet, and that's just going to become more and more normal as time goes on.
Yeah, and Tex especially is a fun shout, because that's one of the players that when I was doing my original prep back in, gosh, it must have been for Monsters Attack, his name just kept coming up in everything that I looked into. So seeing that he's still having an influence even on the EMEA scene is very heartening. So it was great getting to hear from Solo, and hopefully we get to see him continue his streak into tomorrow.
All right, I do believe that we had a contest running through today, and as well, we also have a winner for that contest. So let's go take a little look at what we've got here. We did have the buy, force, or delete. We were rewarding, it wasn't exactly a right answer here, but it was about rewarding who had the best answer. And Abadi, this is one of the things where I'm like, do I cold read this and hope it's not anything really outrageous? Oh, no, it is. Okay. I've got to redhead slightly. Okay, so Galio would buy. Who doesn't like a walking fortress? Kabuko, delete. Sounds like a sushi order. A Moo Force. Drama McQueen Mummy for the win. Abadi, you've got a very unique perspective on this task, and we salute you for it.
Congratulations to Avadi, the other winner of today's festivities. Of course, we have more games to come. We're going to be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. CEST with day number 2. And it's time for my favorite part. I'm going to pull it full screen so I don't read anything wrong. It's time for socials, baby. On Twitter, not called anything else, I swear, at TFT Esports EMEA. Instagram has been changed to Teamfight Tactics, and then Facebook and YouTube, good old play TFT for both. And of course, all of our casters, I'm at Niberia, joined here by Counterfeit Cast, not Cass, because he ran out of spaces on Twitter. Impetuous Panda and Makes MEEIX_, and then Memo, whose Twitter you can find in a chat command, because it is
in the chat.
Yeah, no, I'm reading. I was trying to count the number of O's. So it's MEM and then 4 O's TFT. Probably easier if you just ask in the chat.
Won't show up on Twitter until you type the entire thing out. So enjoy yourself looking for them.
Don't go for 3. Don't go for 5, or it won't show up. You've really got to put in the effort to type in those 4. And while you're doing that, we hope you'll put in the effort to tomorrow to come see us again with day number 2 of the final Golden Spatula Cup of Inkborn Fables.